the Fighters Guild, alongside his brothers Savage Ogre and Savage Minotaur. You'll see why soon enough. This game is weird in that the Savage moniker is actually supposed to indicate that they are leveled enemies rather than stronger variations on normal trolls. Anyways, we find the body of the guy we're looking for alongside a broken shield. Orion is very interested in this shield, and our reward is one of the most convoluted loot tables in Oblivion. Our next job from Orion is to go to Breville and investigate why Maglier has defaulted on yet another contract. Sure enough, it's revealed that Maglier has left the Fighters Guild to join a new mercenary organization, the Blackwood Company.
Defaulted? That all you talk about? I'm Blackwood Company now.
This is where that choice from earlier matters in a really stupid way. If you covered for Maglier, he'll tell you what his original contract was and you'll have to complete it for him. If you told Orion the truth about Maglier, he won't, so you have to go all the way back up to Coral to then be told what his contract was so you can go back down to the Breville Mages Guild to complete it. What's wrong with this is that our last job with Maglier during Den of Thieves, nothing changes mechanically about the quest despite being closer to our choice regarding Maglier, so him being upset now is just kind of weird. As is Orion not giving you the details of Maglier's contract ahead of time just in case. You'll find you have to get 10 samples of Imp Gall for the contract. At least with this quest, you're told a location to get the stuff at and not just supposed to wander around or look up where to find ectoplasm at a low level. Our next contract from Orion is an off-the-books investigation. Several different quests have now pointed us at the Blackwood Company. Vitellis Danton was another son of the Guildmaster who died alongside 14 others in an attempt to retrieve the sword Sinweaver from Azani Blackheart for the wizard Argoth. I just love that detail that's thrown in. We threw 15 bodies at a single contract and failed where Orion and ourselves are going to succeed. And we have the gall to be upset when the Blackwood Company started to look like a viable alternative to the Fighters Guild. I mean, sure, they did pull some underhanded trickery with Blackheart, lying about killing him and then paying him some of the contract money to give the sword to Argoth, and then giving Blackheart Argoth's details so that he could be mysteriously murdered and the sword taken back. But even with that information, the Blackwood Company still looks better by comparison for not losing 15 people in one raid, at least until later. If you look at the UESP page, you'll note that this quest has some serious issues with bugs. The highly scripted nature of this quest means that it's prone to breaking in a few spots. Anyways, we fight through the generic bandits until we get to Blackheart, who is pretty strong because, surprise, surprise, his gear isn't scaled to the player's level. Is it any surprise that the guy who worked on the Daedra quest in Morrowind understood that fact? I wish he'd use it more often. Orion takes Blackheart's ring to prove that they were the ones to complete the contract and that the Blackwood Company lied. But who did he take the ring to? The Black Horse Courier? The Arcane University? High Chancellor Okado? Well, the Courier doesn't publish the new information, the university doesn't serve that function in Cyrodiilic society, and Okado is probably preoccupied with the Oblivion crisis. Nothing comes of this quest except establishing that the Blackwood Company lied about completing a contract and screwing over one of their clients, which is for the dramatic benefit of the player, even if it doesn't make sense. The Blackwood Company doesn't have to be evil for the player to be justified in supporting the Fighters Guild. Hell, Morrowind was the game where you could join the Fighters Guild in their war with the Thieves Guild or vice versa. But you'll notice a trend with Oblivion quest lines of there being opposing, unjoinable factions with childish characterizations.
So, the Fighters Guild got Azani Blackheart. Blackwood Company said they did him, but apparently they were mistaken. Or stretching the truth, maybe.
After the Blackheart job, which started in Coral and ended near Leowyn, by the way, we head to Shadenhall in order to get our next contract to take care of some fugitives by Breville. Go to a cave, kill 2 fugitives, come back. Does anybody work at the Breville Fighters Guild Hall? There's only 4 people here. One of them's a generic NPC that exists at every guild hall. No quest ever takes you here, and the one thing of note is the Nirnroot plant. Hell, Leowyn has a guild hall, which exposes a problem. They really shouldn't. Just say the Leowyn Guild Hall was doing so poorly they got evicted and the Blackwood Company took over the building. Maybe a few quests near the start of the faction take place in Leowyn, to make the takeover personal. Or maybe the Fighters Guild wasn't allowed in Leowyn until the recent Imperial takeover. It would match the themes of the nobility in Leowyn being racist towards beast folk, which the owners of the Blackwood Company are. So after we finish in Breville, we then have to go from Shadenhall to Anvil to take an Altmer scholar named Alante of Alinor to a cave full of Daedra. She can die, but it's also easy to clear the area ahead of her and then go back to grab her. If that description sounds familiar, it's basically a copy of the quest Sandale from Morrowind, where we rescue an Altmer scholar named Sandale of Shimmerine from a 6th House base we were supposed to escort her through. There's a key difference, though. If Sandale died, the quest giver Harundi would refuse to give you his 2 remaining contracts, including the lucrative Pude Egg Mine quest. If Alante dies, you lose out on a fame point and a little bit of gold. Because Oblivion can't afford to actually punish the player for failing a contract that it didn't plan for you to fail. Mind you, if you failed in Morrowind, you could still generally make it to the end of a faction as long as you didn't fail any other quests. But Oblivion's linear and rigid structure has no tolerance for failures, so the player can't fail, even if the client themselves dies, because you didn't do what they hired you to do. Now, theoretically, what you could do with the rigid quest structure is be punitive with ranks. Players still get access to all the content, but they might not achieve as high a rank. At the end of the quest line, to unlock the quest that grants leadership, you might have to complete a couple Radiant quests to re-earn those ranks. It's not as ideal as the freeform quest structures of guilds in Morrowind, but I can see why they wouldn't want that given there's twice as many cities, so theoretically twice as many guild halls in Oblivion. But there doesn't need to be guild halls for every faction in every city. In fact, there are only halls in all the cities for the mages and fighters guilds. It's weird how Oblivion is trying to improve on the individual quest experience by prioritizing quality over quantity, but then strives out to show how much more content there is because Cyrodiil is bigger, while lacking in faction quality because of how stretched out it's become. We go back to Anvil to then be told to go up to Coral to get our next job. The Guildmaster's son and a few other fighters went to a mine south of Leowen. Oh, God, yes, really. To clear out a bunch of savage trolls. Only problem is that it was a few days ago and they haven't been heard from since. I mean, you did send them on a mission halfway across Tamriel, so you can't expect immediate answers. That's not hyperbole. As a joke, I put a circle on the map with Coral at the center and the Forsaken Mine at the edge, and as you can see, the same distance goes from Coral to Ebonheart, Vivec, and Mournhold, as well as Solitude and Windhelm, and nearly even gets to Solstheim. That is how far away Leowen is from Coral. Trolls of the Forsaken Mine has us fighting 9 trolls to clear out a cave, which is on the edge of too many by itself, but this isn't the first quest to clear out a cave full of trolls in the Fighters Guild. In fact, Non-Will Cavern also had 9 trolls in addition to 3 ogres and a minotaur. Most of the Fighters Guild is either set in a cave or if it's feeling frisky, an Ayleid ruin. Of course, the obvious has occurred, and the Master's son Varanus has fallen at the hands of the Blackwood Company. We find his journal and his body next to his comrade Edward, whom we can speculate Varanus was super gay with, because that is the only possible logical conclusion of 2 men sharing an emotional connection.
Thank the gods for Edward. I fear without him, I would go mad. His constant companionship keeps me hopeful that I will one day be returned to active duty. Until then, we have each other. He has willingly foregone lucrative contracts in order to help me pass the days. A truer companion, I could not imagine. Tomorrow, I will ask if he wants to go to Femboyutas with me.
This area is where the player can acquire Blackwood armor, which is better than steel and even dwarven armor, and Modron doesn't even comment when we come back adorned in the enemy's equipment. Orion indicates we need to lay low while he breaks the news to the Guildmaster, which means another trek across Cyrodiil to Anvil or Shadenhall, only to be told we've been demoted because everyone in the Fighters Guild has access to couriers, except us, the one guy who's actually doing everything. In Shadenhall, we're asked to rescue a noble's daughter, which is one of the better quests of the faction purely for this character, Lord Rugdumth Gro Shurgak.
Ah, you are from the Fighters Guild, I resume. Good show. I am Lord Rugdumth Gro Shurgak. Let us conversate on the Lady Rogbot. I fear that whilst out rock-picking, she was apprehensive. Stolen away. My suspension is that ogres have abjected her. Please search to the east of my sprawling abode. They have been known to vacate these premises. I am most gracious and truly woeful.
We have to save his daughter, who's hanging out with a trio of ogres, which, given the relationship between orcs and ogres in a later Malakath quest, has implications. We have to take down the ogres, which of course is great because ogres are damage sponges that are annoying to fight because it's like punching pinkies to death in Doom. Just dodge their attack, swing, dodge, swing endlessly. Oblivion has a whole roster of enemies and locations to use, and it always seems to be the same enemies in the same areas. The next quest we get in Shadenhall almost disproves that previous statement, in that locals at Harlan's Watch have been seeing strange lights down the hill and some people went missing after investigating. Turns out a couple will-o'-the-wisps are down there, which are energy creatures that can vanish and absorb health. At first I thought they were annoying, but I realized it was because their design actually makes you wake from the stupor of punch and dodge. These guys will be important when we talk about Azura later, but don't worry, because as this quest becomes interesting, there's actually a bunch of swamp trolls in that cave we need to clear out. This is the only time swamp trolls show up, in a cave near Shadenhall and not in the giant swampy marsh. They're marked specifically as Fighters Guild trolls in the CS, rather than the generic leveled savage trolls or static level normal trolls, and they're great because their level stats are actually even worse than savage trolls. Even better, in order to clear the cave out, we have to kill all 15, yes, 15 trolls. This is the last Fighters Guild quest where trolls show up, so let's do a tally. 9 trolls, 3 ogres, and a minotaur at Non-Will Cavern when we escorted the Master's son. 1 monster potentially at Robber's Glen when we were gathering Empcall. 9 trolls at Forsaken Mine. 3 ogres when saving the Orc Lady. 15 swamp trolls at Harlan's Watch. And 7 ogres when Azan sends us on our next quest to recover the Stone of St. Alicia. That is 33 trolls, 13 ogres, a minotaur, and a wild card monster depending on your level. Skyrim tried to amend the troll problem by cutting down on the number of individual trolls that would show up in any given cave and making the trolls tougher enemies to compensate. But simultaneously, Skyrim would make the same troll mistake with Draugr, so really no progress was made. Trolls aren't ever really characterized as being social creatures that like to hang out in clusters, and I certainly can't understand how they're getting the food necessary to support their populations in Cyrodiil. I do want to be clear. The Fighters Guild does have more than monster caves to deal with. There was a cave full of Daedra, which had their own problems better suited to discussion during the main quest, and there were a couple undead caves, which have their own problems better suited to discussion during the Mages Guild. The real question is, how does this stack up to the Morrowind Fighters Guild? Most of the Morrowind quests tended to revolve around fighting other humans. But this made sense somewhat, as the broader faction conflict of the Fighters Guild in Morrowind was the human conflict between the Thieves and Fighters Guild. So fighting humans makes sense given the in-game quest involved killing the leaders of one of those factions. Oblivion has a similar human conflict. This time it's the Fighters Guild versus the Blackwood Company, and not to spoil things, but it will end in a similar manner of fighting humans. Yet human enemies make up the minority of general enemies for Fighters Guild quests. Unlike Morrowind, the Cyrodiil Fighters Guild doesn't ever seem to be contracted to take care of bounties. Hell, none of the factions are actively taking steps to deal with the Cyrodiilic bandit crisis. Speaking of bandits, our next quest is to recover an artifact from the Bruma Chapel from a gang of bandits. How bandits acquired the stone isn't elaborated on, almost like they aren't going to be the main enemies of the quest, and sure enough, we use the power of the map marker to find one of the guys who stole the stone, but he's the only survivor of an ogre ambush. Recover the stone and our lost ranks are restored. Almost like losing the ranks was pointless because they don't perform the functions they did in Morrowind. Let's talk about Oblivion combat. Oblivion's combat is a total overhaul of Morrowind's combat system. Almost every element has been changed in some way, and it can be stated without question to have been an improvement. Or can it? The problem with gamers is that they hear my discussion of Morrowind's combat and assume that I was saying it was a perfect combat system, and that every game should take cues from Morrowind, including the absurd example that Dark Souls combat would be improved with hit chance. This is not a position I ever took, and I could spend hours clarifying myself to no avail because some people have impressive willpowers when it comes to missing the point. The problem, I think, is that a lot of people in discussion of video games as an art form believe in the universal design philosophy, that there is exactly one way to make video games that all roads are leading to. Imagine saying there's only one way to write books, only one way to write songs, only one way to paint a canvas, only one way to direct movies. That would be absurd, and I think the same is true of game design. When people describe the difference between the two systems, you'll often hear something like dice roll combat versus action combat, which I think is also inaccurate. Morrowind is not entirely dice roll combat. It's still reliant on the player's ability to control their weapons. You still have to aim, and you still have to lead targets. A true dice roll combat system would have completely removed the factor of mechanical skill from the game. Morrowind's combat is in fact an action system, with a dice roll system layered on top. This stems from its origin as a tabletop simulation, and there are several reasons why this worked well for Morrowind once you adequately understand them. Morrowind is attempting to simulate the character's skill and attribute levels to adequately portray elements of the fight that it can't with its graphics. Morrowind's biggest problem isn't chance, it's feedback. Feedback is an interesting thing because you can give the same player the same shotgun, but change the feedback and their perception of that shotgun will change entirely. In order to demonstrate Morrowind's combat system, I'm going to add an element taken from other games to explain what's going on. A combat log. This will now communicate what is happening on screen when we fight. See, the thing is, Morrowind's not the first game to have a system where the player's weapon model will collide with the enemy model only to do nothing. But when you have a combat log and more information about what is happening, people seem less likely to complain. Suddenly, those misses aren't misses, but glancing blows, or parries, or dodges, or just plain luck. Morrowind is communicating with its combat system that this is the battle of your offensive and defensive skills against someone else's offensive and defensive skills. If you fight a master of a defensive skill, you're going to need a high offensive skill to land hits. Now, when I say that, most people will go, well, why aren't there animations for that? And I just say, look, do you know how on the wire Morrowind's development was? The system we got for Morrowind wasn't perfect, and I don't recall ever saying it was. What I do recall saying was my wish to see that system iterated upon rather than replaced. Oblivion removed hit chance. This simple change necessitated a cascade of reworks due to how hit chance was a variable in most combat equations. The goal was clear. People complained about not being able to hit stuff in Morrowind. With only a limited time to fix the system, and with a desire to increase the appeal of Elder Scrolls, the easiest way to fix that problem is to remove the mechanic entirely. If you play Morrowind with a 100% hit chance mod, I think you're doing yourself a disservice because Morrowind by itself isn't designed to progress you through a world where everything always hits. Oblivion had to hastily design a system where the player's progression improved their ability to fight, and this inevitably just meant that higher skill levels meant bigger numbers. Higher weapon skills translate to getting bigger numbers out of weapons, and higher armor skills translate to getting a bigger number out of armor. However, hit chance is just a piece of the puzzle. Strap in, we're going deeper. Fatigue was king in Morrowind. A lot of things were king actually, that's what made it interesting. But your fatigue, and more importantly, how much you've used, was a factor in a lot of equations in Morrowind, not just combat, because it makes sense. If you're out of breath, it's hard to do anything. Fatigue in Oblivion is just a damage modifier. Having low fatigue means you do less damage. You lose fatigue from swinging, and a lot of fatigue from power attacks. Fatigue regeneration has also been simplified, for no reason. Fatigue now recovers 10 points per second throughout the entire game, whereas in Morrowind, fatigue regeneration was derived from this formula. It wasn't very robust and needed a finer tuning, but it was something that could inform your build. Blocking. Blocking has been made a manual action, and this doesn't bother me. Blocking in Morrowind was derived from your skills, including the chance your character would use their shield. Now the player and AI can control when they block and can block more than their shields. Weapon directions have also been removed. This will be relevant later, but Morrowind had directional weapon attacks. Todd was very proud of this system. The only downside was that because each weapon dominated specific categories, having an option to just toggle the best weapon attacks was inevitable. Rather than fixing this, it was removed. Dodge rolls have been added. This is tied to your acrobatics, and I rarely see people use it for combat due to how unwieldy it is to use, but it's worth mentioning that they took a stab at it, if only to see how many people didn't realize there was a dodge mechanic in Oblivion. The end result of all of these changes is a combat system I would describe as spongy. I demonstrated the difference in the two systems in my Morrowind video, and I'm going to try and improve that comparison. Okay, so I'm rewriting this section because my quote improved unquote comparison was very confusing and difficult to follow. The problem stems from the fact that the comparison doesn't work for people watching, compared to people playing the games, so let's talk about that instead. In Morrowind, I've been playing this character lately. He's a Redguard proficient in Longblade and Conjuration. He doesn't carry a weapon, instead he summons his sword in before every fight. It's pretty fun, but at level 1 he only seems to hit about 75% of his swings and has an 80% chance of casting his summon spell. Those are actually pretty good chances for a level 1 character, but most people who play this game seem to fail the basic expectation of picking combat skills tied to your playstyle. And maybe that makes sense actually, considering the number of Morrowind YouTube videos telling people to not put their preferred skills in their class, which is advice for min-maxing, but first-time players are probably taking it anyways. It all comes back to that mud crab on the peninsula and Satanin over by the lighthouse involving a character who isn't good at short blade swinging that iron dagger. Whether you're that guy or you are my current character, both characters have the problem of not hitting all of their swings. If only Morrowind had a built-in way of solving this problem, leveling. You solve the problem by leveling. There's a reason complaining about Morrowind combat always takes place in the early game. By level 4 it won't be a problem for my character, and by level 7 hit chance usually isn't a problem for most characters. Because it turns out skill levels are an abstraction for, the skill level of the character. Alright, so shifting forward to Oblivion. Like Morrowind, it has a contingent of people who complain that its combat is also not satisfying. But we removed cast and hit chance. I thought that was all it took to make the combat feel good. I mean, the thing is that game feel, or whatever we're calling it this year, is not just subjective but super subjective. I think Morrowind's combat is good, that's a subjective phrase. Of course, I explained why I thought so and provided objective examples for my argument. That's not as subjective. The first issue Oblivion has is that there aren't really any problems the player needs to solve. That's because of scaling. The only thing you need to level for is increased damage numbers and increased health numbers. But since the enemy isn't static, there's no point to leveling to increase those numbers. A Daedric Sword in Morrowind works because enemies are static. A Daedric Sword in Oblivion doesn't work because a Daedric Sword to a Zivile is the same as an Iron Sword to a stunted Scamp. That is why a refusal to level is a serious playstyle in Oblivion. The second problem is that combat at level 1 is the same as combat at level 20. This is not the case in Morrowind because, hit chance, and that was the point of my combat comparison. You can't really tell what level my character is just by watching the footage on screen, like you could in Morrowind because it all looks and feels the same. This is a modern problem with role-playing games. Developers are terrified of players finding a mechanic annoying or frustrating, so they would rather make safe, stagnant, and boring games than have the early game be frustrating in order to make the player progression feel earned. That's why people now conflate role-playing games with dialogue simulators, effectively upscaled visual novels. Ironically, it's survival games that picked up the abandoned mechanical elements that role-playing games often left behind. 7 Days to Die feels more like a sequel to Fallout New Vegas than Fallout 4, even if there isn't any dialogue. Anyways, the next few lines might be confusing because I cut out the comparison, but I'm past the point of carrying on this project because it's August and I shouldn't still be writing stuff for this video. Okay, fine. If you decide to watch the unedited version, you'll notice that in Morrowind our character, regardless of skill level, always did the same amount of damage. And that makes sense. Our weapon damage is scaled off of strength, not our skill level, so it stays the same. Because being more proficient with a weapon doesn't make you do more damage, your body does. Your training with your weapon instead determines your ability to land those hits. You can be the strongest man in the world, but if you keep missing the high striker, it's pointless. In a sense then, your damage per second is derived from both the physical damage you can do and how often you can do it. This creates a large amount of nuance in building your character, having to balance a multitude of factors in your playstyle. Strength for raw damage, skills and agility for landing blows and dodging attacks, endurance for the rate of fatigue recovery, speed for dodging attacks. By taking the hit chance out of the equation, you've crippled this system. To compensate, the fundamental dynamic has to be changed. In Oblivion, weapon skills now determine damage as well as strength. So does fatigue. Surprisingly, however, Oblivion does maintain a complicated, nuanced web because this is where scaling comes back. I told you, it affects everything. This is why I couldn't really go into detail about this topic in my Morrowind video. Alright, so in the Morrowind CS, you have this option when creating NPCs to auto-calculate stats. This takes all the basic information you give, their class, level, race, etc., and auto-calculates what their skills should be. Oblivion inherited this, but it also added level offsetting. The example we'll use is Captain Hieronymus Lex. Captain Lex is always 15 levels above the player, and every time we level, he levels and his stats increase. So if you aren't level 1, you can go to Captain Lex right now and use the command GetAV space blade on him, and find that the value is much higher than its construction set value of 58. See, a lot of people, when discussing Oblivion scaling, just leave it at health, because that's what's noticeable at a cursory glance, even with research on the UESP. They may not be realizing that the horror doesn't stop there. I'm actually writing this section very late in production, and I've probably looked at over 100 different NPC pages, and almost all of them used level offsets rather than fixed levels. In the same vein, it's probable that most of these NPCs are also using auto-calculated levels, meaning that it isn't just the gear of bandits or health values that's increasing. The people of Cyrodiil are actively getting better at skills as well. Morrowind's combat better conveys the feeling of becoming a master with a weapon than Oblivion because it has that relative skill difference. Even then, Oblivion is surprisingly robust at displaying the difference in skill levels with its damage system, and you'll only see that difference if you don't level. Because NPCs aren't improving when you don't level, you'll gradually grow in skill level compared to other NPCs. It's only one way, however, so it's not a perfect fix. It's funny to me that they actually made the combat system work for the purpose of displaying skill difference in Oblivion without hit chance, and then completely invalidated that advancement in formula with level scaling. Now I'm adding this section after having recorded and edited the combat demonstration in order to clear something up. I didn't really know what my second attempt at this would demonstrate until I did it. The first time it was to show that Morrowind combat, regardless of skill level, always results in the same paddle spamming combat, whereas Morrowind combat is faster and more dynamic. In doing this test, I realized that Oblivion's combat system actually has the potential to do a fine job of displaying skill levels, but you won't ever notice due to the aforementioned scaling. I still think the clip demonstrates my objective of showing how Oblivion's combat feels more spongy than Morrowind, with the player not really feeling all that more powerful as they level up. However, one thing I've noticed in discussions of Elder Scrolls is that people really don't get Morrowind combat. Now, if you want to make the criticism that Morrowind doesn't do a good enough job explaining itself, that's one thing. But I think if you have analysis or retrospective in the title of your video and you have a surface level or even atmospheric level understanding of the system, then that's a problem. I'm bringing this up earlier than I wanted to because I think it helps demonstrate my point. Let's say I'm analyzing Dark Souls and I say something like this. Dark Souls combat is frustrating because there's simply too much unavoidable damage. Look at this gargoyle fight. I'm unable to run fast enough to avoid these attacks. If you heard me say that and have played Dark Souls before, that's a red flag, because it shows that I don't understand how the game's defensive systems work with dodges and blocks. I would be rightfully criticized for analyzing a game I didn't understand. Most analysts I've seen discuss Morrowind's combat fundamentally don't understand it, and that's a red flag. By the way, if every other Oblivion video can have tangents about Morrowind combat, then so can mine. I've come up with a handy 3-strike system to expose these reviewers, and you can take it for a spin on any discussion of Morrowind's combat you want. Let's see how people stack up. First strike, spamming the attack button. See, in Morrowind, you do more damage if you hold the attack button for a second before releasing. This is akin to a power attack, but is actually efficient with your fatigue. I think people are drawn to spamming the left mouse button in order to do more swings, thinking it'll improve their chance to hit and thus damage per second, when actually it's the opposite. A few short, considerate swings will easily outdamage fast strikes because you'll use less fatigue. And that brings us to the second strike, bad fatigue management. Running out of fatigue due to fighting a tough enemy is one thing, but consistently demonstrating yourself fighting at low fatigue and then complaining that you miss a lot is akin to showing the world you didn't know dodge rolls were in Dark Souls. You hit 25% more often at full fatigue and miss 25% more often at low fatigue. The third strike to knock you out is this: using weapons not part of your class. It's one thing if you train a weapon skill up to a usable level, but I've noticed a trend of people not picking the short blade skill, but using short blades anyways, specifically the Iron Dagger. The Iron Dagger itself is a red flag because it's the free weapon at the census office. If someone is genuinely playing a short blade class, they would probably upgrade pretty fast from the low damage Iron Dagger. I simply don't believe in a longsword dominated world that there are this many people dedicated to using short blades. It's far more likely they hit record, started Morrowind, made a character, rushed to fight the first enemy they could with the starter weapon, and that's the clip we're seeing. Bonus points of the combat clip examples they use take place in the Bitter Coast or Ascadian Isles. And with 3 strikes, you're out. Hell, it's entirely possible the same thing is happening with Oblivion combat. It's just harder to tell who is bad at Oblivion and who isn't because of how much more homogeneous the footage will look like due to the removal of hit chance. So, with that out of the way, let's make our first proposal to fixing the system. Now, I should be clear here. When proposing fixes to things, I tend to work in the framework of trying to maintain the stylistic vision of the parent game. When I propose a fix to a quest line, it's in the interest of still telling the same general story. With that in mind, let's talk about Dark Souls. This game should not be like Dark Souls, but it's always the go-to when trying to propose ways to improve Oblivion's combat because I think people are stuck in the mindset that hit chance is off limits. Dark Souls combat works for the vision it's trying to achieve, which is a third-person action-adventure game with a variety of enemies and weapon types. Oblivion doesn't even have the basic variety of a charging enemy that you have to side roll away from, and people think Dark Souls is the place to start. Now, the aspect that the Elder Scrolls should try to learn from the game is enemy variety and when fighting humans, weapon variety. Once it has those things, then we can talk about parries and weapon arcs. Ironically, Fallout 4 seemed like a step in this direction, with multiple monster types like creatures that burrow and... Okay, maybe that's all I remember off the top of my head, but it shows a bit of innovation. So, spitballing some ideas. We got the Minotaur, who could do a big wind-up charging attack that makes him a threat in tight hallways. Maybe instead of the Minotaurs using warhammers, we give those to the ogres, who do giant sweeping attacks. We'll steal from Skyrim and say trolls have really powerful health regeneration that you need to use fire to stop. and maybe imps fly up away from the enemy to keep using magic, but this costs them fatigue and they eventually float back down back into melee range when they run out. I would also make sure that imps and trolls don't stop showing up, so instead of fighting caves full of minotaurs and ogres at higher levels, you'll always have that variety in enemy types. We've taken the basic monster category and given them all really simple overhauls that brings them variety. Now let's make the bandits and marauders more interesting. First, we're going to bring back the 3 different attack types: chop, slash, and thrust. Each weapon has different strengths in different categories, so some swords are better at slashing than they are at thrusting, and some swords are better at thrusting than they are at slashing. But you say, won't this just inherit the best attack problem from Morrowind? Meet Mordhau. Mordhau has directional attacks as well as upward and downward swings, and thrusting attacks. Mountain Blade would also later use the model of directional attacks as well. No, really, Elder Scrolls was actually early to the first-person melee brawler party. So why don't people just stick to using one attack type in Mordhau? Well, while people do tend to use the same attack over and over, thrusting with pointed weapons and slashing with the others, they still have that option of switching in order to shake things up, not for themselves, but for their enemies. Maul users will often poke with their blunt weapon because it's faster than winding up a massive swing, even if it does less damage because it knocks people out of their rhythm. Swinging with a spear rather than stabbing may seem silly, but the goal is to have as big an arc as possible to improve your chances of landing a hit. While each weapon may have an ideal mode that it's strong in, the other options could have strengths as well, like making the attacks faster. Another common occurrence in Mordhau is people not being able to swing their massive claymores in tight spaces.
Longsword is a bad option in close quarters.
The thing though is that Mordhau is an imperfect example. It's a skill-based competitive multiplayer game. You never roleplay as someone bad at fighting, although I do sometimes use that excuse. Elder Scrolls can learn from Mordhau, at least in terms of how it handles its weapon systems, but the focus still has to be on the role-playing aspect of the franchise. If my guy is, in character, not good at using swords, I shouldn't be able to just pick up a great sword and fight like a master because I, the player, am good at fighting with a great sword in the system. Our next addition is changing how armor types affect combat. It's pretty easy to identify when someone is wearing light, medium, or heavy armor, or no armor at all. So different weapons having different strengths seems like it would work well. Now, armor effectiveness being realistically portrayed as a rabbit hole of extremely niche knowledge and bickering I'm not interested in exposing myself to. Bladed weapons could be great for fighting people in little or light armor. This would gradually fall off as you got into medium and finally heavy armor. Blunt weapons would generally do less damage than bladed weapons overall, but wouldn't fall off with the heavier armors, presenting themselves as better all-rounders. Material should also be a factor. Maybe a Daedric sword cuts through iron and steel armor, but a steel sword does nothing against Daedric plate. That would make Daedric blunt weapons like the Mace of Molag Bal or Volendrung more desirable, since they would be the ultimate melee tools against heavy armor. Assassins, meanwhile, would stick with blades thanks to their strength against unarmored foes. Another thing would be to add bleed effects and broken bones, but maybe that borders on feature creep right now. However, adding weapon variety is important in easing the current effect of weapons being flavored paddles. One possibility is incorporating enchantments into attacks. For instance, perhaps some enchanted daggers could double as magic wands, staves could double as polearms in a pinch, and maybe some weapons have weapon arts where they deal more damage at the cost of enchantment charge. So, now that we have that down, how do we work hit chance back into this equation? Simple. We improve the feedback. When an attack is made, the game calculates the odds of it landing. It then knows where the end of the attack animation needs to be and where it's starting from. This is where forward and inverse kinematics come into play. If the attack misses, maybe it goes wild or falls short. If it's a glancing blow, then it connects what slides off the armor. And if it's a dodge, we might see the enemy suddenly increase the distance just enough for it to miss. I would weigh the formula to work something like this. For 2 average fighters, 15% of swings should miss, 20% of swings should glance, and 25% of swings should be dodged. If someone rates high for agility, they dodge more often. If someone rates high for armor, there are more glancing blows due to their instincts. If someone rates high for luck, attackers miss them more often. It's then the job of the designer to communicate these ideas to the player. If someone's known for wearing light armor, they should consistently dodge more often. If someone's known for being lucky, they should have a high luck rating, and so on. After this, it's simply a matter of communicating to the player that their choice in weapon skill is important to their ability to fight. I think there would be a lot less complaining if the census office generated a weapon off the player's highest rated skill rather than always placing a dagger, because anytime you see people complaining about the combat, it's always that fucking iron dagger. Finally, let's rework health and fatigue. Health can be brought down or damage brought up. Currently, large health pools are the order of the day because without them, 100% hit chance would just tear through people. By bringing nuance to the system, we can bring the glass cannon approach back to combat. Surviving more than a couple blows should be territory reserved for tanky playstyles. Supporting this would be a fatigue rework. Fatigue now regenerates much faster, with player progression bringing that time up drastically as well. Oblivion changed the system by making attacks take far more fatigue than before, meaning that fights will slow down as they progress and fighters run out of energy to do as much damage. Fatigue has returned to now affecting your ability to land hits. Now the game is trying to beat your opponents before you run out of fatigue. Dodging or blocking a lot would affect this. But what about power attacks? Oh yeah, let me put power attacks in the grave real quick. Power attacks in Oblivion just aren't good. Someone's already left a comment saying I did the combat test wrong because I didn't use power attacks. That's intentional. Fatigue is damage and you trade a lot of it to do power attacks. However, because power attacks either lock you in place or lock your trajectory, they actually often miss quite a bit. To try and get use out of my expert perk for hand-to-hand, which has a 5% chance of knocking someone to the ground, I have to do a backwards power attack. The consistent way I found to do this is to turn 180 degrees away from the enemy, run backwards towards them, and then initiate the power attack before quickly jerking the camera back around to try and land the hit. Power attack levels are tied to perks, which are tied to skill level. At 25, we mastered the standing power attack, which does 3 times the normal damage. Note that all power attacks normally do 2.5 times damage, for 5 times the fatigue. Take that in. F power attack fatigue penalty is a variable that is multiplied against the normal fatigue cost formula when you power attack. It will always cost 5 times the fatigue to do a power attack that does 2.5 times the damage. Now let's think here. Instead of power attacking, we could do 5 attacks, which would be 5 times the damage, or twice the damage of the power attack at the same cost. Power attacks then fill the niche of being finishing moves, or as you level up, special moves. At level 50, you gain a 5% chance to disarm from left or right attacks. At level 75, you gain a 5% chance to knock enemies back from backwards power attacks. At level 100, you gain a 5% chance to paralyze that works around paralysis resistance. The perk system is an Oblivion edition with varying results, mostly positive. Skyrim would inevitably go on to improve this general idea. It's not worth going skill by skill to explain all the perks, so we'll discuss them if they come up. I think power attacks are fine if you're trying to get a 5% outcome or trying to quickly finish the fight, but saying that they should be the bulk of combat is, in my opinion, really bad advice. With that, I think we've finished up on Oblivion combat. I don't know if my proposed system is superior, because it's pretty easy to let the ideas guy in me get ahead of myself with proposals. However, I do think that Elder Scrolls would do nothing but benefit from having a system with more depth. You can make it accessible and easy for people to play with, but playing on the higher difficulties should necessitate a level of mechanical skill with the system. Right now, that mechanical skill is bobbing in and out of fights or running around opponents hiding in their blind spot. From here on until the end is a linear chain of events, so we'll treat it as one long finale instead of 3 individual quests. Orion asks that we meet him in his shack in Coral. This man was a high-ranking Fighters Guild member and lives in a hovel. Orion believes the Blackwood Company must be stopped and we're the only one capable of doing anything useful for the guild. His anonymous source, aka Mark Nelson, told him a high-ranking Blackwood member is in Glademist Cave between Coral and Bruma. To acquire him alive, we have to tear through a company of Blackwood fighters. He's intimidated that we killed all his guards and is willing to follow us back to Orion's hovel. We have to pass through the gate, man, not even gonna call for guards to arrest us. Nobody ever thinks to just lie and say the player struck first. Hell, even if Blackwood members did attack us, that doesn't mean we can just kidnap their boss. I'm pretty sure slavery is still illegal in the Empire. It's weak writing, and I'm not sure why the subsequent interrogation scene couldn't have just happened at Glademist Cave to avoid it. The interrogation itself is clever and fun, using the persuasion mechanics or a good old beating to get answers out of Ajim Kajin. It ends with his suicide though, which is weird because there's nothing that should inspire such loyalty in that faction. It's a mercenary group, not a cult. Either way, Orion figures the next step is to infiltrate the Blackwood Company. Yeah, send us, the guy who runs around naked boxing trolls, on an infiltration job. Jedam Z is skeptical, but we lie our way through because player choice is an illusion. We follow him to the training area where we receive our first mission, but we need to take some hist sap before we head out. And this is where the game completely and utterly broke, even with the unofficial patch, as Jedam Z walks out, locking the door behind him but forgetting to give me the sap. The scripting is actually broken, so the game is completely and utterly soft-locked even with access to the console, which is only the second time I've had a game break at such a fundamental level. The first time being after I shot a settler in the Minutemen path of Fallout 4. There's a few problems here. This is one of those moments where the designers can't let the players have teleportation magic, because it would break the sequence to have the player discover the secret and be able to escape. The player is being strong-armed into taking the hist sap. You can't avoid it and you can't escape it. Killing the other trainees won't work, and you won't ever be able to escape. The Blackwood Company is content with locking you in their basement for the rest of time and waiting until you take that sap. They do the same thing with the hazing scene in Skyrim's Companions faction, where the game isn't prepared for the player to say no beyond simply locking off the content, which is fine if the faction in question isn't the primary combat faction of the game. Morrowind, for example, could theoretically get away with doing something like this because the player still has other options for factions to go do. What's funny is, Morrowind generally avoided putting the player in situations where the rules for the character they're playing would come in conflict with factions. I would point to Crassius Curio, but hell, sexual favors are perfectly in line with a Holau character. The Fighters Guild is by design one of the morally good factions in Oblivion, so presenting no path for the player beyond this trap is just bizarre. So we reload the save and try again. This time the scripting doesn't break and we head out. We arrive at Water's Edge and take out our targets, goblins who have taken over the village. Once it's done, or if we leave the area like a punk, we wake up at Orion's house, which is impressive given Water's Edge is near Leowyn and Modron lives in Coral. He then sends us back down to Water's Edge to find out what really happened, which, as it turns out, the village has been slaughtered. We can find the father of the woman whose debt we helped with mourning the loss of his daughter. This is an improvement over Morrowind, at least in terms of emotional storytelling, but boy is it stupid. For the aforementioned reasons, the player is ramrodded into this trap because it's the linchpin of the Blackwood Company that the player needs to participate in this event. Sure, it's interesting to force a good player into doing something morally dubious. The premise is fine, but the methods and, more importantly, the goal of the scene overrode any desire for good storytelling. The Blackwood Company is using bad hiss sap from a tree located in Leowyn as a performance-enhancing substance, but in turn it apparently makes you do evil things no matter how complicated that may be. Let's break this down then. All of the Blackwood Company quests belong to Arain, so only his quest and the Den of Thieves quest is worth discussing. We start with Maglir defaulting on a contract because the guild isn't paying well enough. This is where I have to criticize the UESP because at present they state that Maglir isn't Fighters Guild material, call him a coward, and say that he rambles about his family and paycheck. That's one interpretation, but it's apparent that Maglir is a capable fighter and he's completely right. The Fighters Guild doesn't pay well because the rewards are leveled. At levels 1 through 4, they only pay you 100 gold per contract, which isn't a lot considering how dangerous the contracts can be. 500 gold at level 20 may seem like a lot, but the cost of equipment go up more than the payouts at level brackets, so in reality, you're being paid relatively less than at lower levels. If you're a normal person trying to ply your trade as a mercenary, these wages will barely cover the cost of life-saving equipment, let alone other expenses, especially if you have a family like Maglir does. It's little wonder that only psychopaths like us are able to survive contracts at all, considering how many Fighters Guild members likely died due to chronically being underpaid. Drunken Disorderly is another quest with delinquent Fighters Guild members, which they attribute to the Blackwood Company stealing all of their contracts. This is where the player will probably first hear of the company if they aren't reading the Black Horse Courier. We then take the Master's son to find a missing farmer and find a Blackwood Company shield by his corpse. How and why did the Blackwood Company kill Galta's Previa? How? Because the cave is still full of monsters, and why? Because the cave is full of monsters, so they clearly didn't have a contract to be there, and Previa is a farmer, so there's no point in killing him. The only explanation is maybe Galtus was a Blackwood recruit, but that wouldn't explain why he was looking for gems in a cave so far from Leowyn. After this is Den of Thieves, the quest where we go with Maglir to take care of some Bosmer. This quest is weird because, as I've stated, Maglir won't bring up if you route him out in the first quest, and here he is being at least content with participating in a contract. He'll complain at the lack of direction, but that's a valid criticism of the guild not doing the investigation for us and simply sending us out to do the fighting part of the contract. After this is more unfinished business where Maglir leaves the guild to join the Blackwood Company. This isn't unreasonable. They are getting better contracts and they're even equipping him with Blackwood armor, an improvement over his former iron gear. The only thing that's wrong here is that Maglir didn't finish his contract, and really, the only thing that's wrong is that Maglir didn't tell anyone he wasn't going to finish his contract. He's not obligated to do so, given that he left the Fighters Guild. So at worst, Maglir was unprofessional in airing what were otherwise valid grievances with the guild and joined another organization that paid better and provided equipment. Azani Blackheart is where the faction takes a turn. Vitelis Danton, the guildmaster's other son, died alongside 14 others trying to retrieve a sword from Blackheart. His death is the reason Varanus stopped being sent out on jobs, and is stated to be the reason Velena Danton has been running the guild into the ground. The Blackwood Company claimed they did the contract before Argoth mysteriously died, and it's revealed that Blackheart is still alive. However, and this is important, nothing here points at the sap. In fact, nothing up to this point has ever pointed to the sap. It's simply shady dealings, and it's shady dealings we have to take Modron Orion's word on. I draw Orion into question because there's a great deal of information that he has access to that the player doesn't. Another thing is the question of how Blackwood Company got their hands on so many contracts that the Fighters Guild already received. Did they just show up at Argoth's house out of the blue, sword in hand, and turn in the job? Or were they hired by Azani to do so? Because there is an important distinction there. If Argoth can hire the Fighters Guild to retrieve a weapon from Blackheart, why shouldn't Blackheart hire the Blackwood Company to take care of someone who basically contracted hitmen against him? Argoth doesn't speak for the Imperial government, so can anyone just put in a contract to kill people with bounties? Sure, it seems underhanded because the Blackwood Company played a client for financial gain, but all we have to go on is assumptions by Orion that Argoth hired the Blackwood Company. We're shown multiple times clients of magical dispositions stating that they prefer to hire the Fighters Guild. Simply put, there's no clear answer here, beyond the fact that his sap isn't a sufficient excuse to explain the Blackwood Company in this situation. Then, Viranus Daunton dies at the Forsaken Mine. They took on a contract to take care of some trolls, however it becomes apparent they were attacked by Blackwood Company who killed troll and Fighters Guild warriors alike and then left. The clear implication is that they were affected by the Hiss sap, likely seeing the Fighters Guild members as trolls. However, question. Who made this contract and why did they hire both the Fighters Guild and the Blackwood Company to do it? That's like hiring two different electricians to wire the same outlet. Surely the Fighters Guild would have some kind of exclusivity clause in their contract prior to Daunton running the guild into the ground. And here's the thing. If you hire a contractor to do a job and then some random guy shows up, says he found the mangled corpse of the original contractor, so he completed the job instead, you aren't obligated to pay that random person because they weren't who you contracted to do the job. Rather, you're obligated to call the police because they're likely a murderer. So, were Ajum Kajin's guards under the effect of the Hiss sap? We didn't find any bottles of sap empty or filled. Are the Blackwood Company members even aware that they've been hallucinating enemies and doing immoral things under the influence of the sap, or is that just their initiation process? And that, guys, brings us back to where we were. Simply put, this revelation can only be described as really stupid. It recontextualizes exactly one quest, and said quest didn't need recontextualization. If Trolls to the Forsaken Mine was a Morrowind quest, it would have gone like this. The Fighters Guild was wiped out at the mine, and there are several leading theories. It's possible Viranus started a fight with the Blackwood Company when they showed up. It's possible the Blackwood Company struck because they recognized that he was the son of the Fighters Guild leader. Maybe they showed up explicitly because they knew he would be there. Or maybe they were under the influence of Hiss sap. There were several conflicting journals that could be found on site, with each faction speculating about the motives of the other. Oh, and Blackwood Company would be a joinable faction. Instead, they're a vaguely evil faction under the influence of drugs, and this is grounds for us to go to their headquarters and wipe them out to a man, murdering every single person involved. Where's the law on this matter?
You are no longer one of us, Fighters Guild spy. Traitor, your life is forfeit. You pathetic worm!
Orion isn't even a member of the Fighters Guild anymore. He got expelled after Viranus died. We're doing this under the table, and I'm pretty sure Officer Wes Johnson isn't going to be impressed with the excuse that it was for the good of the Fighters Guild. The canonical new leader of the Fighters Guild should be serving time pending execution for the murder of all of these people, including Maglir. Yes, Maglir shows up to fight, which is just the cherry on top. Regardless of whether you kept a secret or not, you can't avoid fighting him, which kind of runs contrary to the coward theory, although again it runs contrary to his family excuse as well. And don't say it's the Hiss sap, considering he recognizes who we are. Velena is outraged at our actions, but decides that we're worthy of leading the Fighters Guild, and we appoint Orion our second in command. The end. Boy, what a disaster. Assuming Mark Nelson really was the writer, it's easy to see that his primary focus was the Daedra quests, because they are way better than what we got with the Fighters Guild. At best, the Fighters Guild got a loose outlines of ideas that really needed a second draft that didn't come because Mark and Kin were busy trying to fix a problem with the NPCs of the Daedric Shrines. Not to hate on Nelson, he wrote the Daedric quests of Morrowind as well. It's funny that Rolston claimed that Nelson hated fast travel because, well, let's think about that claim for a second. If Nelson believed that, then surely he would have pushed his quests to not rely on fast travel, right? So what does a Fighters Guild playthrough without fast travel look like? I've been hinting at this, so let's fully map out what this quest line looks like. Why? Well, I'll tell you when I'm done. Assuming we start in Anvil then. The first two quests start in and around Anvil, so no travel necessary. But now, to progress, we have to go get a quest from the Shadenhall Hall. We go to the Desolate Mine, which is near Shadenhall, then back to town before being directed to our next quest in Coral. Our first quest in Coral then sends us down to Skingrad, and in turn to Fallen Rock Cave near Skingrad. Then we have to go back up to Coral in order to be told to travel down to Leyawiin. From here, we have to source ectoplasm, so I'll call it a freebie and just say everyone hit up the local chapel Undercroft. We then have to go back up to Coral before having to journey back to Shadenhall to then be told to go to Water's Edge, a small town north of Leyawiin. Take care of the debt, and we go back up to Shadenhall to then be sent across the Erdal to Anvil to take care of thieves at Heroda Cave near Anvil. We then have to travel up to Coral to escort the Master's son to Nautimal Cavern near Coral before returning to Orion and be directed to meet him at his house and then meet him in Leyawiin. We walk up to the ruins of Arpenia, which is a fair distance from Leyawiin, and then we move on to Adatar nearby. Then we go to Shadenhall to get a contract to deal with fugitives hiding in Bloodmane Cave, a stone's throw away from Breville. We then go back to Shadenhall before being directed to Anvil for an escort quest to Brittle Rock Cave near Kavach, and then go back to Anvil. Then we're sent up to Coral for Arain to give us a mission to go to Forsaken Mine, which is southeast of Leyawiin, and then we go back up to Coral. Then we travel to Shadenhall to be sent to save a noble's daughter at Lord Rugdumph's estate, which is some distance north of Shadenhall, before returning to Shadenhall to be sent to Anvil, where we get our next job to recover the Stone of St. Alicia. So we go all the way up to Bruma and then are sent east to find out the stone is at the ruin of Sador, which is halfway between Shadenhall and Bruma. Then we go back to Bruma and then back to Anvil before being sent to Coral to kidnap a guy from Glademist Cave, which is halfway between Coral and Bruma. We take the guy back to Coral and then are sent down to Leyawiin to infiltrate the Blackwood Company. This quest teleports us up to Water's Edge before teleporting us back to Arain's house, who will then send us down to Water's Edge near Leyawiin. And then we return to Arain's house in Coral, who orders us to wipe out the Blackwood Company headquarters in Leyawiin, and we finally return to Coral to finish the quest line. I want to put a nail in the coffin for people who make the just don't use it argument anytime fast travel comes up. The problem isn't the traveling, the problem is being asked to travel to and fro a dozen times. I had no problem each time I stepped out into the wilderness to go to a troll cave, but the caves were always a stone's throw away from the cities. The bulk of travel time you'll clock in Oblivion is going to be going down the same roads over and over, and the reason is that the designers knew you would have access to fast travel, which is why the argument doesn't work. It would be one thing if the questline was designed around a non-fast travel playthrough, but there are a few steps you can take in that front. For instance, having Orion relocate to the nearby guild halls for each quest, using a courier to deliver messages and make it possible to turn in contracts at any guild hall. But because the designers knew the player would have access to fast travel, they don't have to worry or probably didn't realize just how much of a mess the questline is for the person who decides to disable fast travel. Finally, we have Battlehorn Castle. This was a piece of DLC that added a themed home for warriors. A large castle complete with a retinue of fighters and servants, and even the ability to collect and build trophies from the enemies you defeat. There's even a cool sword you can find. It's kind of busted because the castle is just handed over to the player if they stop the marauders currently besieging the castle, all 4 of them. What Battlehorn Castle does break is armor. We'll go into more detail later, but here the player can purchase a Dwemer Forge fortifying armor of 15 points, using an ability which grants us future perks. This is important for getting the skill up to 50 quickly in order to repair magic equipment, as otherwise this is one routine expenditure the player can expect until they get to skill level 50. It's probably the most innocuous of the mechanics broken by the game's DLC, and otherwise I rate the castle pretty highly. The Mages Guild. I'm not even sure how to approach this faction. So let's start with some history. This faction is the work of Brian Chapin, an Elder Scrolls forum admin turned Morrowind world designer. He's alleged to be responsible for the Cliff Racer population. He got to switch into quest design and writing position with Tribunal. As with all things Bethesda, it's difficult to specifically credit which quests he's responsible for, although there is more certainty he's responsible for the Oblivion Mages Guild questline and Mothership Zeta DLC from Fallout 3. So, how did he do? Well, I'm generally against saying that factions are outright bad to start. I think the angle we need to take is this. Is the Mages Guild a good magical faction? And the answer is not really, mostly because the faction is basically Harry Potter. Gotta get back to Hogwarts. I don't know if you know this, but the Prisoner of Azkaban movie came out in 2004, and this was basically the beginning of the fantasy obsession with magical high school, which is not, and never has been, the purpose of the Mages Guild in Elder Scrolls. Now, sure, you have places like the Arcane University and the College of Winterhold, but I think it's important to remember the historical purposes of universities and colleges, which wasn't primarily education, but rather the aggregation of knowledge and primary research. Rather, the Elder Scrolls setting is typically characterized as having magical education fall into two camps: self-experimentation or direct apprenticeship. I don't think there's ever been a good magical faction in Elder Scrolls. The closest we ever got was House Telvanni. This is half a mechanics problem and half a passion problem. Simply put, there's a Mages Guild in Oblivion because it's expected of the series for there to be a magical faction. And because the faction is being made without passion, it can't genuinely gate content behind the expectation that the player knows or even has access to any kind of complex magic. Stealth and combat get two factions each, while magic has a single faction to be defined by. Now, the Mages Guild has to be accessible to Todd, and Todd is rather famously a barbarian player. The Mages Guild never requires you to actually cast magic reliant on your character's skill level. In other words, the game will always provide the necessary scrolls on the rare occasion that a quest requires a spell effect. Now, this is a problem I noted as well in the Morrowind video. However, Morrowind offset this problem in a key way: faction requirements. Even if the Morrowind quests themselves never required the player to personally cast magic, House Telvanni and the Mages Guild both require a magical skill to be raised to 70 and 80 respectively. Oblivion, inversely, has a few quests which encourage spell usage and one quest that outright requires it, but it has no means of verifying that the player is actually a spellcaster, outside of the most pedantic and technical sense of being a person who casts spells, albeit with scrolls. Scrolls have always been in an awkward position given they're in the name of the game. They provide an opportunity for non-magical characters to try out and utilize magic. In Morrowind, for instance, players without the mysticism skill could still purchase Alms of the Intervention scrolls, allowing them to teleport back to tribunal temples. Emphasis is on purchase. Players who lack the skill have to spend money to supplement that lack of skill. If a player is skilled in mysticism and can cast the spell, that means they may have a new weakness they need to supplement instead. Oblivion cut this down. The utility function of scrolls is lessened because there are less utility spells overall. One use for scrolls in Morrowind was for warriors who didn't have security or alteration and couldn't unlock chests, so they could purchase Ondicize scrolls instead. Oblivion's equivalent open scrolls, however, are now randomized loot. So instead of having a reliable alternative, it's more of a coupon the player can use to avoid playing the lockpicking minigame. Charm is another good use of scrolls, but only for the first couple levels in Oblivion. Even then, there are far fewer instances where high disposition matters at all. Once the player starts raking in those fame points and faction disposition bonuses, charm scrolls are worthless. Summon scrolls are another good supplement for players who want to summon but don't use conjuration. Yeah, we're really getting into niche markets now. But they can't rely on scrolls as part of their playstyle because almost all scrolls are, again, randomized loot. The problem, or perhaps intention behind the system, is that players can't create scrolls. I mean, technically yes, but it's extremely cost prohibitive in Morrowind. So they're just relegated to bonuses and demonstrations of magic, which meant sometimes I forgot about scrolls even being in my arsenal because of the UI. No, please, not yet. Spellcrafting in Oblivion was a misstep in my opinion. The player can only create new spells after gaining admittance into the Arcane University, or for the low price of $189. And once spells are created, they can't be deleted. So creating spells for a specific purpose and then later losing that purpose means you're stuck with a worthless spell. It seems like being able to craft scrolls as one-offs to test spell ideas or for specific use cases would work really well, instead of going the opposite direction of making spell creation increasingly difficult to impossible in Skyrim. But let's walk this back to the guild. You can join it in a guild hall, which provides access and ownership to many of the objects in the guild halls, with no responsibilities. It's a miracle more people don't become associates. Anyways, to join the university, we're going to need a recommendation from every guild hall, meaning every city, except the Imperial City in Kvatch and such. So let's go on tour of Cyrodiil's cities. Bruma. I started by joining the guild in Bruma.
Hello there. Are you here to join the Mages Guild?
The Bruma recommendation entails finding a missing mage who isn't missing but has in fact turned invisible to prank his boss. You can investigate by asking around, or you can use a detect spell to find Jaskar. You'll eventually be led to Volinaro, who will dispel Jaskar's invisibility if we steal a book from Jean, and he teaches us an open spell to unlock her desk. Or you can dispel it yourself if you're a nut job who actually owns a dispel on touch or target effect. I appreciate the magical path to this quest, but here's how I would have done it. Jean suspects that Jaskar is invisibly hiding, but as others will point out, Jean isn't very good at magic. She has her position due to nepotism, But she will point out that Volinaro happens to know Detect Life and Dispel, and that we should ask him for training under the guise of our new membership. The quest has the same dichotomy as Volinaro and Jaskar versus Jean. We can use dialogue to solve the problem, or we can use magic. I would go so far as to say the desk is magically locked and can't be physically unlocked, so both paths require some magic to be used. As it stands, the player can bypass the magic of this quest with the security skill and a disposition check, no magic required. Which in a microcosm is fine, but with the rest of the guild is disappointing. Speaking of disappointing, Bruma. Bruma is the northernmost city of Cyrodiil, sitting at the base of the Geralt Mountains, which serves as a natural border to Skyrim. However, due to Oblivion maintaining the scale of Morrowind, it actually feels more appropriate to say that the Red Ring Road near Lake Rumari is the base of the mountains, and Bruma sits just above the snow line. In any case, Bruma shares a cultural overlap with Skyrim, at least on paper. In reality, the people do not dress for the climate and spend their days loitering in the cold, and the Nordic culture is superficial at best. This is, in all likelihood, because what the Nords actually were supposed to be hadn't been worked out yet. The Chapel of Talos dominates the city, with a nearby section of wooden shacks copied from other cities that look out of place in the northern climate. The town also lacks a cohesive plan. You have a row of higher-end housing, but at the end of the row far from the gate is the smith. You then have a ridge with the guild halls, but someone's house is also up there. Just switch the house and smith around. Then there's another ridge, which has most of the businesses. I think the ridge premise is fine, but it needs to shift some stuff around to better centralize the commercial area. And you would think the Bruma Fighters Guild would have been mentioned at least once, considering it's located near Skyrim, a land defined by fighters.
Look at the muscles on you.
Shadenhall. Shadenhall sits below the Vallis Mountains, which border Cyrodiil and Morrowind, although this time below the snow line. Our recommendation here comes from Falcar, who seems less than pleased that we want a recommendation and sends us off to do grunt work, retrieving a ring he believes was tossed in the well. We have to get a key from Deetsan, but she insists that we speak when Falcar isn't present. Yeah? Can we hurry this up? You aren't even trying to get away from him.
Well met, guildmate.
Poor Tivila. I hear she is turning Cheydinhall inside out looking for her husband Rife. I hope nothing bad has happened to him.
Bye.
Deetsan informs us that we aren't the first associate to go after the ring, which is alarming given how simple the task is. She gives us the key and teaches us a weak feather and water breathing spell. In the well, we find the ring, which weighs 150 pounds, and the corpse of the last associate to attempt this task. Imagine drowning because you refuse to drop the ring. Anyways, we return to find Falcar has left after an argument with Deetsan. He got mad that she had helped us, and then she threatened to report him to the council, even though from her perspective, he had done nothing wrong. Deetsan's getting ahead of the script. She only has grounds to report Falcar after the revelation of Vidkin's death comes up to light. What if Vidkin had taken the ring and skipped town, or just left the guild in general? The only hint of foul play is that Deetsan was aware of the ring's abnormal heaviness, which she herself doesn't directly indicate to the player despite having the opportunity. Meaning if we had died as well, she would now be culpable. We go downstairs to search his room for the recommendation. Yeah, sure. And instead find his dildo 2 black soul gems. The significance of which is intentionally lost on the player as this is their first appearance in the setting in a quest like this. Black soul gems are used to capture sapient souls, i.e. the souls of elves, humans, and beastfolk. Black soul gems are an interesting topic we'll get into later. Their presence here allegedly means that Falcar is a necromancer, which is not true given the player can possess black soul gems but can't learn necromancy. Here are the problems. Falcar was apparently aiming to kill Mages Guild associates, and his idea is clever enough for exactly one murder. His fatal flaw? Sending the associates to Deetsan to get the key. If Falcar was a necromancer, wouldn't he have removed the body for, well, necromantic purposes? And why would he possess the black soul gems if he wasn't trying to get the associates' souls? I'm surprised he doesn't have a Mana Marco poster in his room for how amateurish his efforts at sabotage are. Deetsan then accuses Falcar without evidence, and rather than discrediting her or killing her, he just storms off in a huff. Killing her would have been on the table too, considering Falcar just goes off to live in an alien ruin after this. And sure, the game offers a magical solution to the ring problem, except the player doesn't actually need to bring the ring to Deetsan. The well is so small and the player doesn't need the water breathing effect, and 5 points of feather is not going to help much with the weight. Dietz-Zan offers to write the recommendation in place of Falcar. So, a theme of the Mages Guild questline is this dichotomy between talented magicians versus the more bureaucratic members of the guild. In a sense, the guild has lost its way as a magical institution and is now purely focused on magical regulation. This mostly took the form of gradual bans on magic like teleportation and levitation, but has recently extended to necromancy as well. The questline, though, doesn't actually acknowledge the latter restrictions, but is primarily about the schism created by the ban of necromancy. We'll have to discuss that later. Did you know that Shadenhall has a statue of Galarian? I'm not quite certain what his connection with Shadenhall is supposed to be, just worth noting given that he was the guy who founded the Mages Guild. The city is supposed to be inspired by Dunmer architecture, yet looks nothing like any of the Dunmer buildings seen in Morrowind. The adobe material would likely be rarer, sure, but it isn't even visually similar to Mournhold. In fact, design-wise, it's the antithesis. Mournhold had angled roofs, but they're almost flat, while Shadenhall's roofs are almost vertical. The doors and windows of Mournhold are defined by sharp angles, while the doors and windows of Shadenhall are rounded. And Mournhold's main theme is a seafoam green, while Shadenhall has uniformity in their purple color scheme. In fact, Shadenhall appears closer to the imperial architecture of Pelagiad and Caldera, rather than any Dunmer style, and that reflects on its people as well. There are almost as many orcs living in Shadenhall as there are Dunmer, and what Dunmer do reside here are far more imperialized than even the worst of House Halalu. It's bizarre that given the massive religious schism that is currently embroiling Morrowind during this time period, that there aren't apparently any new or old tribunal worshippers in Shadenhall. There's one NPC who will remark on this, Arvis Addis, but someone decided to put this character in the Leowen Chapel instead of Shadenhall's chapel.
I used to be a priest of the Tribunal Temple in Kragenmoor. After the collapse, I drifted for a while until I joined the chapel. The Beggars and the Wicked Thieves Guild still trouble me. I wish the 9 Divines offered charity and comfort to the poor, like the temple did.
Here you have your chapel-going Imperials and your chapel-dodging Dark Elves, and never the twain shall meet. The Imperials have the gold, houses, and top spots. Dark Elves like me left Morrowind in the whole priest-ridden tribunal nightmare. And we take the whole patriotic Imperial mission attitude with a dose of salt.
Shadenhall at least has a more functional design, with a clear divide between its commercial and residential areas. And the city's quite beautiful, with the contrast between the buildings and the plants and the river that flows through the middle of it, but to say that it has heavy Dunmer influences is little more than flavor text. Like the questlines, the cities had individual designers, and we know that Shadenhall was the work of Megan Sawyer, who started at Bethesda with Oblivion. You can even see her working on the city in the Making of Oblivion documentary. Leowen. Degale's the head of the guild hall and asks us to recover her personal amulet, pointing us to Agata. Most of the guild hall is dissatisfied with Degale, as without her amulet she simply isn't fit to lead. Calthar's the most vocal about this, which isn't surprising given his tragic facial status. Agata asks us to pry, and Calthar reveals Degale's father for some reason. Degale in turn points us to the fort her father was stationed at.
I know where you must go. Blood ran blue and dragons flew high. Under broken towers and broken bodies it now lies, waiting to be found.
That may sound like a riddle of some sort, but it's only solvable if you happen to know the names of all the local forts, which is why a quest marker pops up, pointing us exactly to it. Unfortunately, Calthar also got a quest marker and turns up as soon as we get her father's amulet.
Why are you trying to ruin everything?
I'm just now learning this. According to the wiki, Calthar can reveal that he was a necromancer but ended his practice when the guild banned it. This is a revelation to me, and this is not the first time, even in the last 2 years, that I've played this questline. Yet in all my playthroughs I've never learned this basic fact, because I've never thought to ask Calthar about the Mages Guild. That's a pretty important piece of information about his character to not include in any of the main dialogue. I thought he was just some asshole with a half-misguided, half-legitimate grievance against the guild who took it out the wrong way. This quest is so much worse with this new information in mind for reasons that bear mentioning when we talk about the necromancers. So, we give Degale the amulet and she sends off the recommendation. I think the weirdest part of the quest is that the antagonist is the one that proposes the solution, which is weird because Calthar's never given a legitimate reason to care about Degale's father. Hell, given that she and her father are Bosmer and she's on the older side, it doesn't seem like something Calthar would know about. So, Leowen. I put some feelers out there, and Leowen seems to rank in the lower end of Imperial cities, at least in a lot of people's opinions. Leyawiin isn't the ugliest city, we'll get to that. It's colorful and has a unique aesthetic without making it seem like the local homeowners association commissions the Dark Brotherhood to enforce the roof color. If I had to guess, there are two problems with Leyawiin. The first is the aforementioned aspect I discussed in the Fighters Guild section about how the player is expected to make so many trips down here. Even with fast travel, it can be annoying having to scroll the map down to Leyawiin. That's for the benefit of doing quests in Leyawiin, and there are more bad quests than good here. And that's grading on the curve that is the standard of Oblivion quests. In addition, Leyawiin isn't laid out that well. It does a decent job of not mixing its commercial and residential areas together, but then there's this guild area. The way you fix this is to switch the guild area and the chapel around and then swap the Fighters and Mages Guild so that the Mages Guild is closest to the gate because the Fighters Guild serves no purpose here. The Blackwood Company is a quest finale and the bookstore is a bookstore and a post-Morrowind Elder Scrolls game. Also, the horse heraldry is just weird considering the city's in a swamp. Horses and swamps just don't go together, you guys should know better. Leyawiin sits at the apex of Cyrodiil, Elsewhere, and Black Marsh. Despite its advantageous naval position, it doesn't actually have a port, which is just bizarre given wars have been fought over cities that sit on naval choke points. For gameplay reasons, the river isn't even deep enough for ships to actually pass. It's a shame Oblivion was also the game to portray the lowest amount of racial tension, considering how interesting the conflict between the Khajiit natives, Argonian immigrants, and Imperial nobles is in this city. There's nothing to hint at the fact that the Khajiit went against the Empire in the war that occurred between Oblivion and Skyrim just based on this population. Bravil.
No! No, not Brazil! No! No, please! Anything but that! No!
Oh, Bravil. Canonically, it's the worst town in Cyrodiil. That doesn't stop the designers from trying, at least. It's a fun city to just run around because of all the exterior staircases you can use to jump around on the buildings. And it's laid out well, with an upfront commercial area and two separate residential areas. It's hard to get lost in Bravil, despite all the buildings being brown and decrepit. I would say the town's lack of economic prosperity could be due to it being a coastal city with no port, but so's Leyawiin. There's not really any good reason Bravil fails and Leyawiin succeeds. Sure, the Count of Bravil is a prick, but that doesn't cause all the buildings to turn brown and everybody to start taking up skooma. I'm getting the town aspect of this section out of the way because I, like a lot of people, don't like Bravil. A local Dunmer bard has been harassing one of the Mages Guild members, and we're tasked with retrieving her staff from him. Kudai will even give us a scroll to help persuade him. We confront him, and he tells us he did take the staff, but he ended up selling it to someone else in the Imperial City. Quite a ways to go because you felt embarrassed about stealing her stuff. Anyways, Kudai gives us 3 more scrolls and dispatches us to go get the staff back. We can persuade the guy who bought the staff and he'll sell it to us for 200 gold, or we can persuade the wife and she'll tell us where the staff is. We return, give the staff back, and Kudai teaches us a charm spell. Alright, let me be honest. This quest doesn't even feel like it's part of the same quest line. In fact, Kudai has a second quest, Through a Nightmare Darkly, which feels more appropriate to me as the recommendation quest. Oblivion regulars will recognize it as the quest where you enter the guy's dream world and pass 4 tests to escape. In either case, neither quest really has any significance to the broader Necromancer story, and you know, I appreciate that. Instead, it's just a simple little quest to introduce players to charm spells, in the game where charm spells aren't as useful. I'm not sure why the player couldn't have been taught the spell first and expected to use it. That's rhetorical, I know why. It's because players with an illusion level of 5 need to be able to complete this quest. Skingrad. Our next task is simple. Adrian wants us to retrieve some notes she lent to Earthor, but she doesn't know where he is.
Adriana's
Druzia, yet another Argonian in the recommendation series, points out that Earthor was sent out of the hall to better practice his magic. Adrian then sends us to check up on Earthor, who we find trapped in a cave full of zombies. And he'll refuse to talk to us until every single one is dead, and he telepathically knows if this is true or not. Now, why he's in a cave with 7 zombies is never actually stated. 7's a bit much to accidentally set loose upon yourself, so the implication, I guess, is that the Necromancer sent the zombies to kill Earthor, because he's a guild member, even though they could just try recruiting him. He doesn't mention ever speaking with any Necromancers, and he's a bit hasty to move past the why question. If the goal was simply to rescue a forgotten Earthor and not involve the Necromancers at all, then surely it would be better to use a different enemy type, right? Is the idea that Earthor is secretly a Necromancer? Because that doesn't come up. Adriana will teach the player a weak fireball spell to help deal with the zombies, so that's nice. But given this is the simple task of killing X and retrieving Y, any player is again capable of completing this quest. Skingrad sits atop the road, in the sense that the player has to enter and exit the city if they follow the road from the Imperial City to Anvil. And the city, despite this being in the gated area, bridges over this road rather than connecting to it. I almost never use the proper gate into Skingrad. The town forms a loop with a section for merchants and 2 residential areas. Despite Skingrad being close to the Valenwood border, it appears to be an example of a true Cyrodiilic city, and it's well known for its wine, of which 2 separate vineyards exist. This has drawn Sindarion, a famous alchemist, to the city, as well as a whole host of interesting individuals. Simply put, this feels like the first city we've covered to have any kind of unique identity to it, and it's little surprise Skingrad is a common favorite among Oblivion fans. And more than Oblivion fans. Skingrad is popular as an example of a fantasy city design. Its castle sits alone, perched over the city, and the main road design becomes apparent when you read the story of Rizlav the Righteous, the king of Skingrad who trapped an Elysian army in a valley and pelted them with arrows. Excellent city, shame about the recommendation quest. Kvatch. A quick note about Kvatch. We'll discuss it in more detail when we cover the main quest, but this is an area where the lack of interconnectivity between the quest lines really hurt the game. In all honesty, it isn't necromancy that should have been illegalized in Cyrodiil, but conjuration as a whole, considering the planet is currently undergoing the Oblivion crisis. Instead, the Mage's Guild would be characterized as using a Dremora messenger in a situation where Dremora are invading and pillaging the country. Perhaps conjuration has been proposed to be next, and this has forced the division in the guild. Either way, nobody ever mentions that the guild hall in Kvatch gets destroyed. Anvil. The Anvil recommendation quest is interesting in that it shows the Mage's Guild actually performing their function as magical regulators. Someone has been ambushing travelers along the Gold Road utilizing frost magic. This is a bit much for a recommendation, and if you're like me, this may have been your first exposure to the Oblivion Mages Guild. In any case, we're more so acting as bait than actually taking out the highwaymen. We meet with one of the battle mages sent to assist us at the inn, and she directs us to rent a room and use the cover identity as a merchant. Sure enough, one of the other patrons asks our identity and expresses concern given recent events. We sleep. This is one of those quests players trying to avoid leveling have to watch out for, and the battle mage meets us in secret, laying out a plan. The next morning, or whenever really, we set out down the road. Sure enough, the high elf who asked our identity earlier ambushes us, and you may not know this, but she's a necromancer. The clue is really obvious. Don't you see it? It's right before your eyes. Okay, so the trick is to close Oblivion and open the construction set, and then look at the quest scripting to see that she's added to the necromancer faction when she ambushes us. Oh, were you expecting the clue to be in the game and not just some hidden variable? What's funny is, we get 1 fame point for this quest. You know what else gave us 1 fame point? Finding Jaskar. Anyways, that's the whole quest. Magic in this quest is completely optional, which might be fine if there was a narrative relevance to this quest. Which there isn't. Because at no point does it ever come up that she's a necromancer. So the point of the quest is that the Mages Guild is a competent organization that is doing its job, which is contrary to what all the other recommendation quests are trying to imply. A few more things. The Anvil Guildhall is run by Carahil, whose name comes up in an optional side quest about a lich. Hannibal Traven, the current archmage and opponent of necromancy, also used to run the Anvil Guildhall prior to becoming the leader of the Mages Guild, so perhaps the implication is that Anvil is the only good guildhall. All of that information doesn't come up in the story, however, just like how our roadside bandit being a necromancer doesn't come up either. At least Anvil's a quality town. Anvil's a port city, sitting on the coast between Valenwood and Hammerfell, and Somerset beyond that. I think part of the reason people like Anvil's aesthetic is that it's a proven real-world aesthetic. The city is also clearly influenced by Redguard culture. You have pirates and crime on the waterfront, and then you have the more imperialized Redguards inside the wall. Just need a few Alec here to tie things up. It does suffer somewhat the same problem the other cities have by not making their neighbor races more representative of what their culture is, which is a problem endemic to every race, even Imperials in Oblivion. I don't envy the challenge of trying to capture the unique aesthetics of each race, and it's one of the reasons Cyrodiil was always going to be a bad setting for an Elder Scrolls game, especially during a critical time period as when Oblivion was being developed. Things might have been better if the order of Oblivion and Skyrim had been reversed. In terms of the layout of Anvil, the city's design is simple, but its layout of services buildings are not, with merchant homes sitting amongst each other. That and its distant location makes Anvil not very suitable to using its services. Such. Coral. Our final recommendation, completing the outer circle of Cyrodiil cities, is Coral. Coral is another one of those purely imperial cities, lacking the Hammerfell or High Rock influences you would expect from its location. People like Coral, likely for its simplicity. Services by the main gate, a centralized guild ring, and a separate residential area. As a city, it's mechanically refined, which is important given there are twice as many quests here as, say, Breville. I guess people also like the really big tree. Tikius wants us to find out what Ariana wants, so she'll leave town. She's looking for a book, Fingers of the Mountain, and even gives us a location, so why doesn't she go get it? She is at least as capable as any associate of the Mages Guild. Anyways, Tikius insists we retrieve the book and bring it to him, and we find the book on a charred corpse to really sell how dangerous it is. This is where the quest branches, which is a rarity for Oblivion. You can give the book to Tikius, or you can give it to Ariana. If we give it to Tikius and then tell Ariana, she insists we steal it back. If we say no, that's the end and we get 2 fame points. If we say yes and do so, or if we give the book to her in the first place, she will spend a day studying the book. We can then take the book back to Tikius, who will overlook whatever path we took and send in our recommendation. If you're like me, you might try to get the book after Ariana tells you, but before consulting with Tikius, in which case it just doesn't appear. You have to tell Daddy about the book before you're allowed to go get it. From here on, the second part of the quest is optional. If we cast a shock spell at the pillar we were at with a Welkin stone in our inventory and manage to survive a counter spell, we get the Fingers of the Mountain spell, which is not only an underwhelming spell, but its cost is more expensive than equivalent custom spells, making the whole venture pointless. And it's leveled, so at higher levels you get a higher version of the spell. So let's evaluate this for a second. This quest requires no magic to progress. It only requires magic if you want the worthless Fingers of the Mountain spell. There are no consequences for disobeying Tikius, and he's willing to give us a second chance even though we clearly acted in our own self-interest, and his entire motivation is putting down selfish mages like Ariana. Ariana is thankfully not a secret necromancer, hence why we can cooperate with her. This quest has probably the most player choice of any of the quests in the Oblivion Mages Guild. I'd like to posit a theory about this. During the arena section, I stated that the Mages Guild had 2,362 lines, making it the third largest quest line in terms of file space, at least for vocal content. Each branch in dialogue means more voice lines, which is why most of the Mages Guild is so linear in terms of player choice. I have to wonder then if perhaps there were more choices in the original version, but when it came time to crunch things down, the Mages Guild had to shed things down into a single path. I mean, look at the Dark Brotherhood. Each choice potentially results in a unique response. You could probably cut that quest line down from 2,500 to 1,500 lines if you just focused it on a single dialogue option for each prompt. Now, I'm not suggesting Bethesda took a chainsaw to the quest line. It seems to have very little cut content hinted at in the final version, but if every branch offered a second choice, just how much would that balloon the file space? Fallout 3 had to work under the same exact constraints, ending with a similar count of 40,000 voice lines. And the way it incorporated dialogue choice into quest lines was to just have less content overall. It wouldn't be until the primary way we delivered content turned digital that developers could break the shackles of the disc and actually provide choice in a dialogue-heavy game without constraint or limitation. So how come Bethesda hasn't realized it's the current decade and actually embraced player choice? And now I'll say what I've wanted to say after each recommendation quest. Here we have the beginnings of what could have been an interesting quest. I can propose fixes and patches and better ideas all day, but what this questline really needed was a second pass. It feels like a lot of improve this later post-it notes that never got taken off the whiteboard until after the game finished. I think Shadenhall was probably the best quest narratively, while Coral was the best quest from a choice perspective. I think tidying up all the details, like giving Calthor a necromancer robe when he attacks us, giving Caminalda a line about being a necromancer when she attacks us, and indicating that there was an embedded necromancer somewhere in Skingrad that trapped Earthor in that mine, those are all things that would have improved the quest, but I think it just needs a foundational rework. The Imperial City. With all our recommendations done, it's finally time to go to the Arcane University.
Welcome to another magical year at Hogwarts!
Raminus Polis accepts us into the guild and is willing to immediately send us out to go build our staff. But first, the services. At this juncture, we gain access to spellcrafting and enchanting tables, assuming you don't have access to or aren't using Frostcrag Spire, now available for $189. There's also a lush garden to harvest and a couple trainers we unlock. The Imperial City is underwhelming. It's only impressive when you put it in context of other Cyrodiilic cities. When it was decided that Morrowind would be handcrafted rather than a hybrid of procedural generation and handcrafting, the scale of Vardenfell had to be reduced to make such a game possible. Despite the success of Morrowind and increase in staff, the scale has never been increased. Part of the reason the Imperial City feels small is that it's entirely contained within the walls of the city, even though canonically the entire archipelago, not just one island, is packed full of people. We're talking about the central capital of an empire that spans an entire continent. Now, we can go back and forth all day about how Bethesda didn't have the time, resources, or engine to fully realize the scale of the Imperial City. But I want to take this time to compare some cities between the Howard Elder Scrolls games. This is Balmorra, typically the first Dunmer city the player will visit and the local seat of House Halau. Here's Balmorra compared to a single district of the Imperial City. Sorry, that's actually just Labor Town, a district of Balmorra. Here's Balmorra compared to the Imperial City. Now, important to mention here because some dipshit, picture somewhat related, will get confused here. We're comparing two cities. One is a frontier settlement on a recently colonized island. The other is the capital city of an empire. And Balmorra is just the second largest city on Vardenfell, with the largest being Vivec City. Now, I discussed the problems with Vivec, and I'm prepared to die on the hill that it's mechanically not a good city. In all reality, I consider the Imperial City a better regional capital than Vivec, and definitely better than the historically rural Solitude. That's because it has a clear and simple market district that's easy to learn. I feel a lot of people may have missed the point with my Vivec section. Vivec is aesthetically a better city, while the Imperial City is mechanically better. Where's the alchemist in the Imperial City? The market district. Where's an alchemist in Vivec? In addition, however, the market district also boasts most of the best merchants in the game, which Vivec does not, so the player is actually encouraged to utilize this area.
People who thought Vivec or Balmorra from Morrowind were big are going to be in for a shock.
The city is divided into 10 districts. The Central Palace District, which sits at the root of White Gold Tower. You would think more than 4 quests take place here given the significance, but no. The Palace District is surrounded by 6 evenly divided districts, and there are 3 more satellite districts. There's the Arcane University, essentially the headquarters of the entire Mages Guild. There's the Imperial Prison, former home of both the Nerevarine and the Champion of Cyrodiil, whoever that is. And there's the waterfront, a port that also contains the residences of pretty much the entire city's supply of poor people. On to the 6 main districts. The Arena District is the home of the titular faction. Not much else to speak of beyond the statues of Mora House and St. Alicia, although Pelinal Whitestrake's absent. The Arboretum houses statues to the 9 Divines, with Talos at the center. The Temple District houses the Temple of the One, although at least this one actually houses people. The Talos Plaza District is the wealthiest part of town, with large manors. After that is the Elven Gardens, named so for the Elven Gardens in the alleyways.
Whose decision was it to line an alleyway with tons of shrubs?
And the Market District, the only place in Cyrodiil where you'll easily be able to find a merchant for everything. Let's take a step back and look at it another way. Is the Imperial City impressive for an Oblivion city? The answer is yes. The city is home to roughly 1/5 of the named NPCs in Cyrodiil, and unlike before, the vast majority of these NPCs live daily lives involving routine eating, sleeping, and recreation. So, while the Imperial City is actually smaller than Vivec both in physical size and population, it feels more lively seeing so many people walking around at different times of day. My only complaint about the city would be its island. Not filling the entire island with a city, fine, I'll accept that. But not even for disparate farms or Imperial Legion camps or anything? I would kill to own a farm within walking distance of a major metropolitan area. There's simply no way. It's not possible. This island has to be full of people. The Mages Guild questline from here on is a linear questline. We get 4 quests from Raminus, and after that we have 7 quests from the Archmage Hannibal Traven himself. We're going to dive deep into the morality of playing with other people's dead relatives. But first we have to get our Mage's Staff. Don't worry, as the Necromancers have decided to wipe out Wellspring Grove where the staves are made.
What have we here? Another plaything? You'll dance for me, little one. Yes, you will. I will make your corpse dance, and then tear itself apart.
Most of the quest lines in Oblivion revolve around the factions being at odds with some other unjoinable faction. I mentioned this in the Fighters Guild with the Blackwood Company and the Arena with the Yellow Team. Here, it's the Necromancers. The only problem is that this faction conflict is an ideological divide, unlike the previous 2 which had monetary motivations. The thing is, ideological faction divisions tend to be more interesting settings for stories, provided the story in question explores the antagonistic faction. Morrowind would do this by having the faction conflicts include factions that the player could choose between. The Mages Guild versus House Tovani. The Mages Guild is a top-down bureaucratic establishment which utilizes imperial law to expand their sphere of influence. They believe in controlling the magical population for the benefit of the magical and non-magical. House Tovani is a libertarian society with little need or desire for regulation. The core of their ideological beliefs are that might makes right and that magic is the path to becoming powerful. And we see both factions' modus operandi. The Mages Guild has quests that involves dues collection, recruiting freelance wizards, and performing primary research. House Tovani has quests that involve finding artifacts, performing menial errands, and defending the house. We also see both sides stoop to match the other. House Tovani makes appeals to fairness to prevent the Mages Guild from monopolizing Redoran territory, and the Mages Guild can potentially resolve the conflict by sending the player to assassinate the Telvanni leadership. Now let's compare the Mages Guild of Oblivion to the Order of the Black Worm. The Mages Guild is characterized as being a busybody organization that rarely performs meaningful functions for society. Their saving grace is that they are morally better than a literal death cult that is actively murdering people, stealing their souls, and enslaving their corpses to further torment their victims. They have only one stated objective, the complete destruction of the Mages Guild, and it can be assumed they will not stop once they've done that. Dangerous death cults can be interesting, but I think a good rule of thumb is to only have one per game. Someone should have realized that the Mythic Dawn is already filling that niche in far more interesting and developed ways, and that having the Necromancers attempt to share space with them in that front was a bad idea. I think it's more appropriate to just have the Order of the Black Worm operating as a more generalized cult. The heart of the Necromancer conflict in broader Elder Scrolls is really about the bounds of reasonable magical regulation. The story started in Daggerfall with a faction called the Necromancers, led by Mana Marco, the King of Worms, and former owner of the Necromancer's Amulet. He was one of the leaders who the player could give the Totem of Tiber Septim, and as the book Where Were You When the Dragon Broke details, Mana Marco, like all the others, somehow canonically received the totem and achieved his ending. It's actually funny that this book isn't in Oblivion considering its relevance. Oblivion did come with the book Mana Marco, King of Worms. It details the history between Mana Marco and Vanus Galerion, the founder of the Mages Guild, and it's an alchemy skill book for some reason. Anyways, Mana Marco. Using the Totem of Tiber Septim, he underwent apotheosis and gained divinity, which is emblemized by the Necromancer's moon, which will occasionally block out the body of Arche, one of the divines who represents death. The Necromancer conflict would be on pause during Morrowind, although interesting to note, Morrowind was apparently one of the few provinces in Tamriel to outright ban the practice of necromancy. Although it bears mentioning that the Dunmer practice ancestral worship and various necromantic rituals, and the law mostly pertained to performing necromancy on Dunmer corpses. Morrowind was also the game that introduced Conjuration to the series. Conjuration is the art of summoning Daedra. However, in Morrowind and Oblivion, this included the undead. This can be confusing, so let's elaborate on why this is. Conjuring the undead was meant as a stand-in for actual necromancy. When a necromancer is exposed to the Balmora Mages Guild, she offers to teach the player a necromancy spell to keep them quiet, which is a choice between two summon spells. This is because Reanimate as an effect wouldn't exist until Oblivion, and even in Oblivion it was only available through a single staff or a power in the Shivering Isles expansion. Full-blown necromancy wouldn't become available to the player until Skyrim, one of its few genuine contributions to magic in the series. But once reanimation was available to the player, well, conjuring the undead was taken away, at least until the Creation Club came along and Bethesda reanimated a dead Skyrim. Now, what's broken about this explanation is that the way you acquire spells to conjure the dead is from Mages Guild members, including members who get killed by necromancers. It's just sloppy that the mechanics surrounding necromancy stayed vague when Bethesda was intent on telling a story about necromancy. In a theoretical second pass, the conflict could be explored better. Maybe the player can acquire real necromancy spells, but only if they join the Order of the Black Worm. You lose access to support from most schools of magic to practice purely one. I understand the desire to tell the necromancy story. The game is set in the home of the Mages Guild, and Mana Marco is at odds with them. But it's like the designer forgot the whole reason Mana Marco is here in the first place is because the player could support the necromancers in Daggerfall. Anyways, we got the material and we went and got our staff enchanted. We get a choice in a few effects: fire, frost, shock, charm, paralysis, silence, dispel, soul trap, and telekinesis. Fire is a valid choice for the questline considering we're about to fight a lot of undead. Frost is, for that reason, a bad choice. Shock does not yet have the property of sapping magicka, so it doesn't really have special use as an anti-spellcaster weapon. Charm isn't very useful, and it would definitely be wasteful considering paralysis as an option. Paralysis is difficult to cast and difficult to find on weapons. For this reason, it's one of the few I went with. There's also Silence, which is a valid choice considering there's quite a few spellcasters in the game. Soul Trap is, in my opinion, simply a waste because the effect runs far too long to be efficient. Telekinesis isn't a good option for my Atronac character due to quirks or bad design with the effect, but it is definitely a great choice for thieves. A problem with the quest, however, is that staves are leveled. This means the optimal level to complete this quest is 15, as the staves will be at their most powerful. If you get a staff early, then level up, the staff will become less useful. Essentially, this means that for pure mage characters who want to start with their faction but want to get the most use out of their staff of choice, they're going to need to grind some levels. This also means if you start as a warrior or a thief and do the Mages Guild last, you're getting a better reward than mages who started with it first. After we get our staff, Raminus sends us to Skingrad to retrieve a book from the Count. The Count of Skingrad doesn't hold court, so to meet him we need to arrange an appointment. However, we're told that the Count doesn't want to meet with us, and his secretary suggests trying tomorrow. No, really, 24 hours have to pass. Then, Mercator tells us that the Count will meet us outside town at 2 in the morning. It's 11 now, so that's another 15 hours that have to pass. Only, it turns out that Mercator is a necromancer and has ambushed us with his 2 buddies. Then the Count comes in and helps me beat them to death with our fists. He calls us a fool for believing the Count would want to meet us out here, which is just...
Do you not recognize a necromancer when you see one?
Yeah, man, if they're wearing the black robes, but not if they're dressed like a noble working in a castle and I'm directed to speak with them to arrange an appointment. If you're going to call the player an idiot for falling into a trap, you should endeavor to not have that be literally the only path forward in a quest. The Count was either tailing Mercator constantly or was aware that we were here and let us walk into the trap anyways. Now that might make sense and even be a good plot point if he was using us to bait out the other necromancers. But he wasn't. He shows up to the meeting because, narratively, he needed to show up to establish his character for later. But if he was really aware of what was going on, then surely in the 39 hours I had to wait in Skingrad before this meeting, he would have approached us directly or sent us a message. The meeting isn't the only thing he knows that he shouldn't. He also knows the real purpose of our mission was to determine if Count Hassador had picked a side in the conflict. Effectively, the guild has just sent the player to die, because if the Count was on the side of the necromancers, he would have killed us. But what was supposed to happen if he wasn't? We ask him for the book and he asks us what we're talking about. Or what about if he was on the side of the necromancers but decided that this wasn't the moment to expose his allegiance? I guess the guild figures the player just has a punchable enough face that makes every necromancer who sees it want to kill us, which, well, fair enough, that's how it's gone every other time so far. Now obviously I didn't point out how silly it was to send the player as a courier when the Mages Guild can summon Dremora for that work, as this was more than a fetch quest. Or send a note to the Skingrad Mages Guild and dispatch them to do it. We return to Raminus, who apologizes.
Saved you, did he? Well, that's a good sign. I must apologize. It was never the Council's intention to put you in harm's way.
Really? Then how was I... Is he lying to me? Is every party secretly master manipulators putting on the guise of being morons? Like, yeah, you didn't warn us he was a vampire. That's not the problem. That's a red herring to the real issue of what you just asked us to do. But it turns out alright as we receive the Spelldrinker amulet, which provides spell absorption at a leveled value. This, paired with our 50% spell absorption as part of the Atronac sign, puts us at almost 70% spell absorption. We're gonna go higher, but even this value alone basically invalidates most of the necromancers as threats. Our next task from Raminus sends us to one of the council members, who says that the necromancers have taken over one of the Mages Guild dig sites and we're to rescue them. Does that sound like a good quest? Because it's not actually it. We're just being sent to help clear out a blocked passage, and at no point do the necromancers comes up. This seems to be a point of contention among critics.
Story-wise, every faction in Oblivion usually begins with the player receiving odd jobs before some primary conflict is introduced between another faction or group. And from that point, the quests all focus on that conflict.
That's just not true. Not just for the Mages Guild, but any of the factions in Oblivion. Nor do I think it should be the case. The Fighters Guild in Morrowind starts its overarching story from the third quest you get in Balmora, yet has plenty of quests that are the Fighters Guild being the Fighters Guild. If the entire questline was focused on that story, then I firmly believe the Morrowind Fighters Guild would have been much, much worse off as a faction. The player needs to see the factions operating at normal capacity in order to appreciate just what it is they're even fighting for. And just because you're undergoing a crisis doesn't mean you can shirk your responsibilities. The necromancers are a threat, but they aren't one that can be immediately extinguished, just like the Blackwood Company. We don't know the location or even identities of its members, or the full extent of their infiltration into the Mages Guild. It's not like we can pull these archaeologists off their project to help deal with the problem, because at this stage, we wouldn't have a use for them, so they continue their expedition of this Iliad ruin business as usual. The problem the researchers have run into is not a caved-in hallway, but a chamber with a pillar that responds to magic. The puzzle's rather simple. You give a translation book to one of the researchers and then read off the inscriptions on the wall. Each inscription refers to a magical effect which, when cast in clockwise order, opens the way. The big issue with this puzzle is the lack of clues that suggest you follow a clockwise order. That may make sense to us, people who have grown up with analog clocks and are used to clockwise being a standard method of following a circular pattern, but does it make sense in a setting where the clock hasn't been invented? It's not actually a problem for me that the mages here haven't solved this basic puzzle yet. Sometimes gamers forget that normal people may die.
Best to play it safe. No complex magic. Stick to basic spells with single effects.
How haven't you figured this out yet?
All I can say for sure is that it reacts to magic, badly most of the time. Several mages were hurt attempting to cast spells at it. It's at the bottom of the ruins, if you wish to try your luck. Be careful, though. It could be quite hazardous to your health. Best to play it safe. No complex magic.
In fact, it's fairly understandable. There's nothing to actually indicate that anything worthwhile is inside the pillar. These are Iliad researchers who would know that Iliads intentionally use a lot of traps in their cities to kill outsiders. From their perspective, this could be just a giant magical dildo that spits lightning at interlopers, with a pedestal inside that has a tablet carved with the likeness of a butt on it, solely to waste time. Or maybe the pillar requires the caster to be Iliad. This is a setting with racial magic after all. In addition, it fits the narrative that the Mages Guild is full of unambitious bureaucrats quite well that this character gave up at the first obstacle to progress. Salt's criticism that the researchers have all the scrolls on site to complete the puzzle is valid, just for the wrong reason. Imagine that, instead of these randos, we're greeted by members of the Cheydinhal Mages Guild. The characterizations are the same, the plot's the same, the characters are just different. And instead of having a chest full of scrolls, one of them is a spell teacher. They have a lot of red herring spells, but they happen to have all the spells you need on hand. Now, instead of using disposable scrolls that any character can use, you have to actually cast magic to solve the puzzle. I would also add 2 additional voice lines, because that's all you need. One would be that Skaliel, who is now Deetsan from the recommendation quest, has decided for safety reasons to disallow any further testing of magic on the pillar as a guild member was killed. The other line would be for Danelle, the translator, who would suggest from his study of the Iliads that we may know the effects, but the pattern could be random, and offers to teach us a spell absorption spell to help protect us from the pillar while we experiment. The quest now requires that we go behind the back of Deetsan, someone who has helped us before, and after we succeed she may even threaten to report us for not following her instructions to the letter, because remember, we're telling a story about a mages guild that has lost focus on the point of research and has become embroiled in petty politics and egoism. The other half of the time spent on this quest is the standard Iliad ruin, subsection Undead Variety, particularly 8 of these wraiths. Fighting them is more tedious than difficult due to the fact that I can absorb their magic and easily dodge their melee attacks, but they are built like tanks.
I love the undead. I try to use them as much as possible. Just bring in one of these guys, pop them down.
We get our hands on an ancient elven helmet. They could have specified Iliad, but whatever, and return to Erlav Jarol to finish the quest. Our reward is the Robe of the Conjurer. Now, it's somewhat worthless to discuss clothing as most of it's decorative. Unlike Morrowind, you can't wear clothes under your armor and there's no unarmored skill. The only gameplay advantage is spell effectiveness, which can only reach 100% of the players unarmored. The changes to the armor system have had an impact on the number of articles of clothing the player can wear. You don't have as many options to combo or layer clothing, which is more than cosmetic considering enchantments. Robes are actually inferior to a shirt and pants combination because the latter provides more slots for enchantment. Males can no longer wear skirts, so the imperial purple skirts of Morrowind are gone. The mythic dawn robes that I want to wear go further by taking up the gloves and shoes slots as well. The best combination I found was the dark shirt, the black wide pants, a black hood, and a generic pair of shoes, and the wrist irons you start the game with. This combination works because it will only weigh 1 pound. The downside is that it looks awful. Spell effectiveness is a multiplier to the power of the spell effect, so 90% on a 100-point fire spell would do 90 damage instead of 100. However, it's not really the biggest deal in terms of spellcasting unless you are a high-level illusion mage. Illusion's magic magnitude is tied directly to NPC levels, which scale. Past level 25, you need 100% spell effectiveness to be able to use illusion magic, which is only possible if unarmored. But the unarmored skill was removed after Morrowind. Unarmored is a contentious skill among Morrowind min-maxers, largely because you miss out on a bunch of potential enchanting slots, but it was important that unarmored characters in patched versions of the game anyways, could have armor ratings, specifically for non-magical unarmored classes like pugilists. I believe the expectation is that the unarmored Oblivion player would use alteration, magic, and enchantments to supplement their armor ratings. Shield effects do provide a noticeable increase in defensive stats, but they have the downside of further limiting the number of enchantment slots the player has. I prioritized using Fortify Magicka effects to help deal with how few times the player can cast spells before running out of Magicka in Oblivion. This opens the enchanting can of worms. There are 3 ways the player can enchant. First is to bust out the wallet to purchase and/or install Frostcrag Spire. You go to the Mystic Emporium in the Imperial City Market District and purchase the necessary materials to build an enchanter. Then you acquire a soul. The more powerful the donor, the more powerful the effect. Finally, you pay a sizable sum of money at the enchanting station and you now have an enchanted item. The second way is to gain access to the same enchanting station after you do your 7 recommendation quests and join the university. Or you use a sigil stone. Sigil stones are earned at the end of Oblivion Gates, which start opening around Cyrodiil after you visit Kvatch in the main quest. The Sigil Stone's effect is randomly determined when you close the gate at the end, so you can endlessly save scum to repeat the final sequence until you get the desired stone. The stones are, however, leveled, with the most powerful of them appearing at and after level 17. You simply use the stone, select your item, and get either the offensive effect on weapons or the defensive effect on armor. The sigil stones are a limited supply. There are only 60 Oblivion Gates, meaning 60 chances, and once you use a stone, it disappears. So, if you refuse to save scum, you're going to have to do a lot of Oblivion Gates to get the desired effect. And Oblivion, well, we'll detail the problems with Oblivion during the main quest. The end of the main quest also means prematurely ending access to Oblivion as well. Even if you do get the desired sigil stone, in our case Fortify Magicka, you have to get it multiple times to fill all the slots, which means more Oblivion runs or... Alright, so there was a point where I broke down and started using macros to level. There was a similar point where I decided to use a certain glitch as well. The scroll duplication glitch is a fairly bizarre glitch where if the player selects a scroll they have multiples of and then drops a different item, it will duplicate those items to the number of scrolls the player has. So if I select a 100 stack of scrolls and drop 10 potions, I will get 10 stacks of 10 potions totaling 100. I don't really understand the technical how of this glitch. I'm sure someone will explain it and then post a link to an explanation I could have spent several hours looking for. Obviously, this falls outside the bounds of an immersive playthrough. The difference between this and using the console is just time saving finding the reference ID. Look, I tried to play the game without cheating, for integrity and all that, and it lasted about 15 hours. If the player decides against sigil stones for any valid reason, they still have the option of standard enchanting, although even Grand Souls will result in a weaker effect value. Now, you might think that Grand Souls would be the most difficult to come by, but the most difficult soul to get is the relatively weaker Greater Soul. See, Oblivion added Black Soul Gems, the creation of which we'll get access to in this questline, which enables us to capture the souls of people. This always results in a Grand Level soul, even if the soul in question belonged to a starving, homeless beggar. And since the generic bandit population outnumbers the normal civilians, it's not like you have to murder an actual character to get them. And no one in the Mages Guild will even bust you for turning people into weapons. Personally, I think that nameless NPCs, if you have to have them, should result in only a greater level Black Soul Gem. Black Soul Gems are a shortcut to creating powerful items because they allow you to get around the need to soul trap powerful white soul-bearing creatures, so it should come with the cost of sacrificing named NPCs for this cause. Sure, metagamers would just rush to soul trap all the named NPCs that die in the quest, but at least it would make Black Soul Gems require some actual evil on the part of the player. Also, because soul gems are now buried in the UI, it's hard to keep track of what gems you have and need to fill, so you might end up filling a valuable Grand Soul Gem with a Petty Soul because you didn't realize you were out of the Petty Gems. As stated, however, Grand level enchantments are generally weaker than their Sigil Stone counterparts, although custom enchantments do allow you to have multiple effects. So the comparison looks like this. Sigil Stones are tedious to acquire, there's a limited supply, they have leveled values, and they're randomized. Grand Souls are easier to acquire, but cost gold to use, have a weaker effect, but a custom effect at the same time. The upsides of enchanted equipment is too great even for the most die-hard of orc barbarians to pass up, and I think Sigil Stones were meant as a means for non-magic characters to access the benefits. So, let's go over the spell effects that a player can enchant their armor to possess, and since spellcrafting is in the name of this section as well. Alteration. Burden and Feather are both effects which impact encumbrance. It's strange to hear people complaining about encumbrance when Feather and Fortify Strength are both effects that exist in the game. And then again, Feather and Strength in general were cut from Skyrim. Burden, which has a similar effect to drain or damage strength, allows you to offensively encumber somebody, although most people don't carry enough equipment to be noticeably affected. Still, it's a good tool to have in the arsenal, as NPCs can use it to suddenly throw an unexpected wrench in the player's plans if they're redlining their own inventory. Shield, as previously stated, is used to increase the target's armor rating. Armor works a bit differently in Oblivion than Morrowind, however. It's now effectively a percentage that determines the physical damage absorbed and caps at 85%. So there's no point in going over 85 points of shield, and you can get away with less the more or better armor you wear. Fire, Frost, and Lightning Shield all operate the same way. It's basically a shield and a resistance effect rolled into one spell with a slightly higher base cost. Water breathing and water walking provide fairly obvious effects, although it's worth noting one thing. The ability to enchant items to cast spells has been removed from Oblivion, so instead of enchanting a ring to cast water walking for 45 seconds, a water walking enchantment is now just a constant effect. In Morrowind, a certain playstyle was possible where you could get items like the Ring of Toxic Cloud, which would cast a ranged poison spell that exploded on impact. It's a ring, so it weighs almost nothing and has the benefit of being reusable, unlike a scroll. Players could collect these items and create a very powerful character with very low encumbrance. There are no downsides to this playstyle, as enchanted items would passively regenerate their charge in Morrowind. I feel the designers really wanted to nerf this playstyle, but they used a bunch of different solutions that had a way bigger impact than nerfing the jewelry collectors. The first was to remove passive enchantment charge regeneration, meaning items have to be recharged with soul gems or add an enchanting services provider. Given the cost of enchanting, using soul gems to recharge items was their primary use in Morrowind, and it served as a fast way to keep your items going in a fight. Removing passive recharge means the player now has to soul trap, or spend money to keep getting use out of their enchanted items. That's fine for a custom enchantment job because that likely means the player is already magically inclined, but not for something like the Wabbajack. If players aren't going to soul trap, then they have to spend 1 gold per point of charge to keep using their toys, which is extremely expensive, or they have to use Varla stones, which are extremely valuable and difficult to acquire and require running Iliad dungeons. However, another nerf was dished out. Enchanted items can no longer cast spells, so a Ring of Water Walking doesn't cast Water Walking for 30 seconds, but now provides the effect as long as the player wears it. Constant effect items existed in Morrowind, and creating custom constant effects was the end goal of every player using the enchanting system, something you had to work hard towards. Now it's the only option, and a lot of the fun has been removed. Granted, they did fix the infinitesimally small chance of hand enchanting by cutting it from the game, and they fixed the superbly high cost of enchanting at a service provider by turning them into lectarns and hiding them behind a paywall and a locked gate. Anyways, Open is the magical player's alternative to lockpicking and is tiered into very easy, average, hard, and very hard lock effects. Oblivion made a change to the lock system, which was to have lock level 100 correspond to requiring a key. In Morrowind, if you had the skills and or tools, you could open any lock, and it wasn't hard to have a high enough security or alteration skill to do so. Oblivion would introduce the trend of creating locks the player was incapable of opening without any mention of a key, because there is a possibility that the player might find a chest or door ahead of time and break a quest sequence, and rather than accounting for that, it's way easier to just slap a requires key sticker on it and move on. The lock spell was also cut from the game, although it does exist in the construction set. This was probably because the spell would break Radiant AI, and rather than simply having the AI call for help and a nearby guard unlocking the door, they just cut the spell. Lock was a neat spell. Its main use was usually security training, although the lock spell you buy is also useful for macro alteration training. Oh, yeah. And since the AI couldn't open locked doors, you could trap them in rooms and hit them with explosions you shot at the door. I can see them wanting to fix that. Sure, it's just a shame the fix was a cut. And speaking of cuts, jump, slow fall, swift swim, and of course levitate. Jump was probably cut because it was superfluous with Fortify Acrobatics, even though it wasn't and worked in a separate way. And even then the game makes damn sure to limit how hard you can fortify acrobatics. Funny how we went from finding a scroll to jump across the map to nervous that high-level acrobatics players might realize you can jump up to the end of Vilverin at this ledge near the beginning. Swift Swim. It didn't have a lot of things going for it in Morrowind, but that was bad balancing, because it was better to use Fortify Speed than Swift Swim. Just make Swift Swim cheap to use, but obviously ineffective on land, and it's balanced. But no, just cut it. Slow fall was an easy way for mages to mitigate fall damage, which isn't a problem in Oblivion as dungeons and even open areas are very rarely designed vertically. And they were probably worried someone would slow fall off Castle Skringrad into the walled part of the city and break the illusion, which is definitely why Levitate was cut from the game. Even though areas where levitation effects are magically negated do exist in the setting and were used in Mournhold for the express purpose of preventing players from flying out of the city, but again, areas in Oblivion are very rarely designed vertically, so even if you did have the effect, it's not like you would ever actually get to use it. Still, it would be fun to be able to levitate up mountains or across rivers. Just say that cities and dungeons and Oblivion gates use suppressants to inhibit levitation magic, or make it so that responsible people witnessing you levitate gives you a bounty. It's illegal, so maybe we have to track down Dovin or Rain, a former levitation trainer who lost his passion after the spell was banned from the Empire. Man, I can't help but imagine how levitate might have helped the Emperor here. Conjuration. Conjuration has one enchant effect, which is turn undead. It makes undead lower than the spell level run away from the player. I continue to be amazed that among all the cuts that happen to the magic of Elder Scrolls, Turn Undead has managed to survive it all. Conjuration's remaining effects are to bind equipment and summon creatures. Binding weapons in Oblivion has always seemed like a meme to me. Like in Morrowind, you can make a Redguard spec in Longblade and Conjuration, and get him a bound longsword spell that he has a 93% chance of successfully casting in less than 15 minutes. But in Oblivion, weapons are leveled to your conjuration, so a novice is stuck with a dagger, then at conjuration level 25 they can get an axe, then at conjuration 50 they can get a mace and a bow, and at 75 they can get a claymore. It's the same thing with the armor. You get the boots, gauntlets, and helmet at novice, the greaves at 25, the chest at 50, and the shield of all things at 75. Bear in mind, your other reward for getting to expert was a two-handed sword, so no sword and board for conjuration players anymore. I think the concept of summoning your equipment is pretty cool, so I'm glad it exists, even if it's a mangled victim of the Oblivion balancing act. What's even weirder is that someone at Bethesda clearly likes binding equipment, as evidenced by the Mythic Dawn entering combat by binding their armor. And its terrible Oblivion implementation didn't see it getting cut from Skyrim, so I don't understand why players are expected to switch from blade to blunt and back to blade again in order to use the bound weapons. Creature summoning is actually mostly the same as it was in Morrowind. There's a couple new creatures like the Lich and the Spider Daedra, but also a few that got taken away like the Ogrims and Winged Twilights. You can also only start summoning creatures at Conjuration 25, meaning that Turn Undead and Bound Dagger have to do if you don't make it a major skill. I like creature summoning, since it means you can outsource some of the Oblivion combat to a minion, but it comes with quirks. Using the default spells, a summoned Scamp costs 60 magicka for 20 seconds. A summoned Flame Atronac costs 135 magicka for 30 seconds. A summoned Frost Atronac costs 360 magicka for 35 seconds. These spell costs are pretty insane, especially if you have the Atronac birth sign and don't naturally regenerate magicka. Morrowind summons were expensive as well, but that was because all the default spells lasted a full minute. I don't know why we're making the more powerful summons last longer, since that's just going to balloon the spell cost, and the first thing any smart player would do is create custom versions of their desired summon that only last 20 seconds. Destruction. Destruction has a lot of effects, so I'll try to be brief here. Damage effects last until a restore effect is used. Drain effects last until the effect expires. Disintegrate does damage to the health of items, and weakness lowers the resistance values. Fire, frost, and shock are basically interchangeable in terms of effect and cost, but with the differences depending on the target's resistances. All of these are used for weapons, which means they are all cast on strike. Enchanted weapons are necessary for min-maxing the amount of damage you can do, but don't work as well for general use because they have to be recharged by hand. Now, there isn't anything actually stopping the player from putting weakness to magic and drain fatigue on an item and permanently trapping them in place. Hell, that's how I kept the servant at Battlehorn Castle out of my bedroom. Destruction is the same as it was in Morrowind, minus poison damage, which now belongs to alchemy. Oblivion also broke the ability to combine a weakness spell and a damage spell into one and have it take full effect. Example given, weakness to magicka, 100 points, drain health, 100 points. In Morrowind, this would typically do 200 points of temporary health damage to NPCs with no magic resistance, usually killing them. This same spell in Oblivion will only do 100 points. I believe it has to do with the order the game internally applies the effects being backwards in Oblivion, where it applies the damage effect first and the weakness effect second. So to get full use out of weakness spells, you have to cast them first and then switch to your damage spell. Skyrim would completely revamp the Destruction School to such a degree that even brushing on the subject would make what is already going to be the longest section of this video even longer, so I'll leave it at that. Illusion. Illusion has 4 enchanting effects, as most of its effects are spell-oriented. Light creates, what else, a magical light source. It's actually better than its Morrowind counterpart, given the light more prominently affects the player's ability to sneak. However, it's somewhat unnecessary, as Oblivion isn't really a dark enough game to need the light effect. Skyrim would improve the light effect by allowing players to cast it at targets. Night Eye, in turn, allows the player to see in the dark without casting light, for stealth purposes. Unfortunately, everything turns this color. Then there's Invisibility and Chameleon. You can't enchant items with invisibility, as the effect would expire as soon as you interact with something, and you would have to constantly re-equip the item. You can, however, enchant items with Chameleon. The difference is largely the same as in Morrowind. Invisibility makes you undetectable until you interact with something. Chameleon allows you to interact, but is more expensive. In Morrowind, if you were under the Chameleon effect and attempted to speak to an NPC, you could potentially fail and suffer a disposition loss. I assume to simulate the NPCs not recognizing who the player is, or maybe getting spooked. This was removed. The player can freely chat with anyone at Chameleon level 100. In fact, Chameleon level 100 is... we'll talk about it later. Silence is an effect that prevents spellcasting. However, an improvement from Morrowind was made to the cost. Also, why is it called Silence if spellcasting is non-verbal in Elder Scrolls? Paralyze was equally effective to Silence at the same cost and more universally useful. Now Paralyze is much more expensive with a lower duration, so Silence can actually fill its niche as an anti-spellcaster tool. The problem with Silence is, and will continue to be, the spellcaster AI, as they simply never make effective use of magic. So going out of your way to equip and cast a silence spell will never be preferable to just doing damage, which is why Silence was removed from Skyrim. Why fix something when you could just cut it instead? Calm, Charm, Demoralize, Frenzy, and Rally are all spells which affect various values that belong to NPCs, with pretty obvious effects. The problem that was inherited into Skyrim is that because the effect has a level variable which caps and levels can raise beyond that cap, illusion spells can drop off in viability after a certain point. If the player stops using illusion spells and passes into a new level bracket, they may find their old spells no longer work. Or they may not be skilled enough to cast the new spells and have to grind some levels to catch back up. Calm can be useful for ending fights, but unlike Morrowind, there are no hostiles that are worth calming down. Example given would be Corrin, a hostile Altmer mage who is also the master enchanting trainer in Morrowind. You could also calm any normal bandit and then use Persuasion to intimidate them into no longer being hostile. Generic Oblivion bandits, even when calm, won't talk to you, and using the spell to end fights with town NPCs you don't want to kill is unnecessary, as Oblivion added the ability to yield. Seeing as calm is now just a combat spell for a slightly higher base cost, you could instead use Demoralize, which causes NPCs to run away in fear. The only time this would be a disadvantage is if the NPC runs further into the dungeon and draws the attention of all its friends. These spells seem to fit the niche of the stealth player who wants to continue using stealth after being caught, or a normal person who doesn't want to fight all the woodland creatures. Then there's Frenzy. Frenzy exists to start fights. I believe the idea was that you could use Frenzy in a group of enemies to cause infighting, but in reality, Frenzy gets used as a free murder pass in Morrowind and Oblivion. I don't actually mind at all that Frenzy is considered assault in Skyrim, as Frenzy has zero downsides as is. And I never got a frenzied enemy to actually become an ally, they usually just end up targeting me anyways. Rally is a spell I've never understood the usage of. Enemies in Morrowind generally didn't run away unless you got somewhere they couldn't pathfind to, and I've only noticed enemies in Oblivion fleeing because they were trying to utilize ranged magic. Skyrim was really the first game to implement widespread enemies running away dynamically, so I guess Illusion was the baby of the AI designer. Commando is a spell that was taken from Conjuration and placed into Illusion magic, which is honestly fair enough. In Morrowind, it could be utilized to move NPCs around, moving a merchant into the player's home. The more complex AI scripting means that even if you try to relocate an NPC, they'll just go home when the effect ends, appropriately angry at your magical manipulation. You can also use command magic to force enemies to fight for you. Sadly, command was another spell that got cut come Skyrim for no apparent reason. Overall, illusion magic is fairly versatile, but it does a bad job of selling itself because most of the lower level effects are pretty weak and it can be pretty easy to outlevel the skill. Mysticism. Rest in peace. Mysticism has a short list of effects. Detect Life has had a genuine improvement over its Morrowind counterpart, showing an on-screen effect instead of indicating the detections on the minimap. Telekinesis has also improved. It allows the player to manipulate objects remotely, but is more dynamic and allows the player to move objects around the environment. Soul Trap applies an effect that, when the target dies, captures their soul in a soul gem. Reflect Spell, Reflect Damage, and Spell Absorption are a little more complicated. Spell Absorption is a chance that converts points of magic damage into magicka. The Atronak trades passive magicka regeneration for 50% spell absorption, meaning a 50% chance a spell's effect is absorbed into magicka. Reflect Spell is another chance, which reflects a spell effect back onto the caster. Reflect damage is a new effect, which reflects a percentage of physical damage taken back onto the caster. Unlike the latter two effects, this is guaranteed to occur for each melee strike. It would be neat if the AI recognized that it was damaging itself and switched to a bow to compensate. Oh well. The designers seemed cognizant that these effects were unusually powerful enchantments, given that Martin will comment if you give him Spellbreaker, which has a 30% reflect spell.
Not many people would give up Spellbreaker for destruction, my friend. Your sacrifice honors me.
We'll have more to say on these later as our characters develops. The final mysticism effect is Dispel, which removes active magical effects. This is only effects from spells, but can be positive or negative. You can use the spell to dismiss enemy summons, for example, or to remove an absorb effect from yourself. It's a good idea. The only problem are the enemy spellcasters. A spell effect usually isn't going to be on you long enough for you to stop and dispel it, because most enemies will use magicka inefficient, quick burning spells that'll be over before you can dispel them. And, well, there's the ever-present issue. If I'm going to be casting magic at an enemy, why not just cast a spell that does damage to them instead? Magic users generally aren't durable enough to actually require thinking about disabling their magic. Now it's time for the cuts. Absorb effects have been moved to Restoration, making its long list of effects even longer. Alms of E and Divine Intervention have been cut. Detect Enchantment and Detect Key have been cut. Mark and Recall have been cut. With only 7 spells to its name, by the time Skyrim came around, Mysticism had been cut. Restoration. Restoration has the most obvious effects in the game. Restore heals, resist resists, fortify fortifies, cure cures, and absorb absorbs. If fire damage is the bread of destruction, restore health is the butter of restoration. That's why they are the two default spells every Oblivion and Skyrim character ever has had. There's also the less popular restore fatigue. However, since power attacks are useless for the aforementioned reasons, the only thing drawing fatigue would be jumping around, so as long as the player stops doing that, the player will always be at a decent fatigue level, meaning they will always do mostly ideal damage. Resistances have been cut as spells, except for resist magic of all things. It's a shame too, as resistance spells could provide spontaneous defensive measures, like using resist fire in Oblivion Gates, resist frost against necromancers, or resist poison against gobos. I think the idea was to encourage utilizing the elemental shields from Alteration, even though Restoration is the most universal skill. Fortifications are another interesting tool that has fallen by the wayside. I was always careful to use Fortify Health in Morrowind, as taking too much health damage and then losing the effect was the death sentence, although apparently in Oblivion that isn't the case, as it will leave you with just 1 health. Fortify skill and attributes are always memes, like using Fortify Speed to speed up escorts, or using Fortify Mercantile to max out your Mercantile for 3 seconds and then initiating a conversation. However, Bethesda did go out of their way to put some caps on their formulas, so getting to 10,000 intelligence and making potions worth thousands of gold is no longer possible. Cure spells continue to work as usual, although Cure Paralyze as a spell continues to boggle the mind. The problem with Cure Poison is that, unlike the player-created poisons, the poisons NPCs will use are almost always instant. Finally, Absorb spells. They've been stolen from Mysticism, as mentioned, and Bethesda never seemed to get Absorb health in a good spot, so they removed it as a spell in Skyrim unless you're a vampire. The problem with Absorb health isn't that it's bad, it's actually really good, so much so that it can overshadow the other offensive spell options. Sure, the spell's base cost is greater than damage, health, or fire damage, but it's not greater than those 2 spell effects combined with a healing spell. Absorb health is very powerful, and its only weakness is being tied to Restoration, the slowest magic skill to level. Spellcrafting. Okay, so I've basically given you a rundown of all of the magic in Oblivion. You can thank me later, because now we're going to talk about spellcrafting.
Things that could exist in the Wild West of 2006 game design, but never in today's AAA games.
Yeah, but why though? In reality, most magic in Oblivion boils down to increase number, decrease number, spawn thing, or freeze body if you're feeling advanced. Hell, the crazy part of Oblivion's spellcrafting are mostly just interactions with the new physics systems. A lot of what was hereditary for Morrowind was actually stifled in an attempt to balance the system out. For example, what's stopping me from creating a spell that uses all of my magicka but completely and utterly erases the enemy? Skill restrictions based on magicka cost, because spell chance isn't in the game anymore, magicka costs have to be the balancing factor between spells. But rather than having that be decided by the player and their pool of available magicka, it's instead tiered into the system, and all roads lead to sitting in place casting 1 magicka spells to increase your skills to unlock better magic. In order to make a custom spell, you need to gain access to the spellcrafting table, join the Arcane University, or pay 1,000 gold to get one next to the Enchanter at Frostcrag Spire. Morrowind was much more open to spellcrafting, allowing anyone to do so at the Mages Guild. To acquire effects, you need to learn a spell from a trainer. This is where I mentioned that you can't delete spell effects in Oblivion, meaning if you want to make a custom spell, you will have to first acquire a spell you will almost certainly never use again, and will thereafter have to scroll over it for the rest of the game. Spells fall into 3 categories: self, touch, and target. Target multiplies spell cost by 1.5 times, so I usually stick to touch spells for offense and self spells for defense. And it also costs less if the duration is higher, and we're working on a magicka economy here. I should mention spell tomes. This is an odd one. Back in the day, for $1, you could get this plugin that adds a bunch of books to the game that will teach the player spells. That ended up being the primary way spells are taught in Skyrim, so it's kind of weird that this is how the idea got its start. Of course, now it's packaged with the base game and it's inserted in such a way that many people might not even realize that it was downloadable content. Spell tomes just have a chance of replacing scrolls. There is a conjurer that will try and kill you carrying one, but that isn't even really necessary for you to start encountering them. When you use the tome, it will offer to teach you the spell in question. This is in varying shades of usefulness. Ironically, it's more useful in my Super Dungeon mod as a way of getting magic than it is in the actual game because, well, spellcrafting. There are a few effects you can only get through spell tomes, including Fortify Skill, Resist Disease, Resist Paralysis, Resist Poison, Resist Frost, Summon Bear, and Stunted Magicka, which is the effect that prevents magicka regeneration. And that's kind of weird, right? Morrowind had a problem with Fortify Skill breaking a bunch of stuff, so one of the base patches removed the only way you could get that effect from the base game. And then the first person you meet in the Tribunal DLC will teach you Fortify Skill spells. Then Oblivion comes around. It also doesn't give you the effect in the base game, but again, it will bundle the effect in with DLC. This reinforces my suspicion that there isn't any one person at Bethesda focused on magical mechanics. The thing is, right, what sticks out is the ways the effect can break the game, but you could also just use it to minorly augment your abilities. For instance, enchanting gear to fortify your blade so you increase your damage. A Grand Soul will buff your skill 10 points, which increased my damage with, say, Chill Rend from 16 to 18. The problem with spell tomes is that it's more spells that may potentially clutter the spell screen. Maybe if the spells were more magicka efficient, a couple are, but most of them are identical to what a custom spell would give you. There are also a bunch you can potentially find for pre-existing spells. It's a small DLC that I guess is kind of useful to magical playstyles? Maybe? I created a basic 1-2 punch. We start with Weakness to Fire 100% spell for a couple seconds that's quite cheap, and follow it up with a fire damage spell that does low damage over a long period of time. Even though the Weakness to Fire spell expires before the fire spell finishes, it will continue to do damage as though it is there. Hotkey to Weakness to 1, and the fire spell to 2, 1 cast, 2 cast, and then, I don't know, just beat them to death with your fists or something. Did you know that a 93% chameleon effect for 3 seconds is an apprentice level illusion spell? You can get up to 96 points of fortified mercantile for 3 seconds at apprentice as well. Hell, a novice can cast a 100 point charm effect for 3 seconds and impress every single NPC in the game. Honestly, even with its limited spell pool, custom spells in Skyrim had a lot of potential due to all the new additions to magic like the flamethrower effect, dual hand charging, cloak spells, and runes, and we lost all that because we decided to cut this entire system. When last we left off, we had gotten the Robe of the Conjurer. Raminus Polus now asks us to try and get some information on the creation of Black Soul Gems. We're sent over to the archives to meet with Miia, who is angry at first but is more cooperative when we state our objective. It's good that not every character in the Mages Guild is characterized as being self-destructively up their own ass. We have to find the book, but don't worry because there's a quest marker to help us. This is something I don't get about the quest marker supporters, right? Okay, so they're supposed to help prevent bad directions. Yeah, let's pretend that's true. But what about this quest? You can't just let the player look through the library for the book? Is Bethesda worried that players will get bored or worried that some players will complain when they miss the grayish-brown book on the brown table? I mean, they could have used a different, more obvious colored model for it. The book, Necromancer's Moon, details a celestial phenomenon called the Revenant and states the purpose of Black Soul Gems in the trapping of humanoid souls.
I am unfamiliar with the shade of the Revenant described within the book, but I was never one to dabble in the more, shall we say, amoral arts.
I wasn't aware astronomy was an amoral art. Actually, I'm curious how Taormina even knows that's what it's called, considering it's referred to as the Revenant and the Necromancer's Moon in the book. Anyways, Raminus has no clue, so he sends us to the university astronomist Bothiel. She doesn't know what it is either, which... That's literally your job. The Necromancer's Moon has been a thing since the end of Daggerfall 16 years ago. She does at least remember that Falcar, the Necromancer who had infiltrated the Shadenhall Guildhall, had asked about the same thing, and he had left behind a note in a hurry. The note states 4 locations, one of which is literally called the Dark Fissure, and then states, altars have been raised, anchorites have been called, watch the skies. Once a week, his grace shines down on us. Okay, am I being pranked? When did Falcar research this information? We know it wasn't after we met him, because he's a murder suspect, unless Raminus didn't think to say something when a known necromancer came into the university to do some research. Why did Falcar write this note that would obviously implicate him and expose several important sites to his order? Why did Bothiel think it prudent to save this note, but not report this information to Raminus? Does she save all the paper scraps people leave behind? Does she not read them out of principle? How would she know which paper scrap belonged to whom? And once Falcar, again a known murderer and necromancer, was found out, why did Bothiel not see it prudent to further investigate the Revenant? Is Bothiel a necromancer? And why, when we bring this information to Raminus, does he know where the Dark Fissure is located? Is he a necromancer? The answer is no. Bothiel, Taormina, and Raminus are not necromancers. They're just incompetent. Which might be interesting. It might give the player some pause for consideration during a future quest if they were approached with an offer to join the Necromancers. Raminus wants us to investigate further at the Dark Fissure, although you can technically go to any of the sites. The Dark Fissure is the only one which has a Necromancer performing the ritual. Is that true? We can wait for the ritual to occur, or we can go into the cave and kill the anchorite and take a note detailing the ritual, or we can intuit the ritual ourselves. When the Revenant shines, a Grand Soul Gem is placed in the altar, and then Soul Trap is used on the altar, and that converts the gems over. We go back to Raminus, get an optional promotion to Magician, and are told that the Archmage is going to be giving us orders from now on. Before that, let's talk about the Orrery. This room is actually in the game, even if you don't load the DLC, and it looks like this. No, I don't know why the scale of the room is so large. Of all the DLC, the Orrery feels like cut content from Oblivion that got a second chance at life. Without it, you can't reach this empty room. With it, the door goes to a room which leads to another door that leads into the Orrery proper, but it's non-functional right now. So Bothiel decides to write a letter to a freshly escaped prisoner asking that they go out and retrieve the parts needed to make it go again. It would take until Skyrim for us to learn to level gate the DLC so the player isn't ambushed by 10 prompts as soon as they step out into the world. And then the Creation Club messed that up. The quest is pretty simple. We go out and collect 4 Dwemer parts out in Colovia. The mod is kind of bare bones in that the pieces don't even have unique icons without a patch. When the Orrery operates, it offers us different powers based on the phases of the moons. Each power will boost one attribute by 20, but drain another by 20 as well for 60 seconds. Neat, but not really worth $2. Our first task from Traven is to intercept a group of battle mages en route to Ninyan Twill, and to ensure the protection of an undercover mole inside the ranks of the Necromancer cult.
There's no time to waste. Follow me.
A.
Funny scene. I suspect to counter the later scene where we find out the mole was turned into a zombie.
He's a worm thrall now, and shall be quite content here. A grim fate indeed, but one does not cross the order of the Black Worm without suffering greatly for it.
That's the quest. Go in a ruin and kill necromancers. Before Traven will give us our next task, he insists we head downstairs and get a promotion from Raminus. So, I have all of the achievements on the Xbox copy of Oblivion, because I didn't have a functional PC for a couple years. Except I don't have one achievement, and that is the Magician rank of the Mages Guild, which is a completely optional promotion that you can miss. The only real purpose of faction ranks in Oblivion is achievements, something that would be easy to miss on PC where there aren't any. Now, faction ranks did have a purpose in Morrowind, and it was more than immersion. They helped to control the freeform quest structures of factions and came with disposition bonuses as well as detriments when dealing with opposing factions. Some NPCs would also restrict their services to only high-ranking members of their factions. Now, however, most of that's gone, and so come Skyrim, the faction ranks were gone as well. Traven next tells us that Count Hasseldor has requested we visit him to receive information on the Necromancers. His new assistant has us wait while she gets him. Honestly, why don't we just declare our arrival and meet with him in his awesome and unused throne room area? Count Hasseldor does have information for us, and in all honesty, likely had it the last time we met him, but now he has a task that needs doing. Count Hasseldor is a vampire, for those listening and unfamiliar with him. A pack of unrelated vampires recently moved into a nearby cave. He speculates attracted to his county by his success as a vampire. These vampires, however, have drawn the ire of the the Order of the Virtuous Blood. No, not even those guys, just a generic vampire hunter group. Anyways, Hasseldor wants both groups gone, and you're presented with a few options, surprisingly. The vampires have to die regardless, but you can kill, use, or dismiss the vampire hunters depending on how you approach the situation. Sure, it may just be 3 possibilities, but given everything so far, having options is, well, refreshing. After a lot of foot tapping waiting for the Count, he comes and shares the information he has.
Mannimarco has returned.
I might have spoiled that already, but oh well. Is this supposed to be a dramatic reveal? What, for all the people who played Daggerfall, read Where Were You When the Dragon Broke in Morrowind, and remembered Mannimarco's name and significance? It's a minor thing, but I just love that half of the footage of me talking to the Archmage starts with him waking up in his bedroom. No wonder he's full of bad ideas, he keeps having to make quick decisions immediately after waking up. This news shakes him, and he says the council needs a few days to come up with a course of action, and of course, to move a couple NPCs around for future quests. So, after an arena fight, 2 different Oblivion gates, and an update to my gear, Traven still hasn't come to a decision, but he does need us to check up on the Bruma Guildhall. It's been wiped out. There are bodies everywhere, the undead, and a necromancer. That's pretty bold and pretty stupid. People emotionally resonate with this quest because this was the Guildhall with the guys who like to play pranks, and they've just been killed. And while I agree that the faction quest of Oblivion should have featured more moments like this is also superbly silly. Archmage Traven suspects something is wrong because Jean Frasserick, the woman who recommended us, stopped sending him correspondences for several days. Nobody knew anything was wrong at the Bruma Guildhall until that point. For several days, the fires, the smell of dead bodies, the sounds of combat and screaming, and the parade of necromancers as they entered the city, all of that was ignored. And for several days, nobody attempted to enter the Guildhall, because it's not like the Mages Guild provides services to the public. Alright, let's doctor this quest.
Warlock, I'm glad you are back. Minutes ago a courier arrived. I was expecting my daily correspondence with Jean, but instead, I received a worrying report from the captain of the Bruma Guard that our guild hall was attacked. We're stretched then, so I need you to head to Bruma and find out what's going on.
Are you from the Mages Guild? Good, your guild hall was attacked. They snuck into the city claiming to be a theater troupe and attempted to escape using magic. One of the guards heard commotion, and we mobilized as quickly as we could, but only managed to trap a couple of them inside the guild hall. I'm not risking my men if I do not have to, so get in there.
Bam. It's that easy. Now we've made the Bruma Mages Guild an actual part of the broader city of Bruma, instead of a microcosm where a bunch of people can get murdered by unambiguously evil necromancers and their neighbors just shrug it off as Mundos. Jaskar, the invisible Khajiit from before, managed to survive due to being invisible at the time of the slaughter. Although he remarks that Mannimarco seems to have seen through the invisibility, which is not an unreasonable feat considering the spell Detect Life exists. That makes him remarking on Echo Cave and claiming he'll destroy the Mages Guild while stealing all of the Mages' souls a pretty alpha move.
He killed them, one by one. Volonaro was last, I think. He was trying to run away, but he didn't make it, did he?
Damn, he's the only guy that teaches Summon Dremora Lord, too. Traven's shocked and says he'll need 2 days to come to a decision. Alright, 1 Ayleid ruin, some macro training, and a couple hours of using the wait function later, and the council has collapsed. Traven words it a bit strangely. He uses plurals to describe singular people. Maybe the idea was that there were going to be more members of the Council of Mages, but it was never finished. The Council, thus far, is Archmage Traven, Erlaf Jirol, Karanya, Chancellor Okado, and Raminus Polis. Yeah, he's in the Council, but you wouldn't be able to tell at a glance. Now sure, the Council is supposedly already split when a bunch of guild members left after the Necromancy ban. I think the real problem though is that the Arcane University simply isn't big enough. The Council Chamber is tiny, and most of the grounds of the university is just wasted space. The bulk of the space is taken up by the Orrery, which isn't even used in the questline, and they don't even mention who the former council members were or even if they actually joined the Necromancers. We're given a choice of tracking down the 2 council members who absconded with artifacts the guild was holding, Erlaf Jirol with the Bloodworm Helm and Karanya with the Necromancer's Amulet. We're going after the amulet first because it's shown up in every Elder Scrolls game. You would think that would be of great interest to Mana Marco, considering it's his artifact. So we head over to the abandoned Imperial Fort number 56, and there are a bunch of unnamed mages there who direct us to speak with Karanya, and are doing creepy smiles and are nervously sweating knowing they have to speed change into their necromancer robes once Karanya reveals that she is going to give the amulet to Mana Marco. Okay, we reported the Echo Cave thing to Traven, right? He probably brought it up, so why didn't you go to Mana Marco? Why are we here, southwest of Coral?
Well, this is quite a surprise. I thought you were Traven's lapdog, doing whatever he said. And yet, here you are.
Is this commentary on the questline? Is Brian Chapin begging for somebody to let him make an actual interactive story and not just a Hogwarts-themed 18-part instruction list? So we kill Karanya and fight our way out and turn over the Necromancer's Amulet. Curiously, this is permanent. Before you say anything, being able to get the amulet from the Archmage's nightstand after completing the questline is an addition of the unofficial Oblivion patch, and is not in the base game, although there is a glitch. But why do people want this necklace anyways? Well, it's leveled, but to Karanya, who is surprisingly not leveled, but fixed at level 30. So the necklace is always in its best condition, which is Fortify Willpower and Intelligence, 14 points. Fortify Conjuration, 12 points. Fortify Magicka, 130 points. Which, with the Intelligence boost, is 158 extra Magicka, but at the cost of Drain Strength and Endurance, 25 points. It's weaker than its Morrowind counterpart, but obviously desirable enough that even the lore-friendly patchers added a way to get it back. At least without a glitch. After this, we're off to abandoned Imperial Fort number 57, which is full of necromancers, who you'll find are battling it out with a bunch of Daedra, and at the back of the cave is Erlaf Jirol's corpse wearing the Bloodworm Helm. It's a light armor helm with a leveled Fortify Conjuration effect, and apparently, this is news to me, it gives you the spell Essence Drain while you wear it, which is an absurdly cheap absorb spell that does fatigue, health, and magicka. But I wouldn't be able to cast it because even though I meet the magicka requirements, my restoration skill would need to be 75 to use it anyways. Actually, only the Bloodworm Helm you acquire between levels 1 and 4 gives you the Essence Drain spell, as the other helms are bugged in the base game, so if you didn't notice the spell because it didn't give you one, that's why. Just be sure to level up to 15 to get the best staff, and then unlevel back to 4 to get a useful Bloodworm Helm.
I shall return the helm to a secure place in the tower. It's the least I can do for Erlaf. Thank you. Have you recovered the Necromancer's Amulet? Before we continue, you should speak to Raminus Polis about your advancement within the guild.
I'm sorry, did I walk in on you jerking off? Maybe get a secretary so I don't have to report on your dead colleagues in your masturbatorium. We're Master Wizard now, but don't think for a second that actually means anything. Traven has apparently learned of a colossal black soul gem that has been created in the Iliad ruin of Cylorn. How? Everyone in the Mages Guild is incompetent, and we are shown spies failing directly. I'm really curious how exactly this information is being gleaned. We get sent down to Cylorn to check on some battle mages who are sitting outside of the ruin not accomplishing much as the door is magically locked. I wouldn't be surprised if the magical lock was actually just a stick propped up against the door. Anyways, they're planning an ambush and leave it up to us to decide where the individual members go. At our disposal, we have Axewoman, Spellwoman, and Healing Man. I wonder what the right place for each person is. The ambush happens when 3 necromancers and Falcar leave the ruin. Falcar flees with the soul gem as soon as the fighting starts, and it's up to us to clear out this ruin full of necromancers and undead. Montage.
I know that death will never do us part. I look at the mark here, I spit in his face. To bring you back, I learn dark smart. Whatever the price is, I'm prepared to pay. What's the fine for necrophilia in this part of Tamriel? What's the fine for necrophilia in this part of Tamriel? Young Stave.
With the colossal black soul gem in hand, Traven reveals his master plan. We are to go to Echo Cave, wipe out the final cave full of necromancers for this questline, and confront Mannimarco, the King of Worms. Manny will try to enthrall us, but thanks to the colossal black soul gem, it'll fail and we'll be able to kill him. Traven then commits suicide, soul-trapping himself in the soul gem and condemning his soul to the soul cairn.
Farewell, my friend.
You would dare to approach the King of Worms? If you seek an audience with his grace, you must open this door. I hold the key, and I will die defending it. I see Bolor was unsuccessful in delaying you. Very well. I shall reanimate him once we are done here.
Alright, let's talk about Mannimarco. Manny Boy is a cartoon villain. Dude, I get you're into the whole necromancy, dark arts, black hoods, and monologue thing. But what happened? Did the reasonable, political savvy side of you split off to become the divine being and you're stuck on Norn with all the angst and hormones? Never mind his goofy appearance, why not draw from his Daggerfall uniform? With a hood, his face concealed in shadows, and his eyes glowing an unnerving blue. We're not even going to get into the Elder Scrolls Online version of Marco, but let's set visuals aside and how he presents himself. Is he a good boss fight? It is universally agreed, even among fans of Oblivion, that Mannimarco is not a satisfying boss fight for the Mages Guild. But let's actually analyze him. Mannimarco, when put under scrutiny, actually highlights a fundamental lack of understanding in game design. Mannimarco's stats scale based on the player, so in theory he's supposed to be somewhat challenging regardless of when you face him. However, his magicka actually caps at 350. He knows 4 spells. One is the scripted spell he uses to start to paralyze us for the monologue. The remaining 3 spells are a paralyze spell for 7 seconds, which will take 332 magicka. He can cast this spell exactly once before being out of magicka. His second spell is a shock damage spell that does 20 points of damage for 2 seconds in an area of 15. This costs 243 magicka, so he can cast this one once and then need to regenerate for a short time to cast it again. His third spell summons a lich, but costs 700 magicka. It is mathematically impossible for Mannimarco to cast this spell. His remaining spells are determined by a leveled list, which itself contains 5 other leveled lists to fill out the remainder of his spell roster with 5 random spells. However, because he only has 350 magicka, he consistently runs out and then decides to fall back on his backup weapon, a dagger. Mannimarco is a necromancer. The necromancer class often falls back on summoning daggers as backup weapons, but confusingly, they do not have blade in their skill lineup. They do, however, have athletics, sneak, and blunt. 2 skills the player won't see NPCs using, and 1 skill the necromancers can't utilize because they can't conjure maces. Mannimarco, however, doesn't conjure his weapon. He instead carries a generic silver dagger. That's right, his weapon choice is not leveled. Whether you come here at level 1 or level 50, Mannimarco will always fall back on a silver dagger that he doesn't have the blade skill to use effectively. The player would have to reach level 190 just for Mannimarco to reach skill level 25 with his backup weapon. Note that at this level, the player would have somewhere between 600 and 2000 health. So even if the player fought naked, Mannimarco's dagger would likely break before managing to kill the player. He only has 2 other items to his person, his unenchanted robes and the Staff of Worms, which reanimates bodies. Except there's no bodies in the boss arena for him to reanimate. He does, however, have a unique birth sign, fortifying his health 100 points, his intelligence 20 points, and giving him a 50% resistance to magic, normal weapons, and paralysis. So, at least he's got that going for him. Mannimarco is an amazingly bad boss fight, in a game where the concept of boss encounters is dubious as is. Let's fix this up. First, we'll give Mannimarco a whole 1000 magicka, plus additional spell points from scaling, and 25% spell absorption to boot. We'll also up his resist normal weapon stat to 75% from 50%. At half health, we can script him to initiate a second conversation, something like, "Nice try, mortal, but that wasn't even 1% of my power," or some filler bullshit like that, and then we'll spawn in a bunch of skeletons into the fight. As it stands, Mannimarco, this ancient threat to the Mages Guild that dates back to Galarian, is indistinguishable from any of the other Altmer Necromancers we've fought so far. Off his corpse, we receive the Staff of Worms, a primitive version of the reanimation spells that would appear in Skyrim. Raminus tells us that the Archmage left a note appointing us Archmage. I don't know if that included a qualifier like, on the condition they beat Mannimarco, because it's basically up to us if you want to undo the legacy of Archmage Hannibal Traven and permit necromancy again. Because remember, that's what this whole quest line boils down to. 2 years prior to Oblivion, Traven became Archmage and made the decision to ban necromancy from the Mages Guild. Not from Cyrodiil, just the Mages Guild. However, I feel some people have made a mistake in their understanding of this story. Traven didn't ban necromancy because of the return of Mannimarco. Rather, Mannimarco returned after Traven banned necromancy. Mannimarco would have inevitably returned to Cyrodiil to destroy the Mages Guild, given his beef with Galarian. But that doesn't change the fact that the ban on necromancy was proactive, not reactive. There's a book on necromancy titled The Black Arts on Trial, penned by, who else? Hannibal Traven. The book details the debate between 2 Mages Guild magisters, one from elsewhere and one from Orsinium, discussing the issue of banning necromancy. Master Grakog argues that the guild should form an objective understanding of necromancy, while Master Carlus argues that necromancy is the work of Satan and should be banned. The book tries to justify Carlus's position by later stating that Grakog was a necromancer and that Traven attempted to have her arrested, despite necromancy only being a provincial crime in Morrowind. Traven even calls her a slave to the black arts, and that her only possible motivation for endorsing this study of necromancy was to the benefit of evil. Like, hold on. If this was a discussion on banning destruction magic, and the person making the defense for destruction was a master of destruction magic, would they be called a slave? It doesn't seem unreasonable that the person you got to mount the defense of the art was in fact a practitioner. Throughout this section, I have pointed out time and time again the incompetence of Mages Guild members. It is my belief that some early draft of the story was about how the Mages Guild had lost its way as an organization, and that the ban on necromancy would inevitably be the downfall of the Mages Guild. Indeed, that is what ends up happening between Oblivion and Skyrim. However, when it came time to translate the idea into a questline, it seems the purpose of the story was lost or changed. Instead of being a questline pitting 2 Mages Guild factions, the Necromancers versus the rest of the guild, where the player may choose between an amoral but objective art versus the morally good but ideologically corrupted Mages Guild.
Oh, my dear, I didn't mean to imply that you have a choice.
It became the story of a renegade faction of outwardly evil mages out to destroy everything that is good and holy, justifying satanic panic, and only we can stop this threat. The more I analyze this story, the more I realize that it has the potential to be one of the greatest quest lines in a Bethesda game. I'm not even kidding, the pieces are all here. The setup is here. An ideological conflict about the role and purpose of the Mages Guild? Is it a faction dedicated to the study of magic, or is it a magical regulator that cowers before the whims of the non-magical population? Traven's position as a hardline anti-necromancer could embody everything that has gone wrong with the guild. Someone who is opposed to the guild's understanding of an entire school of magic was allowed to dictate to the Mages Guild from Black Marsh to High Rock that necromancy was not to be studied. If the player was a necromancer, they might arrive at the university to suddenly find themselves saddled with the same choice that other guild necromancers like Kalthar, Karanya, and Falkar had to make. Do we continue our membership, depriving ourselves of a school of magic, or do we join the necromancer faction, depriving ourselves of all other magical services? Instead, look at what we got. It's easy to sit around and speculate about what could have been. The Mages Guild questline could have been a quest about building an airship fleet to go conquer Akavir. But when all the pieces are already here, and when all these elements are half-formed, it makes you question why. If the Necromancers aren't going to be joinable, then why write the Mages Guild members like this? In Morrowind, there was a spectrum between politics and academics-focused mages. Edwina Elbert represented the academic aspect of the guild, and most of her quests focused on the acquisition of knowledge. Trebonius Arturius represented the political aspect of the guild. Every quest involving him focused on the political relationship the guild had with Morrowind. Renus Atheris was politics-focused, while Ajira in the same guild hall was more academic with minor politics. Skink and Tree Shade was a mix of politics and academics, and you have to do all of his quests to get the option to peacefully replace Trebonius Arturius. However, in Oblivion, all the mages are just incompetent academics. It's hard to see how there were two separate magical factions in a post-Oblivion Cyrodiil. Given pretty much everyone we meet in the guild is on team fuck necromancy, most of these people would absolutely join the Synod and go on to ban conjuration if it means they can continue to get paid to do nothing. I just love the line the necromancers drew in the sand. In the year 421, the Empire passed the Levitation Act, which banned the use of levitation magic across the Empire. Morrowind was exempt due to the armistice, but Cyrodiil obviously wasn't. 421 was only 12 years prior to Oblivion, and this wasn't a guild-only ban like necromancy, this was the outright criminalization of levitation magic. If only I could think of examples where you break the law in an Elder Scrolls game, maybe even 2 whole factions dedicated to that concept. Alas, I cannot. Apparently the Necromancers in the Mages Guild were fine with the ban on levitation. The power of flight. The ability to ascend vertically into the atmosphere. The Necromancers, they're a little sleepy. There's nothing that could stir them awake. But the practice of reanimating the dead, where its practitioners often target bodies without consent and raise abominations to the point of soul-trapping humanoid souls, we ban the practice of necromancy just in the guild halls. And all of a sudden, they are wide awake, rebelling. Half of the Mages Guild Council resigns in disgust at this gross violation of magical study. And this is why I think the Mages Guild fails as a magical faction. It doesn't require magic, it barely encourages magic, and it fundamentally does not understand magic. Speaking of not understanding magic, let's finally discuss Frostcrag Spire. The DLC home option for the magical player. It's a wizard's tower atop a peak overlooking Cyrodiil. That's pretty cool. And it looks great, with a distinct style over substance design. The deed appears in your pocket as the tower's master was apparently our dead relative, Terrace Rindel, Archmage. What? I guess he was the Archmage before Traven, although he sounds notably Dunmer. Given that he's supposed to be the player's relative, it might not be a good idea to actually name him. Anyways, he built the tower but failed to put the finishing flourishes on it, and so bequeaths that responsibility upon us. The first thing are the enchanting and spellcrafting station, which apparently require special permission from the Arcane University. We need to buy candles for them to work. Working with the master alchemist Sendarion, he created the apparatus table, which fortifies our alchemy 15 points. He also built an Atronac table, which will do those permanent summons of Atronacs you may have spotted me using, in exchange for 3 of their salts. Kind of smart, since you can't really summon Storm Atronacs without reaching the level 19. Psych, there are enough Void Salts in the world to actually do it at level 1, but still, this is cool. He also made portals to the Mages Guild halls. Seriously, what? He needed permission for custom spell and enchantment stations, but could casually create teleporters that span half the continent. The garden here also provides access to plants that are limited in the base game during the main quest. For all those reasons, Frostcrag Spire was my base for this playthrough. Even though you now have the ability to buy houses in every city, I usually only bother with the house in the waterfront until I've made enough money to purchase the upgrades for Frostcrag Spire. People like to brag and say they'd never done Oblivion's main quest. I find this strange, as people put an unusual emphasis on the main quests of these games in terms of how they end the game. However, neither Morrowind nor Oblivion nor Skyrim's main quest actually marks the end of their respective Elder Scrolls game. The end of the game is really just the last time you hit exit game on a character. However, what people can't say is that they haven't started Oblivion's main quest. Unless you're somehow in the minority of individuals whose first playthrough involved an alternative start mod. So we have to go back to the beginning. The introduction. We are a prisoner sitting in a cell inside the Imperial City Prison. Emperor Uriel Septim VII, with a group of blade bodyguards, uses a secret exit inside our cell to escape. We follow, as the Emperor has had visions of us before and trusts us. He gives us the Amulet of Kings, and we witness his assassination. We're instructed to go to Wayne Priory, and we leave. As we exit the sewers, we're told to either fast travel to Coral or to follow the quest marker to get there. Now before we set off, there's something that I feel merits discussion at this juncture. Why was the Emperor skipping town? The obvious answer is to escape the Mythic Dawn assassins, but why? Secret passages out of cities typically exist in the event a city is besieged and the defenders aren't confident they can keep the attackers out. It's a way to get your leadership out of the inevitable torture and execution. This is not what you do in the event of an assassination attempt, because now instead of being surrounded by guards, you're surrounded by ambush positions. But fine. I guess we'll assume that the Blades have decided that there may be infiltrators in the Imperial Palace and they can't defend them there anymore. What are their options? Firstly, teleportation magic.
For 65 years, I've ruled as Tamriel's emperor.
But did you install a teleporter in the Imperial Palace? That apparently doesn't merit special permission, and besides, you're the Emperor. Even if there is no teleporter out of the palace, the Emperor is a master of the mystic arts, so Uriel definitely knows how to cast Recall or Divine Intervention. But that would be illegal. We may be fleeing for our lives here, but we aren't criminals, goddammit. Okay, so you're in the Imperial Palace and you want to not be. Go through the sewers. Except the only palace sewers entrance connecting to the palace proper is lost knowledge that is only later recovered during the Thieves Guild. So I guess they went across the surface, through the market district, crossed the bridge to the prison district, went into the bastion, and then came down to our cell block. So they were going to leave through the same sewer exit we use, right? Which is not far from a shallow point in the lake. There are 4 ways to get off this island without swimming. The Imperial Dragon Bridge, the wood bridge in the northwestern corner, a shallow part in the lake in the northeast, and a shallow part in the south. What's our plan after that? Maybe we take the Emperor to a fort. Except there aren't any Imperial Legion forts in Cyrodiil. The closest fort is Fort Urasek, which is full of goblins. The second closest fort is Shalman, which is full of undead. Fine, we're going up to Cloud Ruler Temple. Except one little thing.
I was born 87 years ago.
So you're telling me you're going to march an 87-year-old man up this mountain to Cloud Ruler Temple. Are we confident that he's even going to be able to breathe up there? And the answer is yeah, because have you seen the Imperial Palace? Cardio day is every day when you live in a skyscraper with no elevator. I mean, we see the guy on the roof in the trailer. Uriel's probably ripped under that robe. But we don't even have to get up that far. The road is Ambush Alley. Again, trying to get Uriel out of the city is probably not that great a plan. Caius Casades in Morrowind was talking about a secession crisis 6 years ago, so surely you guys have prepared something in the interim besides, take him to the fort high in the mountains. Okay, so what are our options? You could have just stayed in the Bastion. The prison district is like a fortress, and the only downside of the prisoners, of which there are only 4. But if you don't want to go that route, you could instead go to the Arcane University. Sure, there might be hidden necromancers, and it would suck to flee from one death cult to another, but it's highly defensible. There are battle mages there, and a bunch of powerful wizards. You could also go to the waterfront and commandeer a ship and then sail away from the city. Oh wait, there's a shallow section there, so you'd have to get out and push the boat. The only problem with the main gate is that there aren't any horses at the stable. Also, here's a question. We know the Emperor walked by here, right? So why didn't they march him around the prison? You'd get to the sewer exit faster and could even commission some legionaries to escort you. Or if we're really dedicated to wading through feces because you think it'll get the Dawn to stop following you, you could enter the market sewers at a couple different shops in their basement and then connect to the North Tunnel, which exits equidistant from 2 different land bridges. It's not implausible, as Boris seems to know the sewers pretty well. Or take the Southeast Tunnel, which you enter in the Arboretum. It's the farthest from a land bridge, but the simplest and shortest of the sewers. But fine, the invisible hand of fate pushes them to go through the prison district sewers, because they felt they had to start in prison and they showed the scene in the E3 demo. On our arrival at Wayne Priory, we're directed to speak with Joffrey, a priest who is secretly the Grand Master of the Blades.
Emperor Uriel? Do you know something about his death?
Yeah, I know that instead of bringing the amulet to you directly, I instead entered into a gladiatorial arena, started from nothing and became its grand champion, and then left that arena to sign up with a mercenary company, discovered a conspiracy by a rival company, and subsequently wiped them all out, became the leader of the Fighters Guild in the process, and now I'm currently in the 15-hour section between the end of the Fighters Guild and beginning of the Mages Guild, and I need to access some Oblivion Gates for Sigil Stones, so I may have finally decided to bring you the Amulet of Kings. I know it might be a bit late, but here you go.
As unlikely as your story sounds, I believe you.
Now, it's impossible to not make a comparison to Morrowind given the extreme and obvious similarity that exists between Joffrey and the character Caius Casades. Both Morrowind and Oblivion start with the player character being released from prison by the Imperial Authority with the instructions to deliver something to the regional leader of the Blades. Both characters are old, balding Imperials who have taken cover identities as unlikely suspects of espionage. Casades was a skooma addict and Joffrey was a monk. Both characters fill the role of giving the player directions that constitute the main quest. Now for the differences. The player has little inkling of what their true use to the Blades is in Morrowind. Your only clues will be to read the documents that you're assigned to collect for Casades, and if you don't, Caius will eventually explain your role in the Nerevarine prophecy. Whereas, from the outset of Oblivion, the character is intimately aware of what their role in this story is.
Behold, in darkness, a doom sweeps the land. You. I've seen you. You are the one from my dreams. Then the stars were right. And this is the day. What path can be avoided whose end is fixed by the almighty gods? These are the closing days of the Third Era, and the final hours of my life.
If the story was realistic, and bear with me on that sentiment, then Joffrey would thank us for the amulet and send us on our way. However, I appreciate that sometimes unrealistic things have to happen in stories for the sake of, well, storytelling. Joffrey, however, begins divulging information to the player that he really shouldn't, at least not yet. What if, for instance, the player was actually the Mythic Dawn member who killed the Emperor after hearing his instructions, then managed to kill the player and Boris and taken the Amulet of Kings, and this was a ploy to try and uncover any illegitimate heirs? Is Joffrey so confident in his cover identity that he's willing to divulge information to a complete stranger simply off the idea that Uriel Septim was a quirky guy who knows a protagonist when he sees one? Now, Casades trusts the player because he has verifiable proof that he's been sent by the Empire. Even if he didn't, Morrowind has another trick up his sleeve. After introducing ourselves to Casades, he dismisses us with only one order: to get a job. In that interim, it's not unreasonable that he reached out to Celis Gravius, the man who gave us our orders at Seyda Neen, to verify this information. Joffrey has no equivalent moment, because he really can't. Fixing this inherent problem of trapping the player in the main quest would take one big change to the game: delaying the destruction of Kvatch.
Bad idea. Suddenly destroying an entire city housing quest content and maybe the player's house would probably foster more resentment towards the game than the Daedra. In that situation, I'd imagine that most players would reload a save if they found out the city was destroyed, and then proceed to complete everything they could in Kvatch until they were okay with it being leveled, which sort of defeats the purpose of destroying the city in the first place.
How true is this sentiment, however? Breville, for instance, is a city that doesn't get destroyed, which only has 8 quests, 12 if you count the Thieves Guild quests that start in Breville but don't actually take place here. Imagine for a moment that it's possible during a quest for Breville to get destroyed. What exactly changes in Oblivion? A Mage's Guild quest, 2 Dark Brotherhood quests, 3 side quests, a main quest, and a quest to buy the house. Maybe it's frustrating if your Breville hovel gets blown up, but one short quest to rebuild it in the ruins and bam, all your stuff's back. Just void the Mage's Guild quest, the Dark Brotherhood seems like they would hang out in the ruins, and losing 3 side quests sucks, but it helps create the illusion that the cities are in danger if one gets destroyed. You could sidestep the issue entirely by making it so Kvatch just doesn't have a home for sale. That might be a death flag, but the benefits of having the city outweigh the alternative reality criticisms it would endure for being designed for destruction. Obviously, there are time concerns for Bethesda, but don't discount the idea entirely because it might be an inconvenience for the player. Nobody in the Fighters Guild acknowledges their friends that perished in the city. Archmage Traven will conveniently decide to not assign a school of magic to the Kvatch Guild Hall prior to its destruction. Well, sad to say, but such wasn't the only forgotten city of Cyrodiil, given the only thing people outside of Kvatch have to say is praise for the player when they save it.
Did it, Patrick! We saved the city!
If Kvatch actually exists prior to the main quest, it could be a simple city. A few quests, most of them simple and might only pay out gold. Kvatch's lack of quests could even be attributed to it being a quiet, peaceful area. It would have a simple recommendation quest for the Mages Guild, which would get waived if the player joins after the guild hall is destroyed. And like most Fighters Guild halls, it would serve no purpose. It's not like there isn't a precedent in Oblivion for areas and characters that get destroyed and killed. Look at the Bruma Mages Guild Hall. The minority of people who care about getting 100% just grab the Dremora Lord summon spell and invest in the Alchemist ahead of time. Everyone else gets caught by surprise and generally praises that quest.
The only time the Mages Guild reaches out of storytelling mediocrity is the quest where the Necromancer King attacks the Bruma Mages Guild, destroying it and killing many of its residents. Had the characters in Bruma been more fleshed out, then this could have worked as a gut punch which would have given the player a reason to hate the Necromancers.
As it stands, we get none of the benefits of having Kvatch exist prior to its destruction. In fact, the one tidbit most Elder Scrolls fans know about Kvatch is that it was destroyed, because the city was created for the express purpose of being destroyed. It's trying to receive the benefits of denying the player content without doing any of the work. So for most people, instead of Kvatch being the city where they were mildly inconvenienced for a dramatic story, it's instead the place where the Oblivion Gate starts spawning and has this weirdly unfinished quest to reclaim the castle. I believe Kvatch is relying on the player being familiar with the other cities to function dramatically, which doesn't work for the players who just follow the compass. If the player goes straight from the Imperial City sewers to Wayne and Priory to Kvatch, they never actually encounter any of the normal cities of Cyrodiil. Simply put, there's no angle where the destruction of Kvatch really works, because either Bethesda was concerned players might be mildly annoyed at its destruction, or, more likely, they just didn't have the time to fully realize the city. Todd Howard himself stated there was a questline to become the Duke of Calovia that would start here, at Kvatch, which was cut because, quote,
"It really defocused the main quest from dealing with the Daedric."
That, and getting the game out in 2006 to the console market. If Bethesda couldn't finish the city of Such, then yeah, of course Kvatch was just left to smolder. It's a city that was doomed from the start. Something is immediately wrong if you attempt to fast travel to Kvatch, as it's the only city to not allow you to go straight to its gate.
Daedra overran Kvatch last night!
It's a kind of quantum last night. No matter how long you delay arriving at the city, you'll always be too late. And inversely, no matter how quickly you arrive at the city,
hope is gone. The Imperial line is dead. The Covenant is broken. The enemy has won.
This guy will always know about the Emperor's death.
Good day.
I guess the Daedra didn't target the cell towers. Kvatch and the related quest to close the Oblivion Gate that sits in front of its door is always available to the player, even if they haven't visited Joffrey yet. So like me, you can actually do these quests out of order and get special dialogue when you deliver the amulet after closing the gate at Kvatch.
Yes, Kvatch.
I think it's a neat touch, if only because Bethesda could not engineer a situation where the player absolutely could not get to Kvatch without speaking to Joffrey first, without making the city itself. Our goal in the main quest is to rescue the illegitimate son of the Emperor, Sean Bean, from the city of Kvatch. If you do the quest early, the goal is to rescue the civilians from the Chapel of Akatosh, and if you do so, Sean will go down to the refugee camp with the others. But first, we have to take care of the Oblivion Gate. So, question: why did the Daedra attack Kvatch?
Because it's an emotionally resonant moment, man.
And there's the fulcrum of Oblivion. The amount of information and capabilities of the Mythic Dawn and Mehrunes Dagon is near omniscient when convenient in order to drive the plot. The Mythic Dawn assassins pursuing the Emperor into the sewers in such numbers is a stretch, but it makes sense they could at least find the Emperor in the Imperial City. The Daedra tracking down the illegitimate heir to the Septim Dynasty and then deciding that a full-scale invasion of the city was preferable to an infiltration and assassination is dissonant. He's a priest, guys. He wouldn't see it coming or be able to stop you. They used a cruise missile to kill a rodent and then failed. And then the bulk of Daedra forces left, closed the Great Gate and two of its supporting gates, and left a single Oblivion Gate open, but not to actually accomplish anything. The Daedra just sort of stand around and look menacing for the benefit of the player. We'll come back to this point later. Now, spoilers for later, but in the interim, when the player leaves the Amulet of Kings at Wayne and Priory to fetch Martin, the Mythic Dawn will attack the Priory and steal the amulet. Before I ask how they knew, we can figure out the Mythic Dawn may have been tailing the player. It's only an unreasonable assumption if the player doesn't immediately deliver the amulet. It might have been neat if there were sporadic Mythic Dawn attacks until the player finishes the quest, so if the Dawn is tailing the player, then a possible direction to take the story is that the player is by proxy responsible for the destruction of Kvatch. Or you could be lazy and say a Mythic Dawn agent had infiltrated the Priory. It just seems like your priorities are backwards when you send the assassins to kill an emperor and an army to kill a priest. I mean, sure, they couldn't open an Oblivion Gate when the Emperor was still alive, Amulet of Kings and all that. But why not plop down a gate at Waynin Priory? Is it because we're not opening gates on such petty targets? Is Waynin Priory and the Amulet of Kings less important than the middle of the woods? Moving on, now we have to take care of the Oblivion Gate itself. Kvatch has a unique Oblivion Gate, which is an odd statement by itself because Morrowind had moved away from procedural generation, so everything was unique. While the gates you encounter in the world are not procedurally generated, they are randomized to be one of 7 presets. There are 4 more handcrafted worlds, all of which are tied to the main quest. Everything else in Oblivion is handcrafted. The minimum you have to do in Oblivion to complete the main quest is 3 out of the 60 that can appear in 90 potential locations. Most of the time, the forces of Oblivion will park a gate down in the middle of the wilderness and hop out, doing not much of anything. The player can ignore these gates and come back to them later to see that the Daedra are still doing nothing. There are also places where the player will see multiple gates within spitting distance of each other, the prime example usually being near Skingrad given how many times the player will travel near that city. These are issues that every single Oblivion critic brings up because it's very obviously a problem. One solution that was proposed in a livestream chat was that Daedric gates could focus on attacking generic and non-quest related forts and ruins, replacing their occupants for the duration of the main quest. Or there could be less wilderness gates and more village and city gates, with consequences for not doing those when you see them. Of course, the next problem is Oblivion itself. Oblivion, as a dungeon area, is universally hated. You might get the odd contrarian who defends the premise of Oblivion, but very few people will go up to bat for its execution. The only time I enjoyed doing an Oblivion Gate was when I popped a new Doom song in the background and pretended I was a modern Pelennor Whitestrake. What you don't seem to understand is, Nirn isn't your world to conquer. With 50 random gates in the world sharing 7 preset designs, if you decide to take down all gates by hand, you'll likely encounter each design around 7 times. The variation between these designs is sparse, with the towers all being copy-pastes of each other. The reason the towers are, where underground ruins aren't, is that the towers supposedly have to conform to realistic dimensions since they're above ground. Now, given this is Oblivion, and especially given this is the Daedric Prince of Change's plane of Oblivion, this isn't actually true, and there were a lot of opportunities to make Oblivion more unique than the overworld dungeons. I mean, it's in the name of the game. And several of the Daedric quests involve going to Oblivion, yet every variation of Oblivion ends up being the same hellish Deadlands area. First, the overworld. This is the best part of Oblivion, being the only dungeons to generally involve exterior skyboxed cells. You'll encounter towers that spit fireballs at you, magic landmines, even plants that try to poison or slash you. It's awesome. And that isn't counting the Daedric occupants. They suffer in some regards. Daedra and Morrowind were always higher tier threats, even scamps merited caution until around level 7. However, the expectation is that the player may be completing the gate at Kvatch at level 1, so the enemies have to be leveled to be beatable. This starts with stunted scamps and Clanfear runs, which for most players were simply so threatening that they overwhelmed the Kvatch guard. They stand side by side with generic Dremora enemies who have traded in their impressive and powerful Daedric armor for weaker and leveled Dremora armor that can't be taken off their bodies. At some point in Oblivion Gates, you'll encounter the Oblivion Caves, arguably the most miserable variety of cave you can find in the entire game. And then there are the towers, which have the same beginning, middle, and end for every single Oblivion Gate in the entire game. I'm sure the original design document there was something about a joint invasion effort that might have the player visiting various realms of Oblivion, hence the name of the game is Oblivion and not Deadlands. Maybe a Four Horsemen motif with Mehrunes Dagon, Molag Bal, Peryite, and I guess Namira would be the closest thing to famine. Instead, we got a game focusing on the intricacies of the Daedra, where most people just write off Mehrunes Dagon as Satan and Oblivion Gates as hell you get to go through in the Eye of Sauron. This is Minion Goneld. This character shows up once in Oblivion and then disappears forever. He exists to tell us how to close the gate. He cannot be rescued, as he will insist on closing the gate first, resigning himself to whatever fate that will bring him. You can't even tell him that the city needs as many guards as they can get and that he should endeavor to return home alive. Nope, just a pointless sacrifice that is supposed to come off as heroic. We go up to the Sigil Keep. I detailed the Sigil Stones already. They apparently serve as anchors for the gate, and conveniently, instead of just being trapped inside of Oblivion after closing the gate, we get deposited outside. That's pretty much the only heroic aspect of what we, or Minion, were trying to accomplish, and once we know taking the Sigil Stone allows you to escape, then what we're doing is really no different than any normal Marauder or Necromancer cave, because, well, there's no way to get stuck inside Oblivion. With the way into the city clear, we asked the acting guard captain to accompany us into the city. After one fight, we group up with the survivors in the Chapel of Akatosh, and they are allowed to escape. Now, there is more to this quest, but our part relating to the main quest is done for now. We meet Brother Martin, and I looked into it. Martin and Joffrey are the only people in Oblivion referred to with the brother honorific, something that rarely shows up in Elder Scrolls and hasn't since Redguard. Except with Joffrey it makes sense, given that he's living in a monastic order. Martin is the only member of the actual Church of the Nine Divines to hold such a title, and given the rather easy connections between Mehrunes and Satan, it's not hard to see why. Never mind him being a priest of Akatosh would surely be enough to convey that Martin is a good guy, or that Martin allies with us against the forces of hell, or that Martin suggests we give our attention to the needy of Kvatch instead of him. None of that really conveys Martin is a good guy until we slap that little brother down there. We explain the situation to Martin. He's bummed about the Divines and their plan to destroy the city, even though that is how God is typically characterized, and the Nine Divines aren't generally characterized as having any kind of omniscient plan laid out for their subjects. Still, our honesty in having closed the giant Hell Gate means that Martin is willing to trust us and meet with Joffrey. Not that there's any other approach, like lying to him or telling him to get over himself. Nope, we just tell him that determinism is silly and not a valid excuse for being evil, and he comes along with us to Wayne Priory, which, as I said, is currently under attack by the forces of the Mythic Dawn. Why not plop down one of those gates you were going to use to molest the local wildlife to instead wipe out this monastery of undercover Blades agents?
Out of my way! I once fondled a deer, and I'll do it again.
I suppose I haven't really focused on the Mythic Dawn.
Truth is, the Legion doesn't know who was behind the Emperor's murder. We've already ruled out the Dark Brotherhood.
How?
So is this something worse?
Come on, Mythic Dawn is printed on the robe. Surely it can't be that hard to figure out. Their beliefs will come under scrutiny later. Right now, we're just looking at their basic exterior. Their movements and numbers are mysterious, but they all seem to be wearing these red robes and using magic to bind full sets of armor. It's a cool trick, likely inspired by custom enchanted items people made in Morrowind that did that effect. It's a shame that they're wasted on these satanic Hydra cultists.
Help! You must help! They're killing everyone at Wayne Priory. I don't know. I think they're right behind me. Prior Mabarel is dead!
We go and bail out Joffrey at the chapel and then go and recover the Amulet of Kings because the plot would be over if people kept taking their brain medicine. But it's missing, oh no.
We gained Uriel's heir and lost the Amulet of Kings.
We set out on horseback to Cloud Ruler Temple. There's something cosmically hilarious about passing an Imperial legionary who's already gotten word of our heroics at Kvatch, whilst being tailed by the heir to the throne and Grandmaster of the Blade.
It's you! The hero of Kvatch!
Only an Elder Scrolls game can engineer such a beautiful moment. Of course, you could just fast travel to Cloud Ruler Temple, as the game not only unlocks that point on the map, but discovers it for you as well. The hidden fortress of the Blades, yeah, sure. It's a shame too, as getting there from Wayne Priory involves one of the more interesting roads in the game. We arrive, Martin makes an awkward speech to the Blades, and Joffrey offers to induct us into his order. I decline, go off to do the Mages Guild, and return in full ebony armor with the ebony blade in hand. I don't think I need the katana, but thanks. A lot of people claim the blades are inspired by Japanese historical armors, but no, that's quite literally Roman centurions armed with katanas. Orcish armor from Morrowind, on the other hand. Anyways, being a part of the Blades is optional in Oblivion and only comes with the benefit of being allowed to take their stuff and sleep in their beds. But it's not actually a faction. Granted, it was only technically a faction in Morrowind as well. Once we continue on the main quest, Joffrey dispatches us to meet with Boris, who had been doing field work in the Imperial City. Given the Blade's prominence as a spy organization, you would think there would be a dozen agents filling this role, and hundreds in the canonically upscaled Imperial City. Funny thing is, the Mythic Dawn does actually have sleeper agents, many more than the Blades do. So we meet with Boris and he gives us some simple instructions.
I'm going to get up in a minute and walk out of here. That guy in the corner behind me will follow me. You follow him. I will follow you. Remember, I've trained for this kind of follow thing my whole life, so don't f it up. Listen, I'm going to get up in a minute and walk out of here. That guy in the corner behind me will follow me. You follow him.
Astav Wyrick, whose one package is to sit and read his book until this very moment, stands up and follows Boris into the basement to assassinate him. Boris, I hope you aren't wondering how your cover keeps getting blown, considering you walk around proudly displaying your katana. We kill Wyrick, grab his book, and chat with Boris.
What? They took it from Joffrey? Things are worse than I had thought.
You didn't know Joffrey had it, unless you and him have been communicating using illegal teleportation magic. Anyways, the book is the Mythic Dawn Commentaries Volume 1. Boris suggests we head over to the Arcane University and speak with Tarmina, since she is apparently
supposed to be an expert on Daedric cults.
Yeah, no, I've worked with her before. She's barely suited to being a librarian, let alone an actual specialist. You may be wondering how the player who hasn't joined the Arcane University is supposed to meet her at the Mystic Archives, and the answer is you don't. Because Bethesda couldn't come up with a way to give the player a guest pass, she'll sit in the Archmage's lobby instead, having received another one of those illegal teleporting messages notifying her of our arrival. She, of course, doesn't know much, as they are a secretive cult, other than that their leader is Mankar Cameron. The Mythic Dawn isn't secretive at all, or really any more secretive than any other Daedric cult. Maybe the implication is that they're secret because their shrine is in a cave, whereas most Daedric shrines are in the open. Really, I suspect she's saying as much because that's the extent of her knowledge and we're her boss, and she doesn't want to look unprepared for something she is supposed to know.
You have a scholarly interest in Daedric cults, then?
Are you serious? The Order of the Black Worm, the Necromancer's Moon, the Revenant, Black Soul Gems, Metamarco, any of this ringing a bell, Tarmina? I might be interested because it's my job as the continent's magical regulator supreme to know this kind of stuff. She gives us the book's alternative name, Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. At the very least, she actually gives us the second volume instead of making us search the library. From there, she refers us over to the first edition, a bookshop in the Market District, to try and find volumes 3 and 4, as they're exceedingly difficult to find.
You must be referring to Mankar Cameron's Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. A common mistake.
No, Boris, Azan, Owen, Armand. Oh, we haven't done that one yet. Fentius mentions that the third and fourth volumes are rare, but that he does happen to have a copy of the third volume on hand, awaiting someone to pick up their online order, so he can't give it to us. He even goes so far as naming the person who's coming up to pick up the book. Like, what?
I don't know him personally.
Well, you have awfully loose lips, all things considered. We're not even given a chance to read the book before Gwyneth arrives, or try to copy some notes down, or to offer a higher price, as there's an intended sequence we have to follow, and because of that, Fentius is not only as knowledgeable about the series as Tarmina, Arcane University Daedric cult expert, but willing to taunt us with the fact that we have to politely ask Gwyneth for the book. I'll point out here the missed opportunity to have time pass as you read books. It means all the coffee table books are basically worthless given the possibility of using them to pass time waiting for NPC patterns. Now, we do actually have the option of stealing the book from Fentius. However, to progress the quest, we still have to talk to Gwyneth, because he has a note we need in order to get the fourth volume. In addition, this option isn't really apparent, as Gwyneth is scripted to arrive shortly after our conversation with Fentius, so it seems like Fentius would obviously suspect us of stealing the book. Gwyneth grabs the book, and we follow him outside. We can actually do a disposition check to buy the book off him for 100 gold. However, two things. Gwyneth is actually from Valenwood, and traveled across the continent to come pick this book up, so the idea of someone cracking a couple jokes and convincing him to part with the book, especially for so little money, is silly. However, we also have to still get the note from him, which we can technically steal or loot off his corpse, but so could the book. Ultimately, the path of last resort is to simply talk to Gwyneth, which always ends in us getting our hands on the book and note without any other requirement, making it the only real choice. He isn't willing to part with the book or note until we accuse the Dawn of being the assassins behind the Emperor's death. From the way he talks, the hero of Kvatch strikes me as kind of a moron. He actually thinks making an accusation of criminal cult behavior would affect a cult initiate, and don't say something like,
"Well, it worked, didn't it?"
Because yeah, it does. That doesn't make it all right. The note details that Gwyneth was to meet someone named the Sponsor in order to receive the 4th volume. Now, we could go do this without Boris, but 1, absolutely not, and 2, Boris will eventually track us down anyways. He can help us as we fight our way through the sewers. The Imperial City does have a full sewer system, but thankfully Bethesda learned from Tribunal to not set all of its quests inside it.
I happen to know that if you go up the stairs there, you can get a vantage point on the meeting room.
Boris, how much of your brain is occupied by knowledge of the Imperial City sewer system? We're given 2 options at this juncture, which is important as Boris has been flagged as non-essential. Oh yeah, essential flags. Up to this point I've mentioned them, but I haven't really explained them. When an NPC is flagged as essential, they cannot be killed. While this is common in a lot of games, arguably most games, Morrowind allowed the player to kill every NPC they wanted and would inform the player if the NPC they killed was considered essential to the main quest. Now, the next argument goes something like this.
NPCs in Oblivion are more dynamic than Morrowind NPCs, so they need to be essential because it's possible they may get killed while doing their routine, and that would be sad face, crying emoji.
This ignores the fact that essential could just mean that NPCs can't be killed by other NPCs or falling damage or drowning, but only the player dealing a lethal amount of damage. The other big argument is that being able to kill any NPC in the game would break quest sequences.
Oh, my dear. I didn't mean to imply that you have a choice.
Really, the only decent argument I've heard against my proposal is that the player might accidentally land a fatal blow on an NPC and have to reload their save. However, this potential stroke of bad luck is a small price to pay in order to preserve the freedom of killing any NPC in the game. In fact, the Thieves Guild already has consequences for killing certain NPCs, a feature we'll talk about when we get there. Ultimately, it's a design philosophy that made the questlines of Oblivion so rigid that murdering a single NPC could ruin the entire questline. In Morrowind, if you botched a quest by killing the wrong person, you still had other potential paths through the faction. Even then, you had quests like Miro Hilano's Slanders, which accounted for the possibility of the player killing someone despite being directed to do otherwise, which was a disposition penalty and a lack of reward. And ultimately, Morrowind's quests were flexible enough as to usually only break if the person murdered was the quest giver themselves. A benefit of their simplicity, perhaps, but New Vegas proved that you could do a rigidly structured quest without taking away the player's ability to kill all but one NPC in the game. It's not fair to compare Oblivion to how a later game did an idea, sure, but it is fair to say that the possibility does exist, and that the lack of exploration into player choice, in regards to murder, reflects on the 2006 launch date. I will say, however, that Oblivion is actually better than Skyrim in this front. In Skyrim, it's common to kill random NPCs only for them to be knocked down because you haven't completed their side quest. In Oblivion, many side quest NPCs can actually be killed beforehand, and this simply fails that side quest. What's funny is that Skyrim was the game to add the protected flag, which operates pretty much exactly how I proposed. Don't bother deleting your comment, I can still read them. At 10% max health, these NPCs enter a bleed-out state, just like essential NPCs, and will be ignored by AI in combat, but can still be killed by the player. There are 2 problems. One is that there are still so many essential NPCs in Skyrim that you run into that you may not even realize that there's a distinction. I think it was on my 3rd playthrough of Skyrim when I accidentally shot a fireball at some downed companion and killed them by accident, and even then I shrugged the incident off as some mod I was using. The other problem is that there are still essential NPCs in Skyrim. Most of the time, protected flags are used to simply prevent certain NPCs who are targets of assassination from dying early, or keeping your companions alive. So I thought I would bring it up because yes, I am aware. Boris is no longer essential, so if the meeting goes south, he may die in the process. This will prevent him from appearing in later quests, and there is some free training tied to his survival. I wish that, in Bethesda's limited capacity to allow the player to kill NPCs, that they had included more opportunities like this to focus on saving lives. Boris tells us that he should meet with the sponsor, having been trained for this. He can, however, be convinced to allow us to meet with the sponsor instead. Let's change this a little bit. Add this Speechcraft 3335 thing here, add a Fame 20 there. Maybe if you're feeling sexy, we could put in a thing where if Boris's disposition is low, he'll actually recommend the player handle the meeting themselves. What are those? Well, skill checks. Morrowind had a moment like this in its main quest, and that should have been a prelude to Oblivion being full of them.
So, you want to become one of the chosen of Mehrunes Dagon?
The path of dawn is difficult, but the rewards are great. I have the book you seek. With it and the Master's 3 other books, you will possess the key to enlightenment.
But I told you to come alone! Brothers, kill them!
Whatever happens at the meeting, a pair of Mythic Dawn members will head out on a vantage point and either spot the player or recognize Boris as a Blades member, and a fight will break out. There's technically a peaceful resolution if you immediately steal the book and leave, although I think that's an exploit. If he survives, Boris leaves for Cloud Ruler Temple, leaving the player to figure out the rest of the quest line. There's a puzzle in the 4 volumes that the player has to figure out, which is a fairly easy cryptography challenge, but is a surprising amount of trust Bethesda has in the player's ability to figure out just go ask Tarmina. A day later, she'll tell you to go look at the first word of each paragraph. Before that, let's talk about the commentaries. In the base game of Oblivion, they are some of the few contributions of Michael Kirkbride, concept artist starting with Daggerfall and lorebook writer starting with Redguard. Unlike the other writers, Kirkbride has a fairly detailed list of all of the materials he wrote for the series, likely due to his current status as having been the guy solely responsible for Elder Scrolls writing. In any respect, after having written the 36 Lessons of Vivec for Morrowind, the commentaries seem to be the Oblivion version. So it's only fitting they are only an eighth of the size as the 36 Lessons and less interesting to boot. Honestly, the only comprehensible part of the series is the puzzle. The 36 Lessons actually read like lessons, while the commentaries read like an Imperial Library dictionary of lore terms and ideas being dumped out onto the pages as Kirkbride hurries to complete the book before security removes him from the building. The books are written by Mankar Cameron, a fact so transparently obvious it really doesn't even bear mentioning, yet both Tarmina and Fentius do so, as it can really be assumed that most players aren't going to read the books. Cameron gives some clues at his story and ideology, but it's caked in so much symbolism as to be meaningless, probably intentionally so. For example, every quarter has known us, and none bore our passing except with trembling. Perhaps you came to us through war, or study, or shadow, or the alignment of certain snakes. Though each path matters in its kind, the prize is always thus. Welcome, novitiate. That you are here at all means that you have the worthiness of kings. Seek thy pocket now and look. There is the first key, glinting with the light of a new dawn. You can probably easily draw out some meaning from that. Every quarter would refer to the 4 corners of Tamriel, but also to the next line, which refers to the 4 playstyles of Oblivion, which would also exist in the ranks of the Mythic Dawn. What it almost feels like, and this isn't actually that unreasonable given what happens in the main quest, is that when the player pretends to join the Mythic Dawn, the player could potentially decide to stick around. This was something that was alluded to in Morrowind with the 6th house, but not fully realized in the final product. Perhaps Kirkbride hoped that the Mythic Dawn would remedy that, but was again not fully realized. Something to be noted is the extreme similarities between the main quests of Morrowind and Oblivion, something I'll go into more detail later. The puzzle is the first letter of each word highlighted for an easy solution. Green Emperor Way, where tower touches midday sun. You may need Tarmina to know that Green Emperor Way refers to the Palace District, since the map itself refers to the area as the, Palace District. Anyways, at noon you walk around, looking for clues, and find a map glowing on the tomb of Prince Camaril. As Tarmina says,
the commentaries are contemporary with Tiber's septum, over 400 years ago.
This means that this tomb has been glowing red and pointing at a spot in Cyrodiil every day at prime garden walking time for 433 years, and no one ever thought to go check that out. People see the wrong symbol on a building and assume child predators are involved. I don't need to tell you that they would be all over this. The only explanation I can come up with is that the tomb is enchanted to only glow when the 4th commentary volume is near it, and no. The tomb glows every day at noon for like 40 minutes. Every single year in Tamriel is 365 days, no leap day. That's 158,045 times this symbol has glowed red, and not one curious guard ever reported this strange phenomenon. It's on the main path of the graveyard. It faces outwards towards the path. Hell, the map and Mythic Dawn symbol are literally carved into the tomb. There's the main point, sure, but what are the other points? They seem to point directly at Bruma, Coral, Skingrad, and Kvatch. 3 of those cities are tied to the main quest, but not Skingrad, and Coral only superficially via Wayne Priory. The best explanation I can come up with, and this is not an often discussed topic, is that the symbol only glows if a person who is written in the Mysterium Xarxes, even retroactively, approaches it, and a person is written in the Xarxes if they read the first volume of the commentaries. But even that falls apart because that's the volume the Mythic Dawn publishes to try and recruit new members, so it would be the most read. That rule would only be viable if it applied to the 4th volume, which it doesn't. Maybe then the explanation is that Cameron or Dagon decides who sees the map. However, Cameron would absolutely not give that power to the player. Dagon might, if you stay up all night thinking about how Dagon would be seeking to usurp Cameron now that he's the status quo, and stop. Got a hit of that metaphysics yet? It's very easy to fall into the wormhole of filling in the blanks for Bethesda. Who is Prince Camaril? Other than his elven name, we know nothing about him, or his significance to the map. The only reason might be because the garden was full of Ayleid tombs, and that's what Cameron had to tag, but then, why is it still around? The map points to a cave at Lake Arius. Now, the obvious thing to do would be to report to Joffrey and gather forces to lead an assault on the cave in order to reclaim the Amulet of Kings.
Good work locating the Shrine of Dagon. If you can retrieve the Amulet of Kings, we may yet prevail.
I had to go back to record that. See, Oblivion hurts to play with your brain on, so some of these hypotheticals I propose after the fact. I didn't actually go back to the temple because I didn't play Oblivion with my brain fully switched on. That said, really, Joffrey? Here's the thing. Recording a single line to acknowledge a player choice isn't really embracing player choice. Boris, who will insist on doing the infiltration part when you acquire the volumes, won't volunteer to assist you with this quest, and you obviously can't get the help you need. Granted, the player is expendable since they aren't actually the chosen one in this story, even though they are still valuable. I just feel like Joffrey should have a bit more to say than 2 generic sentences like, "I know we've asked a lot of you, but just a little farther, and we'll have gotten the Amulet of Kings. You've proven yourself an apt agent thus far. I trust you can do this." Something that acknowledges the necessity of the player doing it by themselves. So we head to the cavern and are greeted by Harrow, or rather a generic doorkeeper. The doorkeeper only exists because someone couldn't figure out how to despawn a rock in front of the door to keep players from getting in the cave early. So cut the doorkeeper and have us just get greeted by Harrow. Harrow is a dumb name. I'm going to decide that they used it as a placeholder and it stuck, and not that they decided to actually use a synonym for distress as a character name. Yeah, it fits the motif, just some small mercy, please. Harrow takes all our stuff. It's surprising how derivative each game's story was, given how the Thalmor Embassy infiltration is a better version of this quest premise. Granted, we get all of that stuff back minutes later, defeating the benefits of a quest that separates a player from their equipment. We can, of course, say no, and doing so twice will blow our cover. Nice touch, in my opinion. At least the player has the option of being belligerent or attempting to fit in. We journey to the shrine proper, where Mankar Cameron's given a pep talk to his middle management team.
When I walk the earth again, the faithful among you shall receive your reward, to be set above all other mortals forever.
Neotod.
You gotta put that in.
Smile.
You tell me if I'm overdoing it, won't you?
We see our target, the Amulet of Kings, dangling around Cameron's neck. He leaves, which I'm not going to go on a rant about player choices. There's plenty of magical explanations for this scene, and now we're stuck having joined the Mehrunes Dagon cult. Our player decides the only thing to do, then, would be to steal the only thing of value in the shrine, which is the Mysterium Xarxes. Yeah, it's just sitting there at the altar. We're told to take up the sacrificial dagger and offer some red drink to the statue, and the dagger's sitting right next to the Xarxes. Apparently, the lesson the game is trying to teach us is that stealing a copy of Oblivion will make people very angry. The sheer amount of material written on the ensuing fight says a lot about how most people build their characters and play Oblivion, which is heavily dependent on gear rather than skill or attribute levels. Granted, I have a home field advantage having been trained in both Conjuration and Hand-to-Hand, and the Atronex sign helps with all the incoming magic. Once we take down Harrow, the guy holding onto our gear, we're golden. Now, before we leave, there is a topic of Gelius, the guy we're supposed to sacrifice. I usually save him, although this time he perished. He offers some free skill boosts to alchemy, restoration, and mysticism should he survive, although that itself is its own challenge. When we grab the Xerxes, the Dagon statue collapses on top of Julius, usually killing him. We can preemptively free him, but that itself starts the fight. I enjoy that playing the hero and absolutely saving everyone is an added challenge with its own rewards. It really helps with making the player feel like an actual hero for going above and beyond, instead of most other times where we're just the hero because we ticked off some boxes. The Mythic Dawn is even joinable as a faction. Granted, it's a bit weird. If you talk to the doorkeeper and trigger the part of the quest where you're in the faction and then immediately leave before speaking to Harrow, you're effectively a member of the Mythic Dawn. Your relationship with the Blades will take a disposition hit, and you'll gain a disposition bonus with all the Mythic Dawn members out in the world, as well as a couple unique lines of dialogue. The player will also scream a voice line along the lines of, "For Lord Dagon," but only certain races and genders that have recorded lines and only when you power attack. This is likely an oversight as to how those lines were scripted rather than an intentional feature of the faction. The whole faction screams oversight, as you can't actually leave the cave if you go through the initiation ritual. It's curious people like to discuss theories about joining the 6th house in Morrowind, but researching this video was the first time I had even heard about actually joining the Mythic Dawn, which is more feature complete than the 6th house as a faction ever was. And really, that draws onto an interesting topic of how derivative this questline is to Morrowind's main questline. That might seem like a good thing, but in all honesty, a lot of the pieces that made Morrowind's main quest work as well as it did are missing in Oblivion. Morrowind's main quest can be divided into 3 sections. The first 6 quests relate to intelligence gathering, meeting various contacts and performing favors in exchange for information on the Nerevarine prophecy and cult, as well as the 6th house. This entails meeting with 6 different informants as well as later meeting the leadership of an Ashlander tribe. Oblivion starts somewhat similarly. Despite its bombastic introduction, its first act can be described as the same intelligence gathering format, this time with the Mythic Dawn. However, Oblivion deviates by establishing the Mythic Dawn as an existential threat from the very first moment, and by the second quest, they have destroyed a city and killed the Septim lineage. In addition, the Mythic Dawn are not as complex an enemy as the 6th house, and much of the necessary prophecy information is already known to the Blades and explicitly told to the player, without having even earned the trust of Joffrey yet, as though this information gets published in the Black Horse Courier. Morrowind's second act begins with a mission to eliminate a 6th house base. This begins the player down the path of directly interacting with the 6th house and fulfilling the 7 trials that mark the player as the Nerevarine. In turn, Oblivion's second act begins with a mission to eliminate a Mythic Dawn base in order to track down an item necessary for fulfilling a ritual that would close shut the jaws of Oblivion. When the player returns the Mysterium Xerxes to Cloud Ruler Temple, they will eventually be dispatched to collect a series of items in order to use the Xerxes to open a portal to Mankar Cameron's personal realm of Oblivion. Morrowind's third act begins after the player meets Vivek. It's short, and I detailed its problems in the relevant video. Oblivion attempts to correct the shortcomings of the third act. We'll get to it. The problem is that because the conflict between the Blades and Mythic Dawn is so much more simple than the conflict between the Ashlanders and Tribunal Temple, it lacks any of the intrigue necessary to make the plot interesting. Oblivion instead has to rely on emotionally resonant moments to keep the player entertained. Before we can get to doing important stuff, Martin sends us to Joffrey, as the game can't justify Martin knowing what the first piece of the ritual would be within seconds of getting his hand on the Xerxes. Strangers have been spotted on the road leading to Cloud Ruler Temple, and Joffrey needs someone to flush them out. This quest is actually somewhat important and interesting in establishing the stakes for Oblivion's second act, and a lot of people miss that. The Blades can't and won't extend themselves from the temple to hunt down the Mythic Dawn scouts, and the Mythic Dawn can't just materialize a portal wherever they want. This quest also establishes the Bruma City Guard, who play a big part in the coming quests. Captain Stefan of the Blades will tell us that the spies have been spotted by the Runestone at dusk. We head over to Bruma as Joffrey suggested, and...
Go ahead.
I'm Captain Bird, commander of the Bruma Guard. Except for Gerald coming back from a trip down south, things are pretty quiet. Not much travel right now with the Oblivion crisis.
Never was. Bird won't be much help unless you take the only lead he offers offhandedly, that Ural has returned from down south recently. So we break into their house, and there Ural's sleeping during the day, so I can easily break into her basement without drawing attention. A Dunmer woman is sleeping down there, next to her copy of the first edition of the Commentaries of the Mythic Dawn. Not exactly interesting reading material. I guess it's for recruiting new members. Anyways, Faram freaks out and we put her down. It is neat that the spies who operate at night were given packages to sleep during the day. It would have been very easy to forget about that detail. Okay, so problem. An actual sleeper agent probably would have tried to implicate us as a trespasser rather than blowing their cover. Although there's enough damning evidence here to expose them as Mythic Dawn agents, the law isn't exactly on our side. Even if we do find a note both implicitly naming the homeowner and detailing the Mythic Dawn's plan to destroy Bruma in order to assault Cloud Ruler Temple and kill Martin. So, we find a cavern which leads out of the city towards the runestone, murder Ural in her sleep, and report back to Joffrey. It's a shame the player can't steal the orders, report back to Joffrey, and then attempt to arrest the two for interrogation. We shouldn't have to rely on a clandestine organization like the Mythic Dawn making a mistake and leaving their evil plans just lying around for us to find. Unless the plan is a misdirection, but it's not. Joffrey tells us that he'll warn the Countess of the danger and sends us back to Martin.
Xerxes mentions 4 items needed for the ritual, but so far I have only deciphered one of them. The blood of a Daedra Lord.
Come on, man, it's just a simple substitution alphabet. Martin wants us to get our hands on any Daedric artifact. This is one of the more interesting quests due to how freeform it is and obviously requires some sacrifice on the part of the player in terms of their access to a Daedric item. If the player doesn't have one or know how to get one, Martin will point them at a book and tell them to read it to find out more. Said book points at the Shrine of Azura, which results in Azura's Star. A bad choice, and absolutely hilarious that Azura's Star is the artifact recommended for sacrifice to the player. Should the player somehow lose every Daedric artifact, starting this quest is a prerequisite for Hermaeus Mora's quest. That's a pretty serious artifact to have to lose, but you would have to make some serious mistakes along the way to reach the point where the player can actually softlock this quest. There are 15 potential items which can be used, and Martin has a unique line for each artifact. Martin has a revealing line if you give him the Sanguine Rose, for example.
I never thought to see this again. I once possessed it, briefly. A lifetime ago, it seems now. To obtain it, and then give it up. I honor your dedication to our cause.
Most of the lines, however, are fairly generic. Usually Martin comments that he or someone else will be thankful when the artifact is gone from the world, except Spellbreaker. Although Spellbreaker isn't really a Daedric artifact, as the book Tamrielic Lore by the last living dwarf Yagram Bagarn details, it was created by the godless Dwemer for the purposes of defending against Shalador's powerful magic. We'll be discussing the Daedra in more detail later, but for the purposes of video making, I used a console command to progress the quest. With an artifact in hand, we're sent to Joffrey, who informs us that an Oblivion Gate has opened at Bruma. What? I beat 2 gates at Battlehorn Castle with a small regiment of retainers, surely the city guard can handle this. No, instead we have to go to Bruma and meet with Captain Bird.
Thanks for coming. Since we had the hero of Kavach available, I didn't think it made sense to try this on our own the first time. We're ready when you are. Just say the word and we'll follow you into that hell-spawned gate.
Why are we presenting it like an office worker passing a print job off to the guy who always handles the printer and not an invasion from hell that the fate of the world is staked on? Captain Bird and his 2 men join us in the fray, and the gate is one of the 4 unique gates the player can do. Bird's a bit spooked, and the 2 men only have names and dialogue, not in-game. Once you get the sigil stone, you show Bird what to do. Save scum 1,000 times to get the stone you want, and return to Bruma. If you manage to exit the gate after 2 AM, Bird comes out of the gate in his evening attire. Returning to Joffrey, he commends our job in instructing the Bruma Guard, but suggests we go out and try to raise a larger garrison for the city. The Allies for Bruma quest is actually optional, and the consequences for not doing it are rather minor. Still, I went along with the spirit of the game and did it anyways, but more on that in a bit. Martin will simultaneously give us a quest to retrieve the blood of a divine.
The second item is the counterpart to the first, the blood of a divine. This was a terrible puzzle to me. Unlike the Daedra Lords, the gods have no artifacts.
This is a major point of contention for the story, and it's amazing how much of the conversation comes down to people just making stuff up. We are directed to Joffrey, who gives us the location of the armor of Tiber Septim. Martin says,
"You can reassure Joffrey that I will not destroy the armor. All I need is a scraping of Talos's divine blood."
A lot of people have taken this statement to mean that Martin will use actual dried blood that's caked onto the armor. However, this strikes me as off. Sure, you could come to the conclusion that the old blades wanted to preserve the armor as is, but you could also come to the conclusion that the armor would have been preserved in a pristine, clean state. After all, Tiber Septim, for unstated reasons, decided to seal the armor inside of Sancre Tor in the 36th year of his reign despite ruling for 81 years. Or maybe they're referring to his 38-year-long reign as Emperor of Tamriel. I guess it would be after, since the tomb was haunted by the Underking, which is why it's sealed. If it was at the end of his career, then surely he wouldn't have fought in it in a while, and it would have been cleaned off at some point. Now, Sancre Tor was an ancient Riemann city. However, Tiber Septim saw it as strategically unimportant and left it to rot. Two significant events occurred here. Tiber Septim met the armies of Skyrim and High Rock at Sancre Tor and used the Thu'um to defeat them, and then recovered the Amulet of Kings from the corpse of Emperor Riemann III. Look, I have 20 tabs open trying to answer the question of why Tiber Septim would bury his armor at Sancre Tor, or if Martin means the scraping is a sliver of the armor or actual dried blood. If the latter, wouldn't a more prudent artifact to find be the dagger that was used to slit Tiber Septim's throat, which prevented his use of the Thu'um, considering the blood could instead belong to someone Tiber bested in battle? More to the point, the Aedra do have artifacts. The armor of the Divine Crusader are all Aedric artifacts, or at the very least are as close to Aedric artifacts as Spellbreaker and Volendrung are to Daedric. Same thing with the Brush of True Paint, which is in the base game, or Ariel's Bow. Ultimately, this quest signifies a larger problem, which is the complete and utter clusterfuck that is lore pertaining to Tiber Septim. Now the thing is, Bethesda had pinned down that the Elder Scrolls 4 would be set in Cyrodiil during the production of Morrowind. Maybe they weren't sure they would get to make the game, but if they did, that's where it was going to be. So, more than likely, the idea was that Oblivion was going to settle once and for all that matter of Tiber Septim and the Empire, at least in a matter similar to how Morrowind settled characters like Vivec and Nerevar. And you would have stuff like the Remans with St. Olysia and Morehouse and the Akaviri, and even further back to the ancient Aliads, Michael Kirkbride. That name is a flashbang thrown into the room of an Elder Scrolls lore discussion. Here's the thing. Kirkbride contributed quite a bit to Elder Scrolls lore, but he isn't its sole writer. Morrowind's main quest was instead written by Ken Rolston, who took a more hands-off approach when it came to Oblivion, passing the job to Kurt Coleman, a designer. Again, it's hard to point at which writers are responsible for exactly what material, like for instance, which particular designer was responsible for the quest to infiltrate the Mythic Dawn. However, it is fair to say that when it came to Oblivion, there was far less interest in putting Tiber Septim in a similar role to Nerevar. Oh, we learned all about Nerevar, all the different theories about his origin, his life, his death, his history, and his reincarnation. In comparison, we get table scraps for Oblivion. It might seem minor, but an easily missable piece of flavor text about when a door was sealed shut can cause a lot of anguish if you don't have someone filling a lore master position. Elder Scrolls didn't have any kind of official lore master until ESL, because it was the philosophy of the writing team behind these games that contradictions are not only natural, but even encouraged stylistically. The problem is that this is a story about the heroic end of the Septim dynasty. The Empire and its home, Cyrodiil, are the protagonists of the metatext, and while we do get a lot of new information with Oblivion, in terms of quests we get next to nothing. The problem is that the writers believe that establishing any kind of objective information about Tiber Septim would ultimately undermine the intrigue of the character. People will spend hours discussing the Arcturian heresy, something that wouldn't happen if it turned out there was an official explanation to the story. However, the key difference is that Morrowind never answered the question of what really happened to Nerevar, while Oblivion never even tried to answer any of its questions. While the affairs of the empires of men are a big symptom of this, an even bigger symptom are the Aliads. Their ruins dot the land of Cyrodiil, similar to how the Dwemer ruins existed across Vardenfell. The difference is that the Dwemer played an integral part to Morrowind's main quest, while the Aliads exist in about 9 lore books and a DLC. The heart of the conflict of Morrowind is the, sorry for the pun, the heart of Lorkhan, and what the Dwemer did to it. The player can actually piece together what happened, not in the game's main quest, but in the Mages Guild. There's even more context to this event in the main quest about the artifacts involved, the major players who supported it, even the opposition to Kagranak's proposal. The player even meets the last living dwarf during the course of the main quest. However, the Aliads have absolutely zero presence in the base game of Oblivion, outside of their ruins. The Dwemer, a race of people who all collectively disappeared from existence millennia prior to the series, have more of a presence than the Aliads, who got massacred during the rise of the Riemann Empire but still existed in small numbers until recently. Mind you, our next quest is to visit an Aliad ruin. This is their shot, and this is the UESP's page on a detailed breakdown of this quest. A fairly standard Aliad ruin dungeon crawl ensues. That's what the Aliads are to people. They don't have cities, they have standardized dungeons. The extent of the Aliad's presence in the main quest is that we need a really big glowing rock made by them. There's not even a metaphor that Martin has to decipher, he just asks for a great Welkin stone the same way one would ask for chicken nuggets. Years ago, I mentally inserted that Mankar Cameron is an Iliad king trying to restore his former empire, because at least that would make them relevant. But it's not even that. Mankar Cameron is hanging out in a pristine Iliad structure, I guess because he's an enthusiast of their architecture. The man is actually the descendant of a ruler of Valenwood who rebelled against a random septim emperor. Granted, the Dwemer were a multi-game spanning mystery and the Iliads were a piece of flavor text. So it's easy to understand why the legacy of the Iliads wasn't a priority when it came to the writing. If the Remans weren't going to be part of the main quest, you can bet the Iliads definitely weren't. It all comes down to the fact that Bethesda had until March of 2006 to finish the game. Now, one might say that Bethesda had 4 whole years to make Oblivion, which just isn't how game development works. The team was expanded from about 40 developers to 70. The engine required various updates, such as support for full voice acting and an implementation of Havok physics. And then there's the matter that work on Oblivion did not start on May 2nd, 2002, and it did not end on March 19th, 2006. Games of the era had to go gold, meaning that the game had to be actually complete, playable, and bug-free months before release, so that the game could be physically printed, packaged, and shipped out for release day. Oblivion was also riding on the cusp of online patch distribution, so unlike the modern Bethesda standard, Oblivion had to not have any game-breaking problems that would cripple the game's success. Simply put, I think a lot of people are very charitable with the timetable that Bethesda was operating under. Kurt Coleman, for instance, details a moment where his initial E3 2005 demo at Fort Such was thrown out in favor of the sequence we ended up receiving at the last moment. And that's not the only cut content. The plans may have been to go harder with the plot elements, to explore all those aspects of the lore I talked about, but one fact ruled above all others. Is it time? I think it is. It's November of 2005 and the Xbox 360 has just released. Its only problem? Microsoft had only started production of the console a couple months prior and the shelves were already empty. By the end of the year, 900,000 units had shipped just in North America. Here's a list of all the Xbox 360 launch titles. There's some pretty good games on this list, but do you know what isn't here? The real thing that was selling 360s was the promise of Halo 3. Here's Bill Gates signing the first copy of Halo 3 ever sold because he knew full well in 20 hours 1 million people would be playing it on Xbox Live. Halo 2 was already a juggernaut. In its day, it was the record holder for the highest grossing video game. People were prepared to spend $300, even $400 on the promise that Halo 3 would be good. The only problem was that it was exactly that, a promise. Halo 3 would release in September of 2007, almost 22 months after the Xbox 360 launched. That 22-month gap between the launch of the console and the launch of the game is interesting. Chances are, if you were born around the new millennium, one of your favorite games came out in this 22-month time period. And chances are you know about it because of its success, because over 1 million people bought a console for a game that would come out almost 2 years later. How is this significant? Simple. Bethesda released Oblivion in March of 2006, only 4 months into that 22-month time period. Here's Peter Moore, Vice President of Worldwide Marketing and Publishing for Xbox. There's an unconfirmed report that this guy got a permanent tattoo to market the release date of Halo 2. He's standing on the stage of E3 2005, less than a year after Halo 2 set its record for making $125 million in one day. IGN would go on to claim that 6 million people followed just their coverage of this event. Here's what he has to say about Oblivion.
It promises to feature one of the largest open-ended worlds ever created for a video game. It also includes thousands of characters that are governed by groundbreaking AI. These characters eat, sleep, and complete tasks all around the clock. And they make their own choices based upon what's going on in the world around them. Welcome to the world of Oblivion.
What would follow would be Oblivion's trailer, showing little but hyping the game up. Todd Howard would follow that act during the conference with his presentation of the game. Kurt Coleman may have been annoyed that his E3 demo got the axe, but Todd Howard could see the bigger picture. Morrowind may have saved the company, but Oblivion was what made Bethesda worth $7.5 billion to Microsoft. Okay, that part's hyperbolic. Each step was important, but arguably there was no greater turning point in the story of Bethesda than these words.
Hi, I'm Todd Howard of Bethesda Softworks, and welcome to our demo of The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion.
Now, I want to finish my point before we get into the specifics of this gameplay demo. Bethesda didn't have their modern reputation. To the broader gaming audience, they weren't the studio known for action-adventure games with light RPG elements that are full of bugs and use an outdated engine. Most of the people who knew Bethesda had a history with bugs at the time were hardcore CRPG fans, and most people ignored that crowd. To the layperson, Bethesda was an up-and-coming studio with a unique idea that was pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Millions of people saw this demo, and with 18 months to Halo 3, millions of people got their hands on the game. This wasn't possible without two things: the Xbox copy of Morrowind, and the ease of which traditional PC developers could port games onto the hardware. But Morrowind wasn't even the prologue, just the foreword on the inner sleeve. To most Elder Scrolls fans, the story of Bethesda started with Oblivion on the Xbox 360. So let's watch that demo. It lasts about 20 minutes and can be divided into the following sections. A prologue where Bethesda sells the company to the public, then we get a prison sequence to show off Patrick Stewart, then Howard takes us to a forest, then into an Iliad ruin, then into a mine to show off the arrow physics, then to Coral where the Morrowind voice actor for the Dunmer and Imperials, Jeff Baker, has a conversation between his two different characters.
Rumor has it there has been an attack on Kvatch. They say the Daedra attack in great numbers.
Grave news indeed. Perhaps my axe can be of use.
Then we get the dog torture scene before ending the demo at the Battle of Kvatch. So, how much did Howard lie? Well, we start with such, which is honestly not that big a lie, as Howard states there would be 9 cities, and yeah, there are 9 cities in the game. Howard's caught in a massive lie, however, when he states,
"This is where the game starts, like our others, in prison."
Gosh, Daggerfall. An immediate and apparent difference between the demo and the launch release would have to be the brightness. That's not the brightness or gamma simply dropped to 0, as the high parts of the scene are much brighter than the low parts. It looks as though areas which aren't being directly illuminated are just straight up dark. In reality, this isn't what the demo looked like, as outsourcing my research revealed another copy of this demo footage with more even lighting that is fairly close to the game, so the version currently on YouTube makes things darker than it needs to be. Also, look at the shadows cast by the light as it swings, or the differences in the color of light based on the Emperor. As the Emperor comes down, it's clear that Boris' voice actor is actually Jeff Baker, and Wes Johnson's entire character is not the same.
Don't stop. You make me calm.
Stand away from the door. Over by the window.
Boy next door.
There's actually an extra line.
Don't stop. That turns me on.
How rocks form and how trees grow. We have the game
You like what you see? Oh, I'm fucking coming. It's a fucking deed. The guitar has a deed.
They're so natural.
Oblivion was rather infamous and early about free speech, a middleware program which can easily generate Here are some stats from the unofficial Game Council cell audit for various mistakes they've fixed related to trees. The number of trees partially or completely embedded in rocks, walls, trees, logs, or fences, 4,101. The number of trees partially or completely embedded underground, 1,055. Shrubs embedded in rocks, walls, trees, logs, or fences, 13,277. Shrubs embedded underground, 244. See through the underside of trees or shrubs, 3,883. See through the underside of rocks, 3,002. Rocks partially or completely embedded in walls, trees, logs, fences, or stairs, or completely embedded in other rocks, 11,252. Rocks completely embedded underground, 4,533. 103 flying trees, 698 flying shrubs, 549 flying rocks, including 6 at the canopy level of the forest, There's no point in screenshotting pictures of see-through or floating objects in Oblivion because there are many, dutifully patched by the unofficial Oblivion patch team. This is half a problem with the early implementation of SpeedTree. It wouldn't be used by so many game and movie studios if it had this high a failure rate today. The other half is Bethesda, assuming that procedural generation would be adequate for their world. One of the people in my Discord reached out to Noah Berry, one of the world artists featured in the Making of Oblivion documentary. He was kind enough to explain exactly how SpeedTree was implemented into Oblivion, explaining that SpeedTree randomizes elements of the shape of foliage in its placement, but that these elements are saved and imported into the construction set. SpeedTree was used to quickly populate the world with objects before world artists would go in and perform cleanup on areas like the shrines or dungeon entrances. Another tool was created to generate the initial height map, which the world artists would again modify to suit their needs, and he suggests that the bulk of the height map was hand adjusted, and the height map editor would indeed erode the terrain. This is all Oblivion specific, as they would change the workflow and tools used by Fallout 3. My stream made a joke about how this guy was just justifying his job, but honestly, if he spent any time trying to fix all the broken trees, his job justified itself. However, it's the next line that perks my ear.
And it all animates with the weather.
In the demo, you see trees swaying in the wind. In the game, you see the leaves rotate slightly during a rainstorm. Only some of the trees in-game are affected by heavy rainstorms, let alone soft breezes. This is one of those areas where Howard made a promise he technically keeps, but we know it's an exaggeration. His next line is that Cyrodiil is 16 square miles, but half of that is procedurally generated forest. I can't verify the latter part, but apparently Cyrodiil is bigger than he promises, so good on him. He mentions the compass, and here we have Todd engaging in a prototypical Oblivion fight, missing several swings and blocking at wrong times, and generally appearing engaging while in reality it's just two dudes clicking on each other.
We've created an all-new combat engine that combines melee, defense, and magic into one system.
That new combat engine was actually just removed directional swings, removed hit chance, removed spell chance, and reworked a couple formulas. We spent a couple minutes killing things in the ruin. I'd say making the demo dungeon and Iliad ruin full of undead is surprisingly honest on the part of Todd Howard. He does overstate the relevance of the Varla stones, and we move on to the stealth demo. Most of what he says here is fairly accurate, although he does say,
there are no experience points.
He does 3-shot an ogre, which is outright deception. Next, Todd states there are, quote,
there are 9 main cities in the game and dozens of smaller settlements.
Let's count! Using a spreadsheet and a map, and later a page listing all of these areas to double check, I listed out everything that could be considered a settlement. Let's start with the first category. This is every multi-building area in Cyrodiil that isn't a stone's throw away from a larger city. There are 14 of them. 9 of them are considered villages, 4 of them buildings with an outhouse, and 1 temple area. Most of these areas only have 2 structures. Bleaker's Way is an outlier with 8 different buildings. Now we have 2 areas which have multiple buildings, but are close enough to a city to be considered a satellite settlement. These areas are Harlan's Watch and Wayne Priory. If we say that every multi-building settlement outside of a city walls are considered to be settlements, that brings the total up to 16, which is 8 short of the technical definition of dozens. Now, we're going to stretch the definition of a settlement. It's generally agreed upon by pedants everywhere that the term settlement refers to a plurality of buildings. However, the in-game Cyrodiil is not a one-to-one representation of the actual memetic Cyrodiil. In a sense, each person represents 10,000, and each building theoretically represents its own village. This loophole gets stretched with something like Mellus Petilius's house, which is just some guy living in the middle of the woods alone, and likely doesn't represent a village, but for the sake of argument, we'll count it. Here's all the single building areas that are not adjacent to a city. There are 20 of them, so Todd is hitting 36 settlements, even though over half of that count are single building farm areas, 4 houses, a couple chapels, and all of the inns located outside of the cities. That would make 3 dozen settlements, although I'm not sure that argument would hold much weight in an actual legal settlement if Bethesda were to be called out for false advertising. Remember, 2 of these 36 areas could be considered an extension of the city near them. Let's fill out the remaining areas, which are single building areas adjacent to cities. There are 12 single building structures located next to cities. Most of them are stables with a couple farms, a house, and a chapel. That brings the total count up to 48 areas outside of the 9 major cities, which could be considered with the scaling argument to be settlements, but 32 of those 48 settlements are actually single building structures. Now, it may be possible to say that it was Bethesda's intention to deliver upon the promise of dozens of settlements, but latent development suffered a cut. But if you actually look at the map, there's not really a whole lot more areas that settlements could fit into, at least at the current world scale, unless they're all like hack dirt in the middle of the woods. As to Todd's next line,
Over 1,000 NPCs live in Oblivion, all with their own schedules and jobs.
Yeah, they fell a bit short. The UESP says there are 855 NPCs in base Oblivion. I'm not sure their methodology other than they don't count the generic NPCs like guards and bandits, who themselves don't really exist as characters other than the roles they perform, so they don't meet the mark of Howard's promise. Mind you that Peter Moore promised thousands, which was accurate for Morrowind at over 2,600 NPCs. We'll have more to say on this topic later. We move on to the conversation between Jeff Baker's two characters. The only deceptive thing about this conversation would be two random NPCs referring to each other by name, given that most NPC conversations tend to avoid using names to refer to each other to make the dialogue more general and thus more usable.
Let's head into this bookstore.
This is the rather infamous part of this demo where we went from stretching the truth and numbers to outright lies. In this section, Todd details a conversation with this woman that is completely disingenuous. You simply do not have interactions like this. The NPC then leads you upstairs and performs a set of actions that the player would be hard-pressed to find. Here's the thing. Radiant AI actually refers to an AI packaging system. However, it's inaccurate to say that the packages aren't scripted. These packages act similarly to functions, being called at various times with a set list of conditions and variables that can be tweaked by the designer. An example would be generic AI, which often uses a sleep package to direct the AI to locate a bed near them and sleep in it. This is essentially a function being called that searches for a bed and once it finds it, directs the AI to sleep in it. Now in fairness, most quote dynamic unquote systems are actually scripted if you do enough reductive boiling down. It's fair to say that Oblivion's system of having NPCs do this semi-dynamically is still leaps and bounds ahead of actually scripting an NPC out to, say, leave their desk and walk downstairs for a minute in an actual scripting language. In a sense, Bethesda effectively showed off all of their AI packages in this demo. An NPC finding their dog and talking to it might be a stretch in terms of the AI packages. NPCs can be given packages to find a bow and arrow as well as practice with these items. Saying the NPC will dynamically drink a fortify marksman potion because they missed their shots, on the other hand, well, there's a reason the designers showing this to Todd all had nervous expressions on their faces. But the AI can be given a package to consume a potion, which is how they handled it here. So the AI using an appropriate potion is, in a sense, a scripted event. The AI can have a package to locate meat and place it, but choosing to do that would be scripted based on this sequence. I mean, you could technically set this up in packages, but it would be fairly complex. AI do have a package for eating, although that directly translating to giving the dog a high energy level and running around is suspect. AI can have packages to read books in their environment. The AI casting Paralyze on our dog is technically a package, although in this case Todd is more so making the case that the AI can cast spells, not that the AI gets annoyed with the dog and dynamically decides to paralyze it. Todd is on the money with how the Eat package works for NPCs, except I believe in regards to the claim that NPCs will grow food. AI will decide to sleep, and infamously, AI can be given packages to cast spells on other targets. Overall, I'd say about 90% of the demonstration is reasonably possible with the packages system. However, rather blatantly, what is being advertised isn't the possibilities of Radiant AI, but Radiant AI itself being applied to thousands of NPCs. Which means when players play the game and realize that most NPCs are nowhere near as complex in their behaviors, let alone possessing multiple behaviors of this complexity as this demonstration implies but does not outright state, this results in a lot of people looking at this demonstration as a lie. Again, we'll go into more detail with Radiant AI later. For now, we're simply assessing the E3 demo. Next, we see the map. Howard shows off fast travel and fast travels out of an interior cell. Less likely an advertisement as a feature and more so a structural convenience since you can't fast travel out of buildings.
In the game's main quest, the Emperor has been killed and the gates to Oblivion have opened. You alone must find his lost son, or the whole world will fall.
Spoilers, dude! There's not much to say about the Kvatch segment other than the actual battle for Kvatch quest plays out in a completely different manner. A few lies, but mostly just disingenuous statements which can be technically classified as correct with some truth stretching and free legal work. If you compare it to the later promises, Howard would gradually get better at making less objective promises, or saying things that could easily be disproven. He might be known as the king of liars, but you can't say he hasn't leveled up at never being abjectly wrong. Whatever the case, Bethesda marched forward to its November 2005 release date, only to inevitably delay. They wanted to be a genuine launch title for the 360, but ended up needing 6 more months in the oven. It's hard to concretely say with these things, but by the point Bethesda shows us what they're selling us, it's usually too late for them to go back and make any drastic improvements to the system. Meaning, it's fair to say that, at best, your average questline in Oblivion had a 2.5-year time period of possible development. Oh yeah, remember when this point was speculation about how much time the writers/designers had? I mean, I was going to talk about the E3 demo regardless. To catch you back up, a lot of people see Aliens as sort of generic fantasy elves, and not the slave master Daedra-worshipping, jungle-living wild elves they were meant to be because of how little character really come across in both their dungeons and quests. The best we get is that they use a lot of traps, so that must mean they're fairly cruel in nature, but that could also just mean they don't like trespassers. Regardless, we've acquired our great Welkenstone. Martin's adorned in full armor and is talking to Joffrey about how this is the only way. He's thrilled we've managed to return to him with the Welkenstone, genuinely impressed at our tenacity and abilities. Martin is a selling point for a lot of people, and it's little moments like this where the game tries and arguably succeeds at making you feel like a friend to Martin that seals the deal.
It's the counterpart to the Great Welkenstone, just as the first two were the opposed powers of the Daedra and the Divines. Welkenstones contain the concentrated power of Mundus. Their counterparts are sigil stones, which are used to hold open Oblivion gates.
This is going to come back later when Mankar Cameron shares some of his ideas. So, Martin needs a great sigil stone, which we can only get from a great Oblivion gate. The same kind of gate that ended in Kvatch's destruction. Mind you, we only have confirmation of normal sigil stones existing, and it's possible the Great Gates are a special mechanism tied directly to Dagon. But Martin's confident, and I just can't say no to that face, or, well, really it's the voice.
And with Sean Bean, it was actually over the phone. So it was me and Kurt Kuhlman and I believe Todd Howard around the speakerphone. But you recognize the voice when you hear him.
You know what? Let's try a small exercise. You. Suppose you were sent to kill me. We're in this meeting together. You're sitting there in the chair, waiting for your moment. How would you kill me? What's the plan?
Fast-acting poison. Memetic. About 5 seconds from ingestion to reaction. Terrible accident.
Gruesome. But I survived worse than that.
He's willing to open a great gate at Bruma in order to recover the Amulet of Kings, and asks us to go down to the Countess and ask that she meet him at the Chapel of Talos. We kind of miss a memo by explaining the plan to her, when instead we should have just explained that the heir to the throne wishes to meet her at the chapel and let Martin do all the talking. This quest exposes several moments where the character is forced into certain dialogue lines, which usually isn't a problem because Elder Scrolls tends to avoid assigning emotion or personality to the player's lines whenever they don't have a choice. The hero of Kvatch is a specific character. Whatever character you've forged up to this point is effectively molded into the heroic archetype, which I think is missing the opportunities of the main quest to test the player's heroic attributes. It's fair to say in none of the other quests is the player really allowed to shine as a hero, so this could have been a crucible of that mentality. If the player had been shirking their responsibilities, ignoring Oblivion gates and using dirty tactics in the prior quests, then maybe the player would be offered dialogue lines to compensate for that. This obviously fits into a larger problem of Elder Scrolls generally lacking dialogue options, which will come up later when we discuss the Dark Brotherhood. The Countess is amiable to the idea of fighting a giant battle outside her city, which honestly makes the decision to do this in the Nordic city make sense. This is one of the few times the stoicism of the Nords reflects in its cultural embassy. That said, she does refer to this as a war, which is about as accurate as calling the Morrowind video quick. This is also the moment where Martin will share the most information about his past.
As a young man, I grew impatient with Mages Guild restrictions, as did many of my fellow apprentices. We threw ourselves into the riddles of Daedric magic. We hungered for forbidden secrets. Knowledge and power were our gods. You can guess the rest. We got in over our heads. People died. My friends died. I've put those days behind me, but the bitter wisdom that one has been a fool is not without value.
Before we start the battle, we have to discuss the Allies for Bruma quest. This large chunk of the timeline you see is the Allies for Bruma quest. Not only is it long, it's actually longer than several other quests combined. We are tasked with going to the regional leaders of Cyrodiil to ask for aid in the defense of Bruma. However, this doesn't aid in the defense of Bruma up to this point, but rather just stockpiles soldiers for the coming great battle, as though we've been aware all along that this was coming. The difference is that the soldiers of this battle will have slightly better equipment and represent the various counties of Cyrodiil, turning it from a Bruma battle to a Cyrodiil battle. The difference between doing and avoiding this quest is generic NPCs. Granted, it's a cool idea to try and raise an army, and seeing all the different guys there for putting in the work is neat, but it's deflated by the fact that if I had not spent so much time doing a bunch of Oblivion Gates, those guys would be there wearing yellow instead of a rainbow assortment. Each Allies for Bruma leg begins with asking the Count of a city for aid with Bruma. You can ask Okado, but he'll turn you down, and you can't ask any of the guilds for help, even the ones you're the leader of. There's no using my connections as the leader of both the Arena, Fighters, and Mages Guild in this situation. Each count, once we use the adequate console commands to summon them to us because I don't care to wait, will tell us that they can't spare any guards for Bruma until a gate outside their city is closed. Each of these gates, bearing one notable exception, is the same randomized gate the player will have closed should they have been closing generic gates up to this point. After the tedious Oblivion Gate, we return to the Count, use console commands to teleport them to us again because I got in trouble the last time I snuck into their quarters to ask them this very important question, and then they offer to send troops to Bruma. Kvatch and Shadenhall are different. Kvatch as captain of the guard will actually spare a soldier should you help him reclaim the castle.
You know, I saw your fight against the Grey Prince.
Let's talk about how busted this quest is from a logic perspective. The tension of this quest relies on the player closing the gate, saving the chapel, and then going and clearing out the castle. However, if the player gets here from the main quest, which they were shoved into via the urgent introduction, then they will be here to get Martin. A pragmatic player wouldn't stop to help the guards with the situation given that Martin needs to get to safety immediately. Assassins could come in the time we take helping to clear out Kvatch after all. Yet if the player decides to put off doing this quest, then the tension of trying to clear out the castle and save the Count of Kvatch is lost. It can be a week, even longer, and the guards will not have advanced their campaign to secure the city an inch without the player, and will try to pretend that saving the Count is even on the table when, at this point, the Daedra will most likely have gotten to him. The only way to approach this quest and make it make sense is how I did it, which was to ignore the urgency of delivering the amulet, go to Kvatch, take down the gate, clear out the castle, and then later come back to get Martin when we know he's important. That has its own problems, but helps make the honestly decent Battle for Castle Kvatch quest better by preserving its tension without the player having Martin in the back of their mind. And sure, we can just conclude that Martin is essential and that the game not only won't kill him on this quest, but that we can actually bring Martin to help us clear out the castle. But I try to roleplay these things, and from that perspective, there's no way to approach this quest that doesn't have issues. The other quest of note is the Shadenhall quest. Not only does it have a unique Oblivion Gate, it has an entire quest tied to its Oblivion Gate. The Count's son, Farwell Indaris, took his band of knights into the Oblivion Gate. This is another example of why seeing Kvatch prior to its destruction would be a good thing. Prior to the Oblivion Crisis, the Knights of the Thorn, if the player pays attention to local lore, are basically just a local fraternity where they spend more time bragging about their exploits than actually accomplishing anything. However, when a gate pops up next to their headquarters, the knights went in. This was disastrous for them and were to try and save the Count's son. Not only is he not essential, but there are consequences should he die. And these consequences extend to him having died prior to this quest, even if it was out of the player's hands. And Farwell is appropriately foolhardy, easily getting himself killed chasing glory. This is honest, diegetic storytelling about a character who exists prior to this moment, who can survive after this moment if the player can protect them, and who is being characterized correctly in this situation. And the reward is pretty spiffy to boot. Simply put, the Wayward Knight is one of my favorite quests in Oblivion despite being an escort quest set in an Oblivion Gate, because it shows the potential for what could have been. Even though its Oblivion Gate visually glitched out, I couldn't help but feel impressed with its design. Unlike every other leg of the Allies for Bruma quest, this is so unique I have to wonder why the others were so bland and generic. I can't help but compare this to the Hortator and Nerevarine quest series, where the player of Morrowind would go around acquiring titles with the great houses and Ashlander tribes. Each quest there, however, was unique and appropriately reflected on the culture of its faction, meaning that if the player hadn't interacted with those factions before, they would still have an understanding of who it was they were saving. Oblivion fails in that respect, but succeeds in actually making these quests meaningful. Kind of. Being the Hortator and Nerevarine was meaningless given how the Battle of Red Mountain series played out, and having those factions support is only necessary to fulfill the prophecy, and even then you can bypass all the quests by having enough reputation, which was a hefty requirement. That said, giving the player a contingent of slightly stronger guards is not really a good reward for the sheer time and energy investment that is the Allies for Bruma quest, and it's often described as a weak point of the main quest. Having our allies recruited, they gradually roll up to Bruma and form into a camp. Even if it's goofy hearing Wes Johnson talk to himself a dozen times, seeing all these guards does elicit a feeling that what we're about to do is significant. As we march out of the city for battle, the citizens even cheer us on, which is a great detail. Martin even gives a speech.
We must hold fast until the hero of Kvatch can destroy their great gate. We must kill whatever comes out of that gate.
Whoa, hey Martin. Big Dick Captain Bird came to battle in his nightwear. I'm sure he can handle that great gate no problem, given he's been closing gates just like us for some time off screen. When people complain about the Battle of Bruma doesn't feel epic because there's not hundreds of people on screen, sure, I get that. But by Oblivion standards, I'm sorry, I'm the anti-Oblivion guy and I'm fucking hyped for this battle. And yeah, sure, I played with the difficulty turned down because the game's busted scaling meant I would have been slashing opponents dozens of times in the middle of the chaos. I didn't want this section to be challenging, I wanted it to be epic, and to me, it is. It has all the prototypical elements of a Lord of the Rings movie speech, followed by the great animation of the gates opening that the player won't have seen yet, and finally that great gate opening. The great gate itself is a timed dungeon, giving the player 15 minutes to complete the gate or Bruma falls when the Daedric siege engine makes it through the portal. Another failure state is Martin's death, though the battle outside the portal is effectively paused once we enter. Yes, Martin's not essential for this battle, and should he die, the game ends. I'm not sure how I feel about the game having a hard ending, but it's nice to see all the major players lose their essential flags. It takes the wind out of the sails of those who argue for essential flags, since Bethesda trusted the player enough to try and keep Martin alive during this battle. Granted, it would be neat if Martin dies and the game continues, like the main quest instantly fails and suddenly gates start popping up absolutely everywhere in a full-blown invasion. It might be a lot to ask for a post-apocalyptic Cyrodiil as an alternative ending in a game with such a tight development, but you must admit it would be neato to actually see a fully realized consequence like that. It must have been anticlimactic at Kvatch to see the Great Gate open, only for nothing that big to come out of it for 15 whole minutes. So, how is Oblivion's final gate? We step in and immediately see the vision Big U showed us at the start of the game, a great siege engines marching toward us and spraying fireballs to boot. The thing is, it only took me 6 minutes to get to the Sigil Stone. There are random Oblivion gates more dangerous than the Great Gate, probably because Bethesda needed the average player to be able to complete the Great Gate if they somehow got their character stuck at this quest and couldn't reload to a previous save for whatever reason. I don't know, just make a save for the player at some point. With the Great Sigil Stone in hand, we've won the battle, and even though there are several other gates as well, I'll assume those were handled by the guys outside and not tied to the Great Gate. Martin tells us he's going to prepare the ritual, and we set off to prepare for the unknown.
I have everything in place for the ritual. I'll open the portal whenever you're ready.
Martin explains that the portal will be one way and speculates that Mankar Cameron is an anchor for the realm and will need to be killed for us to return. The ritual is performed, we head in, and are greeted by Paradise. Paradise represents the possibilities of Oblivion, and its visual design is unlike anything else seen in Oblivion. Purple vegetation, a perpetual state of sunset, intact alien structures, deer roaming around alongside the Daedra, and constant torture of Mankar's subjects. Mankar also does some narration, becoming aware of us the moment we arrived. We're going to break down Cameron's lines all at once later, just bear in mind we're being narrated to as we progress. Eventually, we come across mana bloom plants, which are the only respawning source of ambrosia and lycor in the game, which are both single effect plants that restore health and magicka respectively. The path eventually leads to the Dremora Cathatet. He greets us peacefully, remarking that we destroyed the Sigil Tower at Ganona, or the gate that opened at Kvatch. He's got some interesting lines.
Your swift retribution earned you much respect among my people. We had not expected that a mortal would act with such resolution and honor. It is no dishonor for us to speak. You speak directly, like one of my people almost. I'm glad I did not kill you immediately.
Cathatet offers us a choice. To progress into the Forbidden Grotto, we need the bands of the Chosen. We can fight him for them or earn them through service, as both are honorable. I choose service, and we get sent on a short quest to free a trapped Zivile, Anaxes, from some ascended immortals who tracked him in a cave. Free Anaxes, return, and then I reject taking the bands from him.
You are unlike any other mortal I have encountered. You serve me, and then you spurn the reward for your service. Come, as an equal, I shall grace your name and corpse with honor.
Also, you can play Persuasion Pie with Cathatet since Dremora are actually NPCs and not creatures like in Morrowind. And they forgot to give him the flag to prevent persuasion. This also means he has a black soul despite being a Daedra. We head into the grotto, the shackles now stuck on preventing our escape. After some Daedra killing, we meet Eldamil, a delusioned Mankar worshipper who will help us with our situation by getting us past the Dremora Overseer. He removes our shackles and comes with us to fight with Mankar. Finally, we've reached the moment where we reveal what this game is truly about. Obviously, we can't talk about Mankar Cameron without mentioning the fact that he's the last member of Oblivion's star-studded cast. Blowing a giant stack of cash so you can wrangle up Patrick Stewart, who is in the prime of his fame from Star Trek The Next Generation, and the TNG movies, I guess, so that he can be a voice in the trailer and have 10 minutes of screen time is one thing. Hiring Sean Bean, who had a prominent role in The Lord of the Rings, a movie so significant to fantasy, and then having Sean Bean voice the protagonist of your main quest for the entire game is another. Hell, that makes Terrence Stamp's cameo as Mankar Cameron almost insignificant. Still, it's the voice recording session that the Making of Oblivion documentary showed off, with Todd Howard flying out to London personally to get the lines.
New Todd.
You gotta put that in.
Smile.
Oh yeah, that's a Neumann U87 microphone, one of the best and most expensive microphones money can buy. Granted, they would have been renting time in a recording studio, just thought I would point it out. As someone who spent a lot of money on a microphone, thanks patrons. Given that Cameron is the game's principal antagonist, one would hope Bethesda would have learned from Morrowind's antagonist, Dagoth-Ur. Dagoth-Ur had a compelling conversation, but most of the time his presence in the main quest proper came in the form of his servants and a few text-based dreams, and Dagoth-Ur proper lacked any substantial screen time until the conclusion of Morrowind's main quest. Cameron corrects this, using that celebrity voice talent to appear a single time in the main quest before our arrival in Paradise, where he doesn't acknowledge the player. The difference, though, is that we get a generally good idea of who Dagoth-Ur is before we ever meet him. Until the time came that I generally had to write about Mankar Cameron, I couldn't have really told you much about him. For instance, we know that Dagoth-Ur was the one who reported the Dwemer's plans to create Numidium, effectively starting the series of events that led to their disappearance. Dagoth-Ur was entrusted with the Heart of Lorkhan, and the various claims of what happened after that are a big part of Morrowind's story. Mankar, on the other hand, well, for a long time I just assumed that Mankar Cameron was a former Ayleid king who, after the rise of men, spent a couple thousand years coming up with a plot to eventually overthrow the Septim Empire and bring Tamriel under Elvish domination again. All of that is information I assumed based on the Ayleid architecture of Paradise and because the quest involves Sancre Tor, which was a significant place in Cyrodiilic lore. As we complete Martin's tasks, he'll gradually accumulate literature on his desk that is relevant to the plot. One of these books is titled The Refugees, which is a light armor skill book that can only be found here and at the first edition bookstore from earlier in the main quest when we were getting the commentaries. The book details the birth of Mankar Cameron and constitutes the bulk of his lore page. Mankar was born to a Bosmeri refugee, whom as the story progresses is revealed to have been the mistress to Haemon Cameron, who had been a primary instigator in a massive civil war that embroiled Valenwood, Calovia, Hammerfell, and Hyrok. So remember when Taormina said the commentaries of the Mysterium Xarxes were contemporary with Tiber Septim? Not the Xarxes itself, she specifies the commentaries.
The commentaries are contemporary with Tiber Septim, over 400 years ago. So, he is unlikely to still be alive, although you never know.
Okay, well, the Pocket Guide to the Empire, 3rd edition, which physically came with Oblivion's Collector's Edition, has a section on Valenwood which dates the war with the Cameron usurper to the 3rd era, year 249. That means that not only was Mankar born far after the establishment of the Septim dynasty, but that his birth is closer to the current year than it is to the death of Tiber Septim. You can almost say this is intentional, seeing as the Arcane University's expert, which in turn likely means Tamriel's expert, in Daedric cults didn't make the connection that the Mankar Cameron who wrote these commentaries was the same Mankar Cameron of this book. But we can forgive that. Again, Oblivion's world isn't to scale and doesn't have the internet, moth priests, so such a connection could easily go unnoticed. However, it's important to mention that in Elder Scrolls, race is passed down via the mother, which is detailed in Notes on Racial Phylogeny. And given that Mankar's mother was a Bosmer and Mankar clearly isn't, something's wrong. If anything, given that Mankar doesn't mention his legacy and that the story doesn't draw attention to this book despite its placement in main quest areas, I believe the refugees to be a possible red herring. Although again, there are several similarities between Mankar and the Heart King's stories that make that difficult to believe. This is where I start to say words like portonymic and neonymic and a bunch of high lore concepts to dance around the fact that someone made a fucky-wucky and said the commentaries are older than they should be and that Mankar's the wrong race. Why does Mankar live in an Ayleid building? Because he used Nimic surgery to change himself into an Ayleid and make himself Dragonborn so he could wield the Amulet of Kings. How did he do this? Because Mehrunes Dagon taught him how to use Mehrunes Razor to open the construction set and do a race edit. All of this is in the lore. You can read about it in the Trial of... Oh no, wait, that was a forum post and not in the games. I mean, it is canon if you manage to beat Battlespire since they had to invent some bullshit to make it possible to defeat Mehrunes Dagon at the end. Talk about nonsense, justifying a mistake by referencing a lore argument that happens in a game a grand total of like 17 people ever beat. Hey, if it's as easy as saying Mehrunes Dagon base and reference ID, then how come we're bothering to go to Paradise and all and not just waiting for him to turn up so we can say the magic words and make him disappear? I guess that would be pretty anticlimactic after all, so maybe it's better if we leave the Nimic surgery stuff out. Look at it like this. There is zero, and I mean absolutely zero, story benefits to having Mankar Cameron be the son of Haemon Cameron beyond being able to draw a lore connection to Daggerfall, I guess. Instead, let's redraft this. First fix, just make him a Bosmer. You might say, that looks silly. But given the number of people who swear by Fargoth-Ur, I would argue that having the main villain be a Bosmer would actually be the best thing that happened to the Wood Elves since it would help uplift that race out of perpetual meme status. Second proposal. This is now Mankar Cameron, last king of the Ayleids. His bloodline was the first of the Dragonborn to wear the Amulet of Kings before Alesia stole it and later history was revised to claim that she was the originator. Mankar was born in the final days of the Ayleids' presence on Cyrodiil, near the end of the Second Era when Tiber Septim finally extinguished their culture completely. As a young man, he ventured through Tamriel, experiencing the various cultures of the elves, and realized that Merrick culture could potentially be unified through a mutual hatred of Talos. The upper echelon of the Mythic Dawn would be committed to the reversal of Lorkhan's scheme to create mortality, effectively restoring the world to its primordial and timeless state. By the time the men of the Mythic Dawn realized what was happening, they would arrive in Paradise where they would be perpetually tormented in order to maintain a purity of rank. In essence, the Mythic Dawn would become the genesis of the Thalmor, except without Mankar it becomes about an Altmeri dominion over Tamriel instead of the restoration of Ayleid culture. You could even link it to several conspiracies to create elvish superpowers, such as Dunmer Mythic Dawn members awakening Dagoth-Ur or playing a part in the fall of Dagoth-Ur and by extension the Tribunal, returning the Dunmer to Daedra worship. How about the Mythic Dawn propping up the Necromancer cult and creating an elvish replacement for Arkay and Mana Marco while at the same time undermining the Empire's Mages Guild? You don't have to use all of those ideas, but making Mankar an actual Ayleid king would resolve several of the issues. Of course, the biggest issue with this is giving Terrence Stamp more lines, and that means paying him more money. According to Michael Kirkbride, Mankar's speech came from an email where he was just writing dialogue to help with his work on the commentaries, and Todd Howard ended up using it as dialogue on short notice, which is why Mankar gets several details wrong. His line,
"Many are their names and the names of their masters. The cold harbor of Meridia, Periite's quagmire, the 10 moon shadows of Mephala, and..."
He attributes the wrong planes of Oblivion to the wrong Daedric princes, because Mankar's wrong in some respects. People have used this to easily and smugly discount his entire thesis. Let's at least listen to what he has to say.
So, the cat's paw of the Septims arrives at last. You didn't think you could take me unawares, here of all places, in the paradise that I created. Look now upon my paradise. Gaia Alata in the old tongue, a vision of the past and the future. Behold the savage garden, where my disciples are tempered for a higher destiny, to rule over Tamriel Reborn. How little you understand. You cannot stop Lord Dagon. The principalities have sparkled as gems in the black reaches of oblivion since the first morning. Many are their names and the names of their masters. The cold harbor of Meridia, Periite's quagmire, the 10 moon shadows of Mephala and Dawn's beauty, the princedom of Lorkon, misnamed Tamriel by deluded mortals. Yes, you understand now. Tamriel is just one more Daedric realm of oblivion, long since lost to its prince when he was betrayed by those that served him. Lord Dagon cannot invade Tamriel, his birthright. He comes to liberate the occupied lands. Ask yourself, how is it that mighty gods die, yet the Daedra stand incorruptible? How is it that the Daedra forthrightly proclaim themselves to man, while the gods cower behind statues and the faithless words of traitor priests? It is simple. They are not gods at all. The truth has been in front of you since you first were born. The Daedra are the true gods of this universe. Julianos, Dibella, and Stondar are all Lorcan's betrayers, posing as divinities in the principality that has lost its guiding light. What are scholarship, love, and mercy when compared to fate, night, and destruction? The gods you worship are trifling shadows of first causes. They have tricked you for ages. Why do you think your world has always been contested ground, the arena of powers and immortals? It is Tamriel, the realm of change, brother to madness, sister to deceit. Your false gods could not entirely rewrite history. Thus you remember tales of Lorcan vilified, a dead trickster whose heart came to Tamriel. But if a god can die, how does his heart survive? He is Daedroth, Tamriel I Daedroth. This heart is the heart of the world, for one was made to satisfy the other. You all remember this. It is in every legend. Daedra cannot die, so your so-called gods cannot erase him from your minds completely. Well done, champion. Your progress is swift and sure. Perhaps you will reach me after all. You think I mock you? Not at all. In your coming, I hear the footsteps of fate. You are the last defender of decadent Tamriel. I am the midwife of the mythic dawn, Tamriel Reborn. I welcome you, if you truly are the agent of fate. I tire of the self-styled heroes who set themselves in my path only to prove unworthy in the event.
I have waited a long time for you, champion of old Tamriel. You were the last gasp of a dying age. You breathe the stale air of false hope. How little you understand. You cannot stop Lord Dagon. The walls between our worlds are crumbling. The mythic dawn grows nearer with every rift in the firmament. Very soon, the lines now blurred will be erased. Tamriel and Oblivion rejoined. The mythic age reborn. Lord Dagon shall walk Tamriel again. The world shall be remade. The new age shall rise from the ashes of the old. My vision shall be realized. Weakness will be purged from the world, and mortal and immortal alike purified in the refiner's fire. My long duel with the Septims is over, and I have the mastery. The Emperor is dead. The Amulet of Kings is mine. And the last defender of the last ragged Septim stands before me in the heart of my power. Let us see who at last has proved the stronger.
Got all that? All of that had to have gone through an editor because, when compared to the commentaries, it's at least comprehensible. As to his theories, in my eyes it's not entirely improbable, but also likely not accurate. Lorcan isn't really a Daedra. It's more that he defies classification because he died before the difference in Aedra and Daedra even existed. Assuming he didn't die, then he would be a Daedra, but that would also mean that Lorcan would be around somewhere and that Mehrunes' plan to conquer Tamriel is an act of liberation, even though, arguably, Lorcan doesn't need liberation as this may well be his intended outcome. In any event, it's impossible to ignore Mehrunes Dagon as a party in this story. Now, we could put off a discussion of Mehrunes Dagon until he shows up in the final quest, but let's not. Mehrunes Dagon. I mean, look at the guy. What other impressions could you possibly have about him? His visual design goes back to Battlespire, and Morrowind would add many of the more demonic details to his character, but it was Oblivion that decided to make him bright red, 50 feet tall, and filled his plane with obvious hell symbolism. A layperson who doesn't know Elder Scrolls takes one look at this character and assumes everything there is to know about him. But what if I told you that I was about to blow your mind? That I could recontextualize everything about this story, and that I've come to the conclusion that people have been sleeping on Oblivion's main quest being one of the best quest lines in Howard's Elder Scrolls. Don't believe me? Mehrunes Dagon set Mankar Cameron up for failure. In fact, his goal was never to successfully invade Tamriel or to install a new empire, and even better, Mehrunes Dagon got his desired outcome. Again, a normal person looks at Mehrunes Dagon and sees Satan. No, not even that Satan, this Satan.
Hey, Satan.
The comical Satan that somehow has the power to stand against God and who is endeavoring in every aspect of life to undermine the good morals of honest Americans. This gets into actual religious lore, so I'll try to keep it brief. In the Bible, God tells a guy to not go back to a city. This is Old Testament where God was a lot more hands-on. God ends up sending an angel to Earth to stop this guy who doesn't immediately see the angel and needs his ass to tell him to shape up in the presence of divinity. Satan essentially starts his presence in the Bible as an agent of God, and later in the story powered up from blocking asses to delivering a plague to punish David. Obviously, the writers have realized that having God himself do these terrible things is bad for the moral of the story, and so are using Satan as a character to divorce God from the things God is doing. This trend continues into the story of Job. Now, Satan isn't referred directly by name, rather the word Satan is used to describe the role the angel is playing in these stories. In the story of Job, however, he refers to this character effectively using Satan as a title, and Satan tells him that he's been roaming the realms of men. This is the first story where Satan is allowed to be evil, where he destroys Job's life under the pretense that, even as a devotee of God, Job will abandon his faith. If you've ever wondered why it's called a job, read this story. Funny thing is, right? Yahweh's basically letting Satan run a train on this poor guy's life just to prove how much of a loser incel Satan is, which is a pretty good indicator of where the mentality of the writer's room was at this point in the series. It didn't help that Zoroastrianism started influencing the writers, and suddenly the angels were having human temptations. Probably without realizing it, they had effectively implied that by sheer contact with humans, these angels were being turned to sin. This set a bad precedent that the splinter religions and their fanfictions would take into full effect. Satan's characterization would take a ramp up in the New Testament after the property changed hands. His retconning story was that Satan was a fallen angel and now a tempter to the ways of evil. This poor guy who started as an angel just trying to do his job and stop a guy from disobeying God is now trying to trick Jesus Christ himself into sin so that he can prove once and for all that he is not in fact an incel loser. This whole character arc screams unplanned writing and would have been better handled if there was a clear moment for Satan's character where he actually fell from grace and that explained why he was so resolute on trying to prove God wrong, or establishing any kind of stakes to power that would make it so that God couldn't just immediately erase his character from existence at the first sign of backsass. Satan's poor character writing, with many of the same flaws as Judas' character writing, led to over a millennia of reinterpretation and fanfiction. Are the kids being bad? Tell them that Satan will snatch them in the woods. Are the adults not donating 10% of their income like good Christians? Tell them that Satan will fuck their ass in hell. It's not necessarily the fault of the believers that they use Satan like this, considering the precedent was set all the way back in the story of Job. I mean, if the main point of your story is that anyone is capable of receiving the Lord's forgiveness, then surely Satan's pretty high up on the list of characters deserving a redemption arc. In any event, popular culture first obsessed with Satan as a figure who represented evil, and then as an example of where you'll end up if you are evil, but at some point the message got corrupted and became this confusing modern narrative that Satan is the Lord of Hell, which leads us to Bethesda who, in an effort to make a story about good versus evil, abandoned all pretense entirely and converted one of their Daedric princes into the pop culture icon of Satan, complete with religious revisionism. So let's strip that back. Mehrunes Dagon's only real presence in the game is as the antagonist of the main quest. Some people like to point out the Mehrunes Razor plugin, although since you can't sacrifice the Razor and there isn't much lore about Dagon in the DLC, it's not really relevant. The first piece we have is the Mysterium Xarxes, a book directly written by Mehrunes Dagon himself. Martin indicates the book is dangerous to read without magical protection, but really it's unclear if he means the book has the power to corrupt its reader or if the book contains information that inevitably corrupts its reader. That might seem like minutia, but that second detail is important if you consider that Mehrunes Dagon is the Daedric Prince of Destruction and Revolution. The book may well contain some inevitable truths that would push even the most devout person down the wrong path. It's possible that there isn't anything actually written in the book until it is opened, at which point it's filled with whatever truth is necessary to sway the reader. A mimetic truth that changes its meaning to fit the reader. The thing is, Martin seems to have far too easy a time deciphering the Xarxes to recreate the ritual to open a portal to paradise. My argument is this. Mehrunes Dagon wanted Martin to complete the ritual, for the player to kill Mankar, and for Martin to then die at the Temple of the One. Why? Mankar did not want to change the status quo of Tamriel. Not really. He was more so advocating that the Septim Empire be replaced with a Cameron Empire. A beneficial position to be in when the world reverts to the Mythic Age, to be sure. Mehrunes doesn't really want that, and as Jesus pointed out to Satan, why would you give someone the power that you know is going to usurp you? At the same time, Mehrunes Dagon has no interest in installing another Septim to the throne, especially given his involvement with the other Septim Emperors. Instead, neither party got the throne. The Septim dynasty fell and Tamriel returned to a state where conflict plagued the land. However, it's important to note that being the Prince of Revolution is not being the Prince of Chaos. If that were the case, then Mehrunes would absolutely have gone for the plan to restore the Mythic Age, even if it meant getting stuck with a prick like Mankar. The thing about Revolution is that it requires a sense of linear time. In some respects, Mehrunes Dagon couldn't really exist as he truly is without Lorkhan's plan. So Mehrunes used Mankar's ambition as a ploy to host his own revolution against the Septim dynasty, and then when Mankar Cameron held the upper hand, used the player's tenacity as a ploy to host a revolution against the Mythic Dawn. After we return from Paradise, we take the amulet to the Imperial City and try to light the Dragonfires, only to find that Mehrunes Dagon and the forces of Oblivion have invaded en masse. However, if you look at the actual game files, Mankar Cameron's death actually marks a point where the gates slowed down the rate at which they open. This isn't communicated to the player directly, but the percentage chance of a gate opening at a spot is determined by a variable, the chance raising and lowering based on the events of the quests. But why? If the Dragonfires being unlit is impetus enough for the Daedra to invade, then surely Mehrunes Dagon would have just turned up and destroyed the city by now. At the very least, you would think that he would destroy the Temple of the One to straight up game over the Empire. The answer is that this is all going according to Mehrunes Dagon's extremely convoluted plan. Being the Prince of Destruction is all well and good until you've won and realize that there isn't anyone around to build things for you to destroy. Just like how Mehrunes isn't going to work towards putting someone in power that would try to prevent him from throwing a revolution, Mehrunes is also motivated to pull back at the last moment from winning so that the world can recover and ripen up fresh for another destruction in the future. But why then would Mehrunes effectively be responsible for permanently closing the door to future invasions? Well, we'll talk about that more when we discuss Martin's character. For now, I want to show you Mehrunes Dagon's most loyal servant, Eldamil. Eldamil does have a line about making prayers to Akatosh, but that's a red herring. The Divines generally don't work in such direct ways, and given the timeline Eldamil gives us, it's fair to say that we were probably on our way here long before Eldamil started praying. See, we have to answer the question of why all these loyal subjects of the Mythic Dawn are being tortured. At base value, we take it as Mehrunes and Mankar being evil bastards, or that they're really trying to harden and test their devotees. I think in reality what it represents is a punishment for those who don't understand the truth of Mehrunes Dagon. These were the blind worshippers of Mehrunes Dagon who thought he would be a path to domination over others and not liberation. In the same vein, the only people in Paradise who are having a good time right now are the worshippers we see who trapped Anaxes. By revolting against their masters, they earned the chance to stay in the nice part of Paradise, but it's natural order for Cathatet to eventually crush that revolution. Through the Xarxes, Mehrunes showed Mankar exactly what Cameron needed to see to get the ball rolling. If you compare the Mythic Dawn commentaries to an actual translation of the Mythic Dawn, you find that Mankar actually caught quite a bit of information out of the book. This is because he was proactive, so he needed a lot more than what Martin needed, as Martin was reactive. Note that the characterization of Mehrunes Dagon isn't exactly that outlandish. Mehrunes opposed the Tribunal on several occasions, likely because the Tribunal was a dogmatic religion hell-bent on maintaining themselves and their status quo. Yet despite having opportunities in the past to invade Morrowind, his antics never went too far. Then again, it was the Tribunal, and that's Morrowind lore, so it doesn't bear debating here. Mehrunes could have invaded Tamriel at any time the Dragonfires weren't lit. Remember when I mentioned that Tiber Septim had to get the Amulet of Kings off the body of Riemann III? Yeah, Riemann's death marked the end of the First Era, and Tiber Septim's conquest marked the beginning of the Third Era. Put 2 and 2 together, and that's almost 900 years of Mehrunes Dagon having the door open and doing nothing with it. Of course, there's the ESO lore that Molag Bal copied the plot of Oblivion and invaded Tamriel in the Second Era, but ESO isn't canon to Oblivion, and you just have to accept that.
While the prophecy of the Nerevarine can be interpreted as the end of the Tribunal, I have always seen it as a prediction of hope and peace.
With this recontextualization in mind, the main quest goes from mediocre to mind-blowing. Why did the Daedra invade Kvatch but fail to take the chapel, the one thing they came there to do? To motivate Martin into rebelling against the tyranny of Cameron. Why didn't the enemy take steps to stop us from completing the ritual? To make it possible. Why did the siege engine take 15 minutes to emerge from the portal? So we could get the Sigil Stone. Why did Mehrunes Dagon delay his invasion of the Imperial City until after Martin's arrival? To ensure that Martin would be forced to sacrifice himself, mantle Akatosh, and end the Septim Dynasty. The only problem with this is, it's super subtle. Mehrunes Dagon didn't have a single voice line in the entire game, so we're never given the impression that he's actually playing both sides of the conflict. Morrowind didn't sit the player down and force them to read every interpretation of the murder of Nerevar for people to love that questline, so the fact that most people don't even consider this plot point when discussing Oblivion is a good sign that we may have gone too far in a few places in terms of subtlety. I can't help but feel that most of the pieces are here for this to have been an amazing story. I mean, Kurt Coleman started the series with Redguard and still contributes at Bethesda. Ken Rolston wrote Morrowind's main quest, and they had Michael Kirkbride on hand willing to handle the higher lore concepts. And given that they were willing to pay for not 1 but 3 celebrity voice cameos for this one quest line, you would think that it would have been a priority at Bethesda to make sure that this was the best quest line in the game. Instead, most people just like to brag that they've never done Oblivion's main quest, and people who do play Oblivion's main quest tend to write it off as a boring and generic story, in large part because you can get all the pieces together for a good story, but if you never actually place them all on the board for the player to see, then the only people who are really going to get it are detailed focused nerds like myself. Finally, we arrive at Martin's character. A common interpretation of Martin's character is that he is the chosen one of the story, a twist on the Nerevarine story by taking that role away from the player. Less common, in fact a rarity, is any interpretation which states who chose Martin. The Nerevarine was chosen by Azura for the purpose of ending Dagothor and the False Tribunal, and the Dragonborn was chosen by Akatosh for the purpose of reminding Alduin of his role in the mythos as a destroyer, not as a dominator. The question is, who chose Martin, and for what purpose? One might think Akatosh. After all, Martin is a priest of Akatosh, Eldamil prays to Akatosh for Mankar's defeat, and Akatosh shows up after the amulet is sacrificed to defeat Mehrunes Dagon. So case closed, right? Here's the thing. If you read about the origin of the Amulet of Kings, discounting the stuff from ESO that ties it to Lorkhan, the amulet is said to originate from Akatosh's heart when he made a compact with Alesia that would prevent the invasion of Daedra and Tamriel as long as the Dragonborn sit on the throne and maintain the Dragonfires. First, we have to ask the question of how Akatosh accomplishes this, which is speculation of course, but what mechanism of Akatosh enables him to prevent the hostile invasion of Daedra? Akatosh, and by extension the dragons and Jills as well, represent time, and each of those aspects generally has a role to play in its maintenance. The Jills sweep up the mess of dragon breaks when an event occurs involving divinity that temporarily reverts an area to non-linear time. A dragon break is how both Orsinium was founded and Mannimarco ascended to godhood at the end of Daggerfall, despite the impossibility of that being the case. The dragons seem to play a role as mobile anchors of time, which is why their departure from Atmora caused it to freeze over, both literally and figuratively. In any case, Akatosh's main domain is time, so it's possible that Akatosh isn't blocking Tamrielic invasions as much as he's delaying them to the end of linear time, which begs the next question, why is Akatosh playing this role, and what is his motivation to do so? This gets into a really complicated discussion of Tamrielic lore and religious interpretations about the relationship between Akatosh and Lorkhan. Look, if you want my opinion on this, make an Elder Scrolls game set in that era. You don't have to concretely answer what happened, just boil it down to a couple clean theories. In any event, Akatosh was apparently the one responsible for the death of Lorkhan, if such a thing is even believed to have happened, and this event generally marks the schism in most belief structures in Tamriel. It makes sense for the elvish believers of Akatosh who knew him as Ariel to claim that Ariel was responsible for the death of Lorkhan, considering they are all very, very mad about that mortality thing that Lorkhan did. However, given that Lorkhan was considered a hero to men, it's hard to believe that Akatosh would become the effective head of the Imperial Pantheon under this narrative. It's possible that we have a situation similar to the interpretation some people have of Judas Iscariot. It's classically believed by most Christians that Judas was a traitor to Jesus. However, a minority of people believe that Jesus actually intended for Judas to play this role in the story, and Judas is in fact the most loyal of Jesus' apostle for his sacrifice. In the same vein, it's possible that Akatosh is worshipped by men because he played the critical role in the murder of Lorkhan, which Lorkhan intended to have happen from the beginning. The Aedra are generally considered to have gotten a raw deal out of convention, having been promised to be lords of Mundus while the Daedra got to be lords of their own planes without a fraction of the sacrifice. If Mankar were correct that Lorkhan is a Daedra and that Tamriel is his plane of oblivion, then it doesn't stand to reason that Akatosh would bother to protect it. However, a case could be made that Akatosh is protecting Mundus from oblivion as atonement for his transgression against Lorkhan, and that the end of time represents the point at which Akatosh is forgiven. Now that we have the how and why of Akatosh covered, we have to answer the final question. If Mehrunes Dagon intended for this outcome, why would he do so in a way that would end the Daedra's ability to invade Tamriel? This is where we introduce the concept of mantling, which is super important in the story of the Shivering Isles and why I think they handled it the way they did. In Elder Scrolls, it is generally considered to be possible for a mortal being to become a god. This is seen in three big instances: the Dwemer, Tiber Septim, and the Tribunal. However, this isn't as straightforward as meeting a few conditions and having a switch flipped for you. Rather, the process of becoming a divine is usually destructive to the person who undergoes that process. The Dwemer, when they mantled as a race, disappeared from existence and arguably became the godlike Golem Numidium. Tiber Septim went on to mantle Shor/Lorkhan, and the Tribunal went on to mantle Azura, Mephala, and Boethia, although arguably they failed as they attempted to retain their personalities in this process. In this game, I would argue that Martin, with the combined souls of all the Dragonborn who had lit the Dragonfires before him, mantled Akatosh in this scene. The biggest piece of evidence for this is actually Skyrim, where the player is the first Dragonborn to have been created in millennia, and whose main plot required this event to have occurred. With Akatosh replaced and suddenly more active in the world stage, Martin can confidently make the promise that the Oblivion Gates are closed forever. At least, the hostile gates are closed forever. Yet Mehrunes Dagon and the other less friendly princes are still active in the world after Oblivion. Let's look at it like this. Mehrunes Dagon did not wish to conquer or destroy Tamriel, as is feared by the mortals. Rather, Mehrunes Dagon wanted to create the circumstances that the traitor Akatosh would be mantled, so that Akatosh would get off his couch and actually start doing his job again, and stop using the Dragonborn for that purpose. Molag Bal and Jiggalag are pretty much the only guys around that would actually bother to invade other places for the purposes of controlling them. So who chose Martin? I don't think it was Akatosh. I think it was Mehrunes Dagon. I think that Boris's line, if he survives to the end, sums up the story best.
The scholars and priests can debate what happened to Martin in the end.
A lot of the iniquities with Oblivion's main quest can be boiled down to this. Ken Rolston decided to take a hands-off approach when it came to writing Oblivion. Michael Kirkbride was not as involved in the project as a writer. Kurt Coleman did a good job of creating quests to the specification of his bosses, and it was ultimately Todd Howard that looked at this quest line and saw none of the problems. To quote Ken Rolstone, Morrowind is to Oblivion what Moby Dick is to the Da Vinci Code. No comment. So now that we've ended the main quest, Oblivion is over, right? It seems hard to justify a character continuing from here given the sheer cult of personality that would be created around a figure like the Champion of Cyrodiil. To me, this is the problem with the urgency of Oblivion's introduction. If you roleplay the character, you can't really ignore the main quest, but by the end, how are you supposed to justify going back to the mundanity of the arena or Fighters Guild? Still, it's nice to see the remnants of the main quest. The closed Oblivion Gates that dot the landscape, the battle-damaged Temple District, the new statue of Akatosh, the leftovers from the Battle of Bruma, and a statue constructed in our honor. It has a unique method of determining what items to put on the statue. For example, it prioritized putting the Wabbajack in my hands over the ebony blade that I actively used. Still, I have one more thing to mention, and that was the time I crashed the game multiple times even with the unofficial patch and a crash prevention mod. See, there are tons of fun little staves with interesting effects that may or may not cause issues with how certain quests are scripted. So when I fought Mankar, I decided to go all out, maxing the difficulty to make up for minimizing it during the Battle of Bruma, and use most of the tools I collected at this point. Summoned a Daedra, cloned someone, resurrected someone else, used the Wabbajack to shapeshift someone, made use of all these fancy powers I've been collecting. I'm being general because I don't remember the specific details. Anyways, I'm having the slightest bit of fun with this fight, and of course it breaks. The first time seems to be because the game is checking to see when the daughters die to progress the quest, and since one of them is technically alive due to being reanimated, it broke. The second time the game crashed was when a clone of Mankar Cameron summoned a Dremora that shot lightning that hit the original Mankar, instantly crashing the game. The third time, I managed to be the one to land the killing blow and it let me pass. I'll tell you more about all those fun tools in Part 9 when we discuss the Daedra. For now, let's do the opposite. Knights of the Nine. Oblivion's first major DLC that most of its players will have actually played. A massive hole that was left in the design of Cyrodiil was in its religious core. Despite being the home of the Chapel of the Nine Divines, very little of the base game's story has anything to do with the Adrix side of the Pantheon. You'll just have to notice that each of Cyrodiil's 9 major cities corresponds to a different Adra, or you'll have to explore the otherwise empty Arboretum and notice all the statues. This is kind of obviously a problem, since if there was any game where it was appropriate to actually explore the Imperial religion, culture, and history, this was the game. However, fans at the time were concerned about whether Bethesda was even going to make an expansion to Oblivion, seeing as they seemed content to just release the official plugins for sale. Still, Knights of the Nine would come out by the end of 2006, first being accidentally leaked as a PS3 exclusive questline called Knights of the White Stallion. So how is Knights of the Nine? Well, it's an 11-part quest series, making it shorter than most of the factions in the game, and I went from beginning to end in just over 3.5 hours, falling a little short of the 20 hours of content promised. Despite those massive limitations, arguably Knights of the Nine is a highlight of the Oblivion experience. However, I don't think it fares as favorably on the quality versus quantity spectrum as people like to think. Like most Elder Scrolls expansions, Knights of the Nine has a rough start. I guess it could be seen as a product of the times. Personally, I think they should have learned from Tribunal and Blood Moon, or any of the DLC released leading up to now, that assuming people of the future playing the game aren't just going to have the expansions installed from the get-go is a mistake. This more so applies to the plugins, however. Regardless, things start when we hear a rumor that the Chapel of Dibella in Anvil was attacked.
Are you here to end this nightmare and free us all from the savage garden? Everyone here died in the Master's service. As the Master promised, we are now immortal. But our life here is a nightmare. The creatures of the garden torment us endlessly. When they kill us, we are soon reborn, and the cycle begins again.
He preaches in Anvil. Appeared right after the attack on the chapel there. Sounds like the usual doom-saying nonsense.
Anvil also has a new homeless man going by the name Prophet, claiming that this is a sign of the end times, so really nothing new. We're supposed to figure out that the rambling insane man is in fact the key to starting the quest line, our clue being his unique voice. He'll establish the ones responsible as Umaril and his gaggle of Aurorans. The Prophet then says that Umaril can only be stopped with the aid of the Divines, and that means the Crusaders' relics. If we say we're going to get the relics, the Prophet will ask for our resume, which is actually a trap, as Wes Johnson will demean you for every response other than humility.
And never let anyone forget it, champion. I salute you, yes. This small matter of the Crusaders' relics should be a trifle for a legend such as yourself. I apologize for even asking the question. Most esteemed master, please. Do not allow me to interrupt your quest for the relics. Oh my! The grand champion of all Cyrodiil? By Azura, indeed. Surely there can be no better preparation for becoming a holy knight than a career spent slaughtering for the public's entertainment. And a worthy successor to Hannibal Traven, I have no doubt. I'm sure your arcane arts will locate the lost relics for you in no time. Well then, hail, hero of Kvatch! Let me add one more voice to the never-ending chorus of praise. I'm sure one of your many devotees will be able to guide you on your way to find the Crusaders' relics. And I'm sure you will have no trouble finding the relics on your own. You clearly need no aid from man or God. Why do you come to me for aid, worthy knight?
I know what the quest is trying to do here. I just feel that not making it possible to complete this quest without the submission part is cheap. Once we eat the prophet's ass, he's willing to point us in the right direction, telling us to complete a pilgrimage to Way Shrines of the Nine Divines. This is obviously a recreation of the quest Pilgrimage of the Seven Graces from the Tribunal Temple questline in Morrowind. The difference is that the Seven Graces were 7 fixed locations that shared various lessons in the lore and culture of the Tribunal Temple. The Way Shrines are generic, exist in multiples without any actual rhyme or reason to their locations, and only spout generic platitudes. It's possible this is a hereditary problem, and that Bethesda may have had issues with revamping the base game Way Shrines for existing saves that already had their effects and variables stored. As it stands, the only thing to spice this quest up is potentially running into a couple guys who are doing the pilgrimage. I didn't, because I had already gotten 6 of the Way Shrines in my adventure prior to starting this quest. If you visit all the shrines, and also very importantly call the Prophet Daddy, then you'll be approached by the specter of Pelinal Whitestrake. Unsurprisingly, a guy who died in the First Age has zero idea where his armor is millennia later and can only point us towards a shrine built on the site of his death. Since it's in a submerged Iliad city, the shrine is untouched, although centuries ago one Sir Amiel managed to almost reach the shrine. It's surprising that despite the criticism, Knights of the Nine is still willing to throw us into an Iliad ruin/Imperial sewer area full of the undead. Also, if you have high acrobatics, you can just pop the fence. It's pretty cool. This is also the point where the game decides whether you receive the light or heavy version of the armor. I didn't know this was a thing. I always just assumed the game would trust the player to play content called The Knights of the Nine as, well, a knight character. I mean, I understand not wanting to exclude players, but I think having slightly worse stats is preferable to variable armor weights. Or maybe his gear could be some kind of in-between of heavy and light. Is there a word for that? With the usual Elder Scrolls skill crunch, Oblivion decided to cut medium armor and unarmored. Unarmored is still in the game though, encouraged by spell effectiveness. Honestly, I think the skill crunch is stupid, and cutting unarmored despite keeping its mechanics and incentives in the game is asinine. Monks have been in fantasy forever, so I don't understand why we're cutting the core skills of their class. Medium armor, on the other hand, has been cut entirely. Different armor types filled the niche in Morrowind of providing the player with countless options for how they approach designing their character. You could range from going naked to just running light bracers or a shoulder pad to full Daedric armor. The difference was all in your encumbrance. Less armor might mean an extra weapon or potions or more loot on the way back. How much gear you wore, or what combination of gear you wore, was a decision each player had to make in crafting their character. Oblivion changed things up by encouraging players to commit to an armor style. If you wear light armor, you might as well wear full light armor. Same with heavy armor or unarmed. The first 3 perks, or up to level 50 with armor skills, affect how quickly your armor degrades. We'll talk about durability in a bit. The 75 and 100 perks affect how much the armor weighs the player down. At heavy armor 100, which I reached, heavy armor had 0 impact on my encumbrance as long as I was wearing it. While I feel like this is a smart way of sidestepping the late game encumbrance issues, encumbrance has become an increasingly prevalent problem in the series, including the Fallout games. People don't like encumbrance because they don't like being told that they can't pick up everything, which isn't helped with the games increasingly encouraging you to pick up random trash that serves obscure purposes. Honestly, I think this is a UI problem. I was attentive and made sure I was routinely cleaning my inventory out of useless soul gems, potions, scrolls, and ingredients. But people who aren't as attentive are probably accumulating an increasing hoard of potions they then try to avoid using. And I think it's because it's easy to not realize how many you have with the newer user interfaces. Wow, this section's Tangent City. Point is, encumbrance has been shifted away from regulating how much equipment the player can carry to how much loot the player can carry, which would be understandably frustrating if Oblivion's economy didn't break at level 20. Still, it turns into a genetic problem for the series when you cut out the magical solutions to high encumbrance. Sure, being able to permanently boost your carry weight with Feather on the cheap was busted in Oblivion, and the design should be more so towards adding an additional weight for a short time so you can take all the loot home in one trip, but that's not grounds to give up on the spell idea entirely. But I do think I am onto something with this UI idea. You can only see 6 things at any given time in the Oblivion UI, and with the large number of potion types and sublevels of potion types plus custom potions, it's pretty easy to realize you've accidentally been carrying a frost resistance potion for the last 6 hours. Part of it is a lack of variation in potion design makes it so you can't tell which potions you do and don't want. Morrowind had 5 different models and icons to distinguish potions, so you could easily tell what was probably cheap garbage and what was worth keeping. Skyrim addressed that problem by removing item icons entirely, although at least in fairness I can see more than 6 things at once in Skyrim's menu. That UI is for another day. For now, let's go tab by tab and discuss the Oblivion user interface. There is no more or less information to be gleaned from the Oblivion UI compared to its Morrowind predecessor. However, Morrowind had 2 different user interfaces. This godly PC user interface, and a panel-based version on the Xbox. Oblivion inherited the panel-based design, which is fine, I guess. I would prefer my old system of pressing one button and having all the information I need on one screen, but dividing this into 4 separate screens to relay more information is fine as well. Except it doesn't. You can see your entire attribute and skill alignment, as well as detailed health, magicka, and fatigue values, with enough screen space to spare to waste on telling us our name and class. If we scroll the skills down, we can see our faction and ranks as well as our reputation and bounty. That's 4 different Oblivion screens in one panel. Oblivion's first panel tells us our base character information. The only reason to come here is if you've loaded someone else's save or want specific information about exactly how much health, magicka, or fatigue you have. The next panel is entirely dedicated to the attribute page. There are 2 reasons to come here. You want to know what skills are under what attributes, or you want to see if your attributes are damaged. The next screen is the skill page. The smartest thing about this page is putting all the major skills on a single panel. This is one of the more useful panels you'll be coming back to, as it tells you the leveling progress of skills and what skills belong to what attributes, so very useful. The next page tells you what factions you're in and what ranks you are. However, since rank requirements were removed, this is pointless information, and there's no reason you wouldn't put this at the bottom of the same page where our name and class is, because the only reason you'll come here again is if you're loading someone else's save and need to see where they're at. The next page is the bulk of new information, which is the statistics page. The first section is useful information like days passed and the number of quests you've completed. Then there's this section about your skills that I really don't need to know about, and then at the bottom of this is your bounty, fame, and infamy. This would all fit neatly, except the Shivering Isles has an independent bounty, which means you have to scroll to see infamy now. It was so close and the expansion messed it up. The rest of the page is statistical information that 100%ers use to track their progress. It's for somebody, so it's fine. Next is the inventory screen, which wastes the first tab on an all items panel. Stop right there, UI scum. If you're only going to show me 6 things at once like the other screens do, then this is pointless. Here was the chance to zoom this panel out so we could get a bird's eye view on our inventory, and the individual tabs would be in the big text. Either cut this panel or rescale this text. Next is the weapons tab, then the armor tab, then the potions and ingredients tab, and then everything else is shoved into the right. Okay, cut the all tab and add a section specifically for scrolls, soul gems, sigil stones, and welkin stones, please. There's way too much stuff in this tab, especially compared to the weapons tab that could have just been combined with the armor tab because a lot of people just hotkey their weapons anyways. Whose great idea was it to have me scroll through all these keys just to get to the soul gems? Next is the magic tab. We have another useless all spells tab that only shows you 6 spells. Skyrim added a favorite system that would fit in better here since I have way too many spells to scroll through. The tabs are divided into how they're applied, so a target tab, a touch tab, and a self tab. Spells can then be divided into either alphabetical order or by magicka cost, and pro tip, use letters at the start of your custom spell names in order to organize them because otherwise this menu will turn into a mess. Between this and the miscellaneous tab, I have a feeling I know the UX designer really doesn't use magic. The final tab is your active effects section. Also, spell effectiveness is just tucked into the bottom of the screen here, just peeking out for you. Since an armor doesn't have a skill, I guess it has nowhere else to go, so yeah, homeless user interface elements. This UI is also wasting a lot of potential screen space for the benefit of showing the player character's goofy expressions at all times, except on the info tab. In other words, we could have had an intelligent usage of the entire screen, with a button on the inventory to glance at our character, and they even went so far as to use that idea, but not for the tabs that really need it. The final tab is for information, starting with the local map. You can't zoom, so you have to scroll this lumbering beast around to actually use this thing in dungeons. Otherwise, I approve. I'm torn on whether Oblivion or Morrowind had a better auto map. Next is the world map screen, and boy does not being able to zoom out make me angry. I'm sure you probably could at some point during development and somebody used the command to unlock all waypoints and the map turned into a mess, so that's why we can't zoom out. It's just so claustrophobic. The best backhanded compliment I can give is that it encourages people to learn the map so they don't have to take so long scrolling around looking for their objective. One problem is that Oblivion's map does a bad job communicating elevation to the player, so you can't look at the map and come up with an intelligent plan to navigate mountainous terrain because all the map tells you is that the area is mountainous. Also, at the top is the name of the interior cell and a detailed breakdown of the date and time in case you were curious. I've never understood displaying the time in a UI that's paused. Surely it would be for an unpaused UI so the player could pay attention to what time it is in game. The next panel is the Active Quest tab, which includes a handy list of all your relevant journal entries and a button to take you straight to the map marker on the world map. Then we have the Current Quest tab, which lists all of the quests you weren't able to say no to before they got added to your log. And finally, you have the Completed Quest tab, which shows you every single quest you've completed. Naturally. You can even read old journal entries here if you want, although it's a shadow of the old book UI for the journal with its topic organizer. I've trashed this UI, and a lot of people do, which begs the question of who okayed it, and the answer seems to be Todd Howard. Specifically, when asked about what mods Todd uses for Oblivion, he answered, interface mods. He goes on to talk about how they couldn't work out a good system for giving the player the choice between a PC and console-scaled UI, so they went with this giant user interface for safety reasons.
Okay.
Here's your executive producer saying this is a problem as he's advertising the expansion to this game, as he's saying someone's already fixed it for free, and they've clearly tinkered with the UI to accommodate that expansion, hint hint, and they didn't try to fix it. Like what? Was a toggle button impossible? I know it took years of begging to implement the field of view slider, but come on. Alright,
the
let's
Legos
turn this
take
around
up
with
the
some
entire
praise.
camera space
Credit goes
for
to
the
Natalia
desk.
Smirnova. I think your user interface art looks great. I can
10
easily tell
hours.
what each tab is
10
supposed to
hours.
do just
10
from a
hours.
pictograph, like how all the quests are 3 cups,
We're gonna
the
do
current
it
quest
today,
is
bros.
1
We're
cup,
gonna
and the
fucking do
active
it today.
quest
10
has a
hours.
hand
We're gonna
holding the
do
cup.
it.
Oblivion has a pretty clear and consistent visual design focus, similar to how Skyrim has a consistent design with minimalism. Don't let people criticize
not
the
eating
UX
Legos. I
take
have
you down.
full.
They just don't get that you were handed an interface and told to make it look good.
I will tell you guys.
It's very obvious you know what you're
first
doing,
I
and
could
it's your
put them.
boss's fault that you aren't allowed to design amazing PC interfaces
Should you eat a
as well.
turkey and cheese sandwich
Remember
or a
when I
bowl of
promised we
cereal?
talk about durability for what, the 3rd time?
I said
So
bowl
when I
of
made the
cereal.
Morrowind video, that came with a somewhat controversial section about
I have to wait for
durability
it to
mechanics
cool off.
and
I have to wait for my
intentional
noodles to
annoyances,
cool
and I've
off.
come to see the light. I still believe my original position. No, the light I've seen is why people were annoyed by this mechanic. It's fine in Morrowind,
If I get hungry
but I
again
think a
at
lot
some
of people
point today,
arguing
then I'll
against my
just
point are
DoorDash
doing so
something,
from the
but I don't
perspective
think I
of never
will.
having played Morrowind. And
But-
so we're imagining
Yeah,
Oblivion,
you like Festive Miia?
where
I
it's
like Festive
busted.
Miia.
Oblivion's armor skills would add these perks related to the way armor degrades in quality.
You know what?
Novices break their gear 50% faster, apprentices
Every day
break
she's
it at,
gonna get a
quote,
little bit
normal
more
rate,
festive,
end
I
quote,
think.
and journeymen break it 50% slower. So when you start the game,
I'm
your
gonna
gear
put some
starts
more
breaking
lights up.
faster than it did in Morrowind. Then you have the Armorer perk, which themselves start limiting the player. So novices and apprentices in Armorer can't repair magic gear, so if you have enchanted
Is that
armor, you
gonna
have to
cover
go
up
to a
chat?
services provider,
How's
which
that
can
look?
be a pain because it means if all your gear is enchanted,
We
you
jolly
can't
enough?
train Armorer in the field anymore.
I don't know. Let's try to put it
And then
over
you add on
here,
top of this
actually.
that as the player levels, they gain access to new item sets which themselves see increases in their total durability. Oh, and armor and weapon stats are tied to durability. A sword at 90% does 90% of its normal damage rating. All of these factors mean that early game Oblivion is going to involve a bunch of broken armor, while late game Oblivion just forgets about the mechanic. I think this system has left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths, which is significant
I have an
if
idea, I have
Oblivion
an
was your
idea.
first role-playing game back on the 360. What's funny is that Armorer level 75 is actually brilliant. At this level, you can actually repair your gear up to 125% durability, which increases its effectiveness. But okay, why should games keep annoying mechanics like durability around? It's a relic of the past with no place in the
Alright, we
modern
got a little bit
industry.
more lights.
You're being had. As I pointed
me
out, there's not much of a
Cinemax,
difference
okay.
between a hunger meter
hey,
and
Angel.
a durability
Angel,
meter.
what the fuck is
Both
early?
are obstacles the player has to
Angel, I'm so
overcome with routine,
tired.
preventative maintenance. Both are mechanics the player has to plan around during play. I'm sorry, but explain to me how it's unacceptable for modern
tired.
RPGs to have durability mechanics.
Good morning, everybody.
but
We're gonna
it's
play
fine
Minecraft
when
this
survival
morning, only
games do
because-
exactly the same thing. Sometimes even with
When
actual
I was watching the
equipment
stream in
durability.
bed, I
6
was
million
like,
people bought Valheim
I kinda
and
wanna
were
do
clearly
more of
fine
the
with
Nether
playing a game
achievements
with
on my
equipment
world.
durability and
Millions
hunger.
of us enjoy.
It's one thing to see
That's how I
equipment
feel
upkeep
watching
as
these, bro.
annoying, and it's another thing to be happy at its removal because it annoys you. These people
not
are
that
actively
early, but, like,
celebrating
you know.
the oversimplification of their games because they refuse to acknowledge
Oh,
the
it just happened.
mechanical and emergent storytelling benefits of
I
equipment
like waking up at,
durability.
like, fucking...
And I suspect they do that because they were emotionally annoyed at the one time they forgot to repair their
Shit, I used to
stuff and
sleeping for
had to
normal people
suffer
amounts of time.
consequences for
Yeah, I
it.
used to sleeping
After
for
all,
normal people
durability
amounts of time, so
mechanics
sleeping for
form a
only 5
negative
hours
feedback
fucked
loop.
me up a
You're
little bit.
implicitly biased towards remembering all the times you were annoyed by the
bit.
system, and most people don't recognize the
Alright, let's
benefits as
ping
a
everybody.
result. But what possible benefit could there be? Scenario: your weapon breaks, what do? If the answer is load a save back in town and redo the trip, this time with repaired gear, you're a pleb. Video games are too complex for you. Go back to movies. The correct answer is adapt. If you didn't bring a backup weapon and are completely incapable of using fists or
Alright.
magic, find a new weapon. Retreat to
So
a
I'm just
prior
gonna
enemy
ping
who wielded
everyone.
a sword or grab one of numerous spare weapons that dot dungeons. Did you think they were there just for
I said,
aesthetics?
"Get your ass
It
back
might be
here,
tough,
boy."
but I'm sure you'll remember to keep your
That's
gear
a
in good shape
5.5
in the
hours,
future.
so that's
As a
not
result,
that
you'll be a
bad.
better player, one whose character is actually forged by experience. A weapon breaking on its
Damn it,
wielder is
we're,
pretty
like,
dangerous.
halfway
You
done
know what
with
else
this
is
video.
dangerous?
We're like halfway done with this video. I guess if hypothetically this does go into nighttime, there's Dracula Flow 4. What? Don't play with me, boy. You're in the bed. Good night, sorry, okay. Oh, 15 minutes ago? Guys, we're gonna be like some of the first people to watch this. We're gonna be some of the first fucking people to watch this on the planet.
This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Haters in shambles, they stay picking the corn out of my shit. The Smith & Wesson got me moving like an invasive species. I got Midas touch, fuck boy. Bitch so bad I made her shit in my chopped cheese. I'm at the bank, about to
Hey,
withdraw
Chad, look at his
all
fucking
of it.
hair.
These Valentinos are from Milan,
Yes.
you fucking idiot. That fentanyl gave me Vitruvian man flexibility. Got me
I
in
need
a
to
state
send
of
this to
rigor
all of my
mortis.
friends real
Caught a
quick.
broke boy trying to come up on my Amazon package, so I skinned his ass alive. Ah! We smoking
So I
Serge
skinned his ass
Ibaka's
alive.
spinal fluid infused quick release perks. She spread it and let me take a deep sniff of that mahi mahi. I gave that pussy a raspberry. They needed a stealth soldier, so I put my hands on the hibachi hot plate at Benihana and burned my fucking fingerprints off. They will not find me. Konnichiwa, you little jit. Snorting some premium modest Yahoo got me fighting for my life.
is somebody's,
I make
like,
a nice stew out
grandfather.
of that pussy. Blacked out on the Percocet. Ordered a Desert Eagle off Amazon. I used to nut in my socks until the crust smelled sweet. I ain't never going back. Hidden Valley Ranch ice cream cake in my fronto leaf. Got Sudanese crystalline shards poking out my lungs. Fuck, boy. I'm in Gobekli
There's the 25
Tepe
years of a hard
shirtless
life.
in a
I get it.
loincloth. Blowing bareback asshole out smoking aqueduct filtered sherm. Told Shorty to keep that box breathing. Yeah, she's squeezing the garlic. We smoking Java Man. Face pressed up against that
angle. Let
monkey
me boot a
sniffing
Minecraft
for
while we're
dear
watching
life.
this so we
the
can,
Cuban link will
multitask a
turn the
bit.
diamond tester into a pipe bomb. Glock 34 shivered his timbers.
Oh,
Blew
shit,
her
my
back
launcher's
out
updating.
using a mammoth skin condom. Dick pussy free balling like Shaq and Kobe. I'm smoking Mesopotamian
He said Kobe.
Stanley Cup triple award
That's how
winning
you know this is somebody's grandpa. They wrote Kobe, he said Kobe.
Shaq and Kobe. I'm smoking
He said-
Mesopotamian
I guess maybe he said
Stanley
Kobe,
Cup
but you
triple
can't hear it. He
award
doesn't
winning
enunciate
soul
it.
bleeder, taint blaster,
let me-
JD
Ah!
Power Associates, Dingleberry Zaza. We smoking that IBM quantum computer. I can't wait to curb stomp you in these dumb, ugly ass Rick Owens shoes. I'm Dracula. I'm 12 million years old. When I hit it from behind, the room smells like absolute Michi. They said I wouldn't shit on them. I spread my cheeks and hit him with an absolute screamer. Little bro was emaciated. The perks
That's gonna be
done
you in
ate
5
little
years?
cuzzo ass up. These
You're
cops
12
are
million years old.
interrogating me about an ounce
This is
of
the top
weed
gifter, let's
as if I
fucking
didn't kill an
go!
Applebee's hostess 2 miles away. I come from a long bloodline of Italian
Like the
leather.
gold-
My
the golden-
bodegas
the
have
golden,
veins pumping
the golden
through them.
profile veg,
Smoking
yeah.
indigenous Fronto leaf in a bacon, egg, and cheese. Hashtag leche Mindoro Roy.
Alright,
The
my
eyes
Minecraft is still
bloodshot,
downloading an
leaning
update,
up against
so-
the wall, beating off to my chrome hearts boots. Ops was talking
Nature's
crazy.
getting the limo, dude.
Shot him in
Let's
the
fucking
mouth.
go.
My Audemars Piguet.
How's that
worth
gonna
the
work? I don't want to have to.
GDP of
I don't
Yemen.
want to have to ship
If
Nash
this
out
watch
to America
breaks,
to go on a date
the
with
foreign
Limo.
exchange market will take a 28% hit. People will die. My diamonds come from the most horrific situations possible.
You know, I noticed my,
Slurping a quick release perk off the plate
My Twitch
like a
isn't
pinto
dinging.
bean.
We're not getting the little ding
I
noises.
keep my Glock at the Vatican.
But everything else is
she
popping.
squirt on me. I love being covered in the Chi manga. They're sick in the head. They forgot I'm him. I'm the
Forgot I'm
himulation.
him.
I am him Kardashian.
Him
Buck Tooth,
Kardashian.
Timon and Pumbaa. I got my DNA test back. Turns out I'm 100% Himalayan. Fuck it, I ate the op. She let me hit it. That gash sound like salmon roe. You ran off with the DD Kong, triple espresso, personal hotspot, stem gripper runts. There are consequences to your crimes against Dracula. Get Shorty out of here. She's built like a J electronica verse. I swear Vezo said it best.
Oh, shit, look at
I'm
my
a
input.
mud baby. I can't stop. I have more perks
I wonder
than
if he
there
has a
are
wife.
stars in
I wonder
the
who the
Leo
people in the
cluster.
background are. If they're like his
I'm
kids or
claiming
something.
every corner, every block. Fuck it. I'm coming for every enzyme. Snorting Dexy. Eating skate right out of the lake. Op was sneak dissing on the gram.
Alright, we have to pause this because the Minecraft booted up, you guys. We finish this later, though. Alright. Let me reorganize my windows. Usually I have my stream on this side and my video game on this side. So, see if this works. Yeah! Minecraft! So, let me go back to the YouTube. The XQC playlist. We can go to 2000s mix. Usually that's a bit more of a banger. Like that. Yeah. It says I love you. And I'm gonna peel the lid to my fucking instant noodles back now. Hopefully they're cool enough for me to eat. I like getting pho instead of like top ramen. Because these are rice noodles. I like the rice noodles. I think they taste better. Oh, they're definitely not cooled off, you guys. They're hot as fuck. Oh. Holy shit, they're hot. God damn, they're hot. Okay. Let's get a little screenshot for my Twitter. Get a little screenshot for the gram. I don't throw. Ah! Wait, I already took it! Don't throw stuff at me, I already took it. We're no throwing stuff. Ah! This is a cute one. This is a Santa Claus one, okay? This is a Santa Claus screenshot. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. The evening ones are the ones that have shit thrown at me anyways. It's the evening ones. Down, 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 down. Holy shit, there's boobs on my feed. Okay. Post. Control V. Minecraft morning starts now! Enter link, copy my Twitch link. Copy. Nope. Copy link. Or just do that, I guess. I guess. Post. View. Okay. How are we feeling about this one? You guys think this is a cute one? Is that a cute one? So it doesn't go away. We think this is a cute one? I think it's a cute one. I think this is a cute one. I'm gonna tell the Discord server. Add to everyone. Santa Mia brings coal. I don't give a fuck. We're tagging everybody. Use a dumb red line. That's my OBS. That's my OBS. That's just what my OBS looks like. So, let me explain to you guys what I really wanted to do today on the Minecraft world. You should turn that OBS thing off. Yeah, OBS is kind of weird. I should probably turn this off. My stream might run a bit better if I turn it off. Hey, wait, the timer was about to go under 10 hours. Like, 5 minutes ago what happened? I feel like my music is a little bit quieter than it usually is. I don't know. Next frame, please. Is it lagging? It's not lagging on my end. It might lag for a second when it was rendering the world. That's just how it is. Minecraft sucks. But I think we can do this. I think I have the capability to do this one. We can definitely do Subspace Bubble with the Lydia. Ah! Can! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I think we can take a Strider back home, potentially. This shouldn't be too difficult. I might want to take a fire resistance potion with me if I do this. But I think I would also... It might be a little bit ambitious with the other achievements I want to do today, but I also kind of want to fight the Wither today. Now, we will have to, like, grind in the Nether, and that's going to be a bit boring, but... I was promised coal. Alright, let's look for a jack. Ah! Nisha! The girls are fighting! The girls are fighting over the top gifted spot! Thank you so much for the 4 gifted, Nisha. I really appreciate it. Jack's live on stream. We can put a little Jack on stream. Ah,